Good morning and welcome. We are here for the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, presented by Ford Performance. I am Miles Hasquis and thank you for tuning in. Today is qualifying for the Race of Kings, the 4400 Unlimited class, the biggest and baddest names in our sports. So let's send it up to the Optima Battery stage. Take it away.
Good morning and welcome to Johnson Valley, California. We are here for the Race of Kings qualifying at the 2025 King of the Hammers. Wow, what a day this is going to be. I cannot wait. I'm Jim Marsden and joining me in the booth is none other than Mrs. Pam Hall and Emmy Hall. How are we doing, girls?
You guys, it is going to be such a great day of racing. This is the big one. This is the big qualifying, right? All the big guys and gals are out here. They are going to be going through our qualifying course looking for that clean air.
Yes, they are. And in our 9 o'clock hour this morning, we have a lot of our heavy hitters that'll be out there. But right now, the Race of Kings. This morning, waking up myself, I'm sitting here going, what a great day this is going to be. The weather is absolutely beautiful out here again, once again in Johnson Valley. But Jim Marsden, I see you over there doing your homework really quick, highlighting the top drivers, I think. But let's talk about this here in just a little bit, what our top times are going to be, our top drivers are going to be. But Jim Marsden, this is going to be one great day of qualifying for Race of Kings.
It is indeed. I love this so much. This is what I live for, is the 4400 Race of Kings, and this is going to be very special indeed. Now, you were talking about drivers. Literally, my sheet in front of me is just a sea of orange highlighter pen as I work my way down through here. There are so many heroes, so many names that we recognize, and so many people that are capable of laying down a pole position today. I just can't wait for this session to start.
Yes, definitely. Cannot wait as well. But in this 9 o'clock hour, I mean, let's see, we have Rick Lavezzo. He's one that's going to be a one to watch. He's in a Ford Bronco, but he is in this 9 o'clock hour here this morning. Marcos Gomez. We have Marcos Gomez in our 9 o'clock hour this morning.
And we also have Brendan Thompson now. Brendan and Marcus are both running in UFO cars. Slight difference though. Brendan Thompson has a solid rear axle. Marcus Gomez has that amazing floating IRS rear axle. Great to see that. But Bailey Campbell's up there in that first batch as well. Always exciting to see her on track. And then we've also got Josh Sow. Now, this is very interesting. Josh Sow's going to be racing in a Bomber, but it's the first solid axle vehicle to be fitted with Fox Live valve. So that's going to be really exciting and special to watch that. So thank you very much, Ian Johnson, for the uptell on that.
Well, that is awesome to hear. We were just talking about that, wondering about live valve being in the larger vehicles because obviously the UTVs run them. But how cool is that going to be for Josh to be out here in? It's going to see how much of a game changer that actually will be, having that live valve adjustment.
Seeing those shocks work and seeing how those our star people in the 9 o'clock hour, how they stack up as we go through this qualifying is really going to be an interesting day. We really appreciate y'all being out here. We're going to be racing at 9 o'clock. If you are watching on our live stream, hello and thank you for being here. And if you're watching on our live stream and you're at work, make sure that you just minimize that window when your boss walks by, but we appreciate y'all being here. Again, this is the qualifying for the Race of Kings.
Yeah, and I'm looking down my list, and there's so many fantastic big hitters. And do not forget, at 3 p.m. this afternoon, it will be Power Hour. The biggest and the greatest will be coming out to play. And looking down the list, I can see for Power Hour, we have Carl Cheney, Tad Dowker, Chad Hunt, Dan Fresh, John Webb, Brett Harrell, Eric Miller, Shannon Campbell, Lauren Healy, Jason Shearer, Josh Byler, Randy Slauson, Raul Gomez, and of course last year's king, JP Gomez, will be taking to the line. But before then, we've got a full day of action ahead of us. And first off the line this morning will be none other than Jeremy Brown.
Yes, and Jeremy Brown in that number 50 car will be taking it here in just a few minutes. Jeremy Brown runs in a Trent Fab made 4400.
He does indeed. It's great to see these Trent Fab cars. They're so efficient. They work so well. We saw one being driven yesterday by Justin Hall into third place in 4800. And what a fantastic day of qualifying it was.
Now I'm going through our list here, and I do see a few Can-Am side-by-sides that are going to be competing in the 4400 class. Again, 4400 class is unlimited. That means that you can bring whatever you want, and if that includes a side-by-side, then that includes a side-by-side. And you know, at some point, at some point, a side-by-side is going to win the 4400. I'm going to come out and say it. And I'm not sure what kind of riots are going to happen on that day, but we have got the Cheneys that are out here in those side-by-sides. So it'll be cool to see how they compare in their qualifying with the larger 4400 trucks.
You've just upset most of the middle America at the moment.
I do.
Who are
Listen,
sitting there throwing their breakfast at the TV screens right now. How dare you say these words?
I'm just being honest. Kyle came in and was really close.
Well, let's just talk about that very quickly, because these are not standard UTVs.
No.
To qualify to be able to race in 4400 Race of Kings, these vehicles have to have a minimum of a 37-inch tyre. They also have to have a 2-inch diameter roll frame. So you have to build a very specific vehicle. And if you actually look at the UTVs that are going to be qualifying today, they don't look like UTVs really, apart from the panel work. They are actually literally 4/5 race cars.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's what's really cool, is that you can bring anything that you want out here as long as it goes into the rules. And speaking of, in our 10 o'clock hour, we're going to have number 911, Kevin Taylor, running in what it says on here. His make is a Porsche 911. So I'm interested to see what that is going to be when it rolls up to the starting line here at our qualifying for the King of the Hammers big race qualifying.
Now, yesterday we saw Matt Zieler driving for Sean Radsky, laying down an absolutely blistering 3:28 to set the pole sitting time. Now, let's lay that alongside the UTV time we saw in the 4900 qualifying the other day, where it was a whopping 3:05 from Ronnie Anderson. So I still can't get my head around the fact there was a 23-second divide between the fastest of our fastest of our Everyman Challenge cars and the fastest of our 4900 UTVs. So ladies, I'm going to ask you, what is the fastest time going to be today, and who is going to set it? Can anyone break that 3-minute barrier?
I think it's going to be, I'm going to go with a 3:12. I need to think about who, but I think a 3:12.
3:12, bearing in mind the fastest UTV was 3:05.
I do.
Okay, interesting.
I'm being ballsy, aren't I? Yes.
Yeah,
I honestly,
that's very controversial. And who do you think it's going to be?
I need to look down my list really quick on that one, just because I know all these. I just got to think about it.
what do you think our fastest time is going to be?
I think we're going to see really close to 3 minutes, if not a 2:59. That is, I think, you know what, I'm going to put it out there. I'm going to put those good vibes out there. Now, who is going to get it? I do not know. You know, I am a big fan of Shannon Campbell. I'm a big fan of Lauren Healy. However, because I am a Bailey Campbell fan, I'm going to give it to Bailey Campbell in the 35 car, sub 3 minutes.
I love it.
Well, that's going to be very popular indeed. I'm going to go with you. I'm going to go 2:58 though. I was standing there doing some quick math. Yeah, some quick math by the fire last night with the help of some beverages, and we reckon that 2:58 is going to be where it at. And I'm going to put my hand down here. I'm going to say it's going to be Lauren Healy fastest. I'm going to say Carl Cheney second, which is controversial, and Jason Shearer in third.
Yeah, see, I'm having trouble even choosing. Like yesterday, I had trouble choosing, and I did, but I don't know. There's
it's a
so
loaded
many.
field. I mean, let's just talk about some of the people who are really capable here. I mean, we've got Paul Wolf out there.
Mm-hmm.
The man is so unbelievably fast. Then we've got all of the kings, whether it be Eric Miller, whether it be Josh Byler, whether we've got Randy Slauson, JP Gomez, Raul Gomez, Shannon Campbell, Lauren Healy. The list goes on. And one of our fastest and best qualifiers all time, Jason Shearer, is lining up as well. So it could be absolutely anyone's, and this is a very interesting course. I think it's going to favour those lower cars, particularly as they come across that top part through the Gates Gate, where it gets really off camber. So I think we're going to see the bigger, taller cars suffering in that place. But hey, very soon we'll find out exactly what's going to happen as we get racing starting.
So I'm going to have to say here, my picks here. I'm going to have to just go for it. I think that my number one pick, I'm going to go with Raul Gomez.
All right, what's your time?
My time? My time was 3:12.
Oh, you're going 3:12
I'm
for
going
Raul.
3:12.
Okay, I'm writing
it's
it down.
nothing against these drivers. I just think I'm thinking of the larger vehicle and the way they maneuver, and watching the UTVs, they were more nimble because they were the smaller wheelbase, and obviously the way they were driving through. But then again, you got Kyle Cheney. I can't shy away from Kyle Cheney in his brand new built 4400 Can-Am. So that's something that I have to go with as well. He'll be my second pick. My third pick, ooh, I don't know. I feel like I'm like Trying to like guess against all my friends right now.
Well, we'll let you think about that for a minute, Pam, but we have got our first qualifier on the line. That is car number 50, Jeremy Brown, and he is off of the
He's going to be off the line any moment now. Rusty
there he
shows him the green flag, and we have action in Hammertown. It's Jeremy Brown who's off the line, and he'll be taking the Yukon launch. I don't think we're going to see many people today doing the over-under as Jeremy Brown takes to the course and makes his way up through the Bronco Arch.
Yes, and already making a great time, it looks like, as we see here. But Jeremy Brown, again, in that Trent Fab. One of those, the Trent Fabs are always fast cars out on the course as well.
Yeah, Trent Fab cars, always brilliant. This is a solid axle vehicle. So what do we mean by solid axle? It's exactly that. That front axle is a solid beam axle. All these vehicles today will have four-wheel drive, and they'll be using different setups. Some of them will have lockers, some of them will be running spools. And Jeremy Brown here, just look at the size of these rocks, Em.
Now, it used to be when King of the Hammers first started, it was all solid axle cars all of the time, right? And because those are better in the rocks, those give you more articulation, but they're not quite as fast in the desert.
Now, the first man to come out here with an IFS car was none other than three-time king Shannon Campbell. Now there's always this big thing. Oh, big hit there for Jeremy. There's always this big thing. Solid axle versus IFS versus IRS. Now, I'm telling you, all of these cars are fast. Now, there's not a case of some ones are better in the rocks and not better in the rocks. They're all fast in the rocks. But the desert is where the real difference comes. And there is absolutely no doubt that the IFS is the master of the desert.
Yes, and there we are watching Jeremy Brown. He made that right-hand turn right just a few minutes ago, and we could see that it was getting really rutted out yesterday. And it's definitely showing today on the ruts that we have created. So Power Hour is going to be very interesting to watch once all of these vehicles are going through. It's going to be a very interesting afternoon to see all of our top Power Hour drivers compete for that top spot.
Well, Jeremy Brown makes his way here up to short butts. He's going to make that right-hand turn and then go through the Gates Gate. Now, we saw vehicles yesterday take a different line depending on their class through the Gates Gate. Some pushed really, really far left to set themselves up for that next little downhill off camber, and others were trying to push to the right. So let's see where Jeremy decides to go here.
And it looks like he did do that little jog left and then the right up to give that better angle going through Gates Gate.
Now, they need to be coming through, if they want to be anything like UTV pace, they need to be coming through Gates Gate at around about a 150 mark. Now, this is the section of the course yesterday that we saw Cameron Steele pick up so much time in his Trent Fab car, and you can see how off camber it is. And this section of the course is where people can really turn their lap around. I think we're going to see a lot of guys taking the straight on line here.
I have my pick. I have my third pick. Brett Harrell. I think it'll be Brett Harrell on my third pick because last year he did very, very well and is finished second overall last year in Race of Kings. We saw Brent Harrell yesterday, his son, do an amazing qualifying time. Brett Harrell will be my third pick. All right, now he is going, Jeremy Brown is making his way through Pinch Rock.
Just looking at this car, and I was going off the fact that this is Jeremy Brown. I'm not convinced it is.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to get a look at this, and also that's running a yellow number board there.
And he's also got a flat tire.
This is an interesting situation. Right, I'll keep you honest as soon as I work out exactly who this is.
He said number 480, I believe, is what I just saw.
Yeah, and if he's running a yellow number plate, then this is a Legends
4812.
Well, that makes him. Well, that will make him 4812. Will make him a 4800. Yeah, Jacob Pacheco, something like that, maybe.
Yeah, I don't actually have him on my list of vehicles that are supposed to be qualifying today. So I don't know. Did he sneak in here? I'm not sure
I
exactly
think he may be a qualifier from, but definitely that is a Legends class vehicle that's making his way through there.
Well, there were some racers that did have some issues yesterday.
Anyway, he's crossing the line. Good luck to the man.
So sorry that we just miscalled your name the whole entire time to who you are.
And apologies to Jeremy Brown when we get him on track.
Jeremy Brown's getting another run. Look at that. As much as we just talked about him.
Coming in there, not stopping for that flat tire. just want to get through that qualifying for whatever race this guy is in here. And now we've got another starter here on the line as our mystery car goes off. And let's see if we can get a closer look.
That was. I just looked on yesterday's list. That was Jacob Pacheco, 4812. He was in our 9 o'clock hour yesterday.
Gotcha.
Well, I wonder
that
if his,
is who it was.
calendar is wrong and he thought he was
And that was
qualifying was today.
That was a bomber frame, wasn't it?
So what had happened, getting an update from Mr. Ben Napier. So the 4812, he blew his engine. So that's probably the one we saw go across here on the
so they gave him
forks
another
yesterday.
chance to qualify.
So
Okay.
he wrenched all day and night last night and got that on. So thank you so much for that.
Right, well, this is definitely car number 50. This is Jeremy Brown right now.
Running that star stream so we can see what is happening from the driver and co-driver point of view there. That is really awesome. He's currently 23 seconds going into the Bronco Arch.
And getting a little update too about Jeremy Brown's car. This is Cade Rod's Jimmy's car. So he has purchased Cade Rod's car. So that's who we're seeing. We've seen this car out on race course multiple times, but there we have it. Jeremy Brown running in his new to him Cade Rod Jimmy's chassis.
And you know what's special about this car? This car was the pole setter last year.
Yes.
This car posted the fastest time, and Jeremy Brown right now is absolutely smoking hot. Just look at the pace he's laying down here. Big wheel stand there as he goes up through the Johnny Greaves pass away.
Yeah, you can really see how off-camber these vehicles get bicycling through their qualifying here, getting up through the next part of our qualifying course. Woo! Look at that! I love it. Yeah, this is great.
Yeah, I've got to say, big hats off to George Hamill at the Starstream team, and also to Justin Marquand, who also does the modifications to the Starlink, so these guys can actually bring us this incredible footage. And then, of course, let's not forget our wonderful production team who bring it to the screen. Jeremy Brown now making his way up through short bus.
Now, we started qualifying an hour later than we did yesterday, so teams are not going to have as much direct sun in their eyes as they go through this qualifying course. However, that area up there that Jeremy is going through, I mean, there is a lot of that sand is so very white. It's a lot of reflecting. It's a lot of brightness out there. So sometimes you can't really see what rocks are sticking out as he makes that right-hand turn coming up to the Gates Gate.
Yeah, he stays left here. Oh, no, he doesn't. He's going actually dead straight. Look at that. Absolutely no holds barred as he makes his way through, putting that IFS suspension to work. There's a solid axle rear car.
Okay, did you guys happen to notice where he was at time-wise when he went through Gates Gate?
Yeah, he's around about the 2 minutes. He's off the pace for the UTV times, but he is on pace to beat the fastest qualifier that we had yesterday.
Okay. I love that angle right there. That really shows how much the car is actually working through this rock section. He just actually, I believe that was through, he's almost coming to Pinch Rock right
That's
yeah,
great.
this is what I want to see right here because we really don't get an idea. Oh,
my goodness.
Okay, good.
As a pilot, you don't want to land looking like that.
Yeah.
Now, this has all changed down through here. We saw yesterday Kent Foltz remove the big rock in the center of the track.
Oh, they did.
No, he bulldozed it out of
He
the way. It
didn't
wasn't
mean
intentional.
to. He didn't mean to.
Okay, so Jeremy Brown now making his way down in towards the short course, and he'll be coming round turn 19 in any moment.
And Jeremy Brown doing an amazing job being that first off the line has to be very, very nerve-wracking because you're setting the bar for the day, right? Being that number one car off the line. But that gives everybody, you know, the time to gun for, the time to beat. But right now, Jeremy Brown running into our Talladega turn at a 3:30s when he entered into it.
Yeah, so it looks like it's going to be a solid run, somewhere around about that sort of 3 minutes 42 seconds, something like that. As he comes across the line, and he seemed to check up a little bit as he got to the end of that run. He started smoking hot, and it just seemed to drift away from him a little bit.
Yes, he did.
I want to give a shout out here to Mario Pina watching on our live stream because he says hello, greetings from Italy. So buongiorno, Mario. Thank you for being here.
Oh, we've got lots of people watching from Italy, I can tell you. In fact, we've got 2 Italians over here. Nikolai from Skyfab works there. He's out here at the moment. An absolute genius at building UTVs and all things race.
All right, and now on course, we do have Daryl Krisbach on race course going through Means Butte, starting off his qualifying run for the morning.
Daryl here looking really good in his, he says his make of this vehicle is a CJ5 back from the dead, this 553. That's what I like to see, where people are resurrecting these older cars, getting them ready for one of the toughest races out there, building in their garage as the weeks and years go by, making sure that they've got a competitive vehicle out here for King of the Hammers. Daryl looking pretty good here as he makes his way through our qualifying course.
All right, and Daryl making a great run on the course. Daryl is out of Waterloo, Iowa with Full Moon Motorsports. He's running a Miller chassis, LS3 480 with the TH400 Atlas, Spider Track, Method, PCI, Poly Performance, Fox, PCI, Baja Designs, and Warn. He has been racing with Ultra 4 since 2015. And as we are watching him make his way through, he's roughly at a 2:30 at this moment. But Daryl Krisbach making a great time for himself.
And he's coming up in here into our little steep sandy hill climb. It's a little bit off the pace from what we were seeing yesterday, but again, we don't know what his race program is, right? His race program might be, I'm just here and I just want to finish. Might be having a little bit of problems with the car. We just don't know because we're not there in the driver's seat, but we're getting a great drone shot here of our going up Spooners, going to take that right-hand turn through the Gates Gate up there at the top.
And yes, this is our second car off the line so far this morning for our Race of Kings qualifying. If you're watching on YouTube at home, make sure you guys chime in. Let us get in on the action of the game of who is your pick and who do you think is going to be the fastest time as well. And also from home, if you are watching, you can go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. That is how you can actually watch exactly what we are seeing as we are watching our timing as well. So you can keep up on all of your favorite drivers yourself.
So Daryl Krisbach here, just picking his way through. Certainly not going to be our fastest car today, that's for certain. Now, the difficulty with the Gatesbelt gate at this time of day, if you watch the shadows are actually behind the car. That means they're looking directly into the sun. And that's going to be the problem for the first cars running in this first hour. Then the sun just moves over the crest a little bit, and it becomes much easier. The ideal time to race this course today is probably between the 10 and 11 a.m. sections.
I would have to say the same thing of what you just said about that time-wise, because, obviously the sun's up a little higher, and, but then again, some of these hills are so steep that they're going over. It doesn't matter. You're still going to be looking right up at the sun.
Well, let's just talk about that as well, because one of the wonderful things about 4400, the unlimited class here at Race of Kings, is the fact that the vehicles come in all different shapes and sizes. So some have front engine, some have mid-engine, some have rear engine. Now, by having that rear engine or mid-engine, that means they can actually have a smaller hood, which means that they can have better visibilities for moments like this, where we see Daryl Krisbach there coming down this the suicide drop. Now, he didn't seem to know which way to go. I do wonder if he's actually pre-run this course at all. And there will be cars out here that haven't pre-run.
And he did have a little bit of difficulty when he did get up to that Gatesbelt gate area. And that is a section where everybody is saying, like, once you peek up to the top of that, you can't see. So if he didn't pre-run it, he did stall there for just a second too. So that could be a very good reason for the reasoning why he was a little bit slower through that area.
Yeah, when you come up here, you want to take that mental picture of what you can see, because pretty soon your hood is going to get in the way and all you're looking at is sky. So it's taking that mental picture, remembering it, trying to get your tires placed exactly where you want them so that you can get through that obstacle smoothly and cleanly.
Yeah, so Daryl Krisbach here, who'll be making his way around the Talladega onto the MBRP straight away, and then over the MBRP launch. And he'll be setting a time. And it's certainly not going to be the fastest time you see today as Daryl crosses the line with a 5:53.
And as Daryl crosses the line, now we are panning right on over to the bomber chassis that you were talking about, Jim, Josh Sau. Josh is out of Encinitas, California with SoCal Motorsports. He is in that Bomber Fab chassis, LS3, 500 horsepower. His first KOH was last year here in 2024, and he was also a part of that rookie program as well.
He is, and he's running this new Fox Live. I say new. The Fox Live valve is not new, but the
slowly makes his retreat.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube, go to KOHultimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
Part of the Freight Factory company that moved all of our big equipment, not our equipment, but our big trailers around the whole entire United States for us. So Josh Sal with Freight Factory as well.
Yeah, and now Josh Sal's just got to the pinch rock here, just got to pick his way through. Now, this is a bomber chassis, designed and built by Randy Slauson. We chatted to Randy yesterday. He said that this design was built by him and his cousin in the garage in 2007. And he still says it blows his mind that these frames are still competitive all of these years later. And don't forget, we will be seeing the three-time king Randy Slauson in Power Hour this afternoon at 3 p.m. So Josh Sal here with a solid time. He's going to be somewhere around about that 4.5 minute mark,
which will put him in that number 2 spot. But we have a long day of qualifying out here. It's going to go by really fast, though. I mean, we talk about a long day of qualifying, but it's going to go by so fast. I don't know where the days go once we're out here, actually on race days and qualifying days.
Absolutely, but this is what we live for. It is the 4400 Race of Kings here at the 2025 King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance and Optima batteries. Josh Sal comes across the line in a 4:13. So a solid time there from Josh, but I fear that that's going to put him down into around about that 50th position as the day cruises on. And now this is Rick Levezzo.
Rick Levezzo in the 4449 out of Fort Worth, Texas with R Squared Racing. It's a Pinhall Horschel 2-seat IFS Bronco, LS7 4L80, and then also, let's see, his first Ultra 4 race with us was at KOH in 2017. He got first place at Visions in 2022, first place at Sturgis in 2022. He was also our national and East Coast champion in 2022 in the 4500 class.
Correct. I was just about to say, in 4500. He was driving the Get Bent Fab car, the sister car to the car, Jimmy Jack's car that I was racing last year in 4500. Now, this is the old Pennell Fab car that used to belong to our event director, Ben Napier.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, actually, is it? Or is this the car? I'm trying to remember if that was this one or if this was Alex Wacker's one.
I think
I will be kept honest by Ben on that, I'm sure.
Well, this is the first Bronco that we've seen in qualifying. Ford, of course, has a huge presence here at King of the Hammers. They've got a big booth here with all kinds of great products. We're going to be seeing a very special guest from Ford coming up, hopefully later today, so be sure to stay tuned for that. I don't want to give it away, but it's going to be pretty darn awesome.
Well, and we want to talk about Rick Levezzo in that 4500 car. Previously, Megan Miller is now running his old 4500 car as she qualified in it yesterday. It's new to her car this season.
Yeah, we saw Megan Miller at Rick Levezzo picking his way through. Now, these cars, they first came out in 2014, and they were the brainchild of our event director, Ben Napier. And he worked with Pennell to come up with this vehicle. So it's supposed to be, it is fast in the desert and also fast in the rocks, and it's very, very strong indeed. The only negative to it, it is very heavy. But still an awesome vehicle, and great to see it out here still racing.
Now, when you say very heavy, what do you mean by very heavy?
Heavy
6,000
enough that when you look at it
5,000 pounds?
stationary, heavy enough that when you look at it stationary, the time continuum actually moves and fades.
It disperses gravity.
It does
bends
disperse gravity. Now, this car is going to be pushing up somewhere close to sort of like the 6,000 pound mark.
Okay, so
She's a
this is
big
not
old lady.
Ben's old car. I just got confirmation it's not Ben's old car.
So this is the Alex Wacker car. Yeah. And the Alex Wacker car was built as a direct copy of Ben's car. They loved Ben's car so much that Alex went to Pennell and just said, take my finest pounds or my finest dollars and give me this. And that's exactly what they did. And Rick Levezzo is now powering into our short course. Yeah, Ben's car went to Brett Harrell, didn't it? Brett Harrell, sorry, and then I'm not sure where it went to from then. So much history in these vehicles.
Yeah, they just kind of get passed around. You know, someone's got a good car, and then someone needs to upgrade from their old car to a newer car. And
Hello.
it's really great how they just kind of keep getting passed around, and then they keep getting better and better.
Yeah, and Rick Levezzo's just inventing his own course there. Just pushing out to the far side of the track. He comes around the Talladega, and he will be coming over the MBRP launch. Now, yesterday we saw a huge crash there as Eric Brinker skied it off of there. Hopefully many people will be absolutely fine today, but they'll also be checking up a bit.
Yes, and Rick Levezzo sitting in that number 2 spot with a 3:58.991 as now we are watching the 2:48 of Ryan Blount out on his qualifying course. Ryan Blount in the number 2:48. He is from Beckworth, California. Designed Kirby car, Redline engines, Atlas, BFG, Battleborn wheels, and King shocks. His first race was with us today. This is his first race ever
Oh, wow.
this year.
Oh, awesome.
2025 King of the Hammers.
That's perfect.
So welcome, Ryan.
Yeah, welcome Ryan to the madness and the happiness and the best place in the world that is King of the Hammers and Race of Kings.
And Ryan Blount right now at a 1:30 marker. We're kind of trying to keep our tabs on when they actually go through the halfway point roughly of the Gates Belt Gate. But Ryan Blount right now at a 1:45, he'll make a right-hand turn that will turn him up into Gates Gate.
So Ryan here up on course. As I say, we could hear cars this morning at 6 o'clock this morning pre-running this course. I wonder if one of those was Ryan. You never know.
You never know. You know, I started hearing the cars and I was like, I think we have a 1 hour later start time. I started second guessing myself this morning once I heard them. I mean, I knew they were out pre-running, but I was just like, oh, it's early. It's early out here. But Ryan Blount just now make it through. He made it through Gates Gate just now at that 2-minute marker too. So right now he's running roughly on Jeremy Brown's pace.
Yeah, no, this is a really good time from Ryan here. Don't know much about the history of this young man. But that's what I love about Ultra 4. We get so many people coming to the sport. Some leave, some arrive. And every time it's good. Oh, no!
Oh, no, that's our first one to roll at the Pintrock. Larger car.
Yeah, you could just see he just cut too early there. He knew the line he wanted to take. He wanted to take that suicide line off to the right or our left as we're looking at it. And just went a little bit too early, a little bit too soon. Wheels in the air, he tried to turn out and save it, but it just didn't quite happen. Now this is going to be an interesting recovery. That's a very big, heavy car to get out of that situation.
And again, this is what I always say, put your sponsors on your skid plate, because right now this guy's getting plenty of TV time and there are no sponsor logos.
Well, we keep saying it, spectacular failure is better than dismal success. And Ryan he's all safe. We can already see him out of the vehicle.
Now, Jim, you've been out racing here in these rocks a couple of times. What has been your gnarliest moment like this when you've run out of talent? Besides the time when you ran out of gas.
I'll be honest with you, I don't think I've actually rolled at Hammers.
You haven't been on your lid?
No, not here.
But you've been on your lid elsewhere, right?
Oh yes, I mean that's just part of
Right,
the course.
okay,
You can't
just making
you
sure.
can't race for over 20 odd years without putting it on your lid once in a while. Although interestingly, I did race for 16 years before I flipped a car.
Really?
Yeah, I laid it on its side, but I mean, it doesn't really count, does it? And then I actually got a brand new car in 2016. We went out to test drive it. I only had, you're going to love this, I only had first gear because we had a speed sensor issue, and I still managed to put it on its roof. Quite impressive, I feel.
That does take some talent. That really talent.
Or a lack of talent, that's for sure. But joining us in the booth now, or very shortly, is going to be Brian Crofts from the Campbell Camp. Now, Brian, of course, is one of our fastest qualifiers and was also our national champion in 2023. Brian, welcome to the booth.
Thank you.
Come on, mate. Why aren't you racing this year?
Well, ended up hurting my back in 23 and had an opportunity to sell the car to a great racer, Philip. And McGill took the car over, and I got to spend a little time at home and doing other projects. And I don't know if I want to get back into racing. I'm having a lot of fun, helping Bailey and Waylon, and just being a normal person.
Yeah, well,
Don't have to stress about the race cars.
Yeah.
Let's just
Well,
talk
you
about
still
that for
are,
a moment,
but-
because racing is an all-consuming thing, isn't it? It's not a case of, oh right, I'll just go and get in my race car and I'll go and race it this weekend, and then I'll put it back in the garage and then I'll use it again in a couple of months. I mean, it really is. Every minute you put into these cars is an hour of work when you're back in the shop to make sure they stay in tip-top condition. They take such an incredible amount of time and resource to keep them 100%. So I get where you're coming from.
Yeah, the last 3 months we've been, crashing pretty hard on Bailey's car and Waylon's car. And if it wasn't for Tammy and Shannon's mom, Pam, we probably wouldn't have the ability to, continue getting the cars ready and getting all the trailers and the parts and everything that leads up to the race. It's not just the race car, it's everything else. So,
Well, we always talk about this. Nobody just arrives at Hammers. There's always that backstory, and that backstory can be years long, as in your case. I mean, Bailey's been racing for how many years now here?
8 years.
8 years.
Eight
Yeah,
years?
2016.
Oh, 10.
Oh, 10 years.
Tammy's saying 10. Wow. But let's talk about this, Brian. I mean, I know you're out here. You are Bailey's biggest supporter. I know Tammy is, but obviously you're helping her get her car ready. And right now, I mean, you're basically just making sure Bailey's program is going strong. And you've been a real big backer of that for many, many years. And so, how is it though, being on the sidelines and watching your badass wife out there doing an amazing job?
The stress level is 0 now, but the workload is a little higher, I think, because I want to put more pride into making sure the car's good. Like if it's mine, it is what it is. Like if I messed up on it, it's my fault. If I mess up on her car, it shows, and it doesn't. I want her to do well. So, but I love watching her. She's a great driver. I loved racing against her. And it's cool. We just spoke with our daughter Emery, and Emery FaceTimed her before we went out qualifying, and I mean I think that's the biggest thing is now Emery's her biggest fan. She's always like, "Mommy's at race, Mommy's at race," and
Yeah,
it's
it gives
really
me
fun.
goosebumps, literally.
Yeah.
literally.
Bailey has turned a wrench on every single bolt on that car, right? I mean, she knows that vehicle inside and out with the prep work.
And not only every single bolt, but every single car that comes out of Campbell Enterprise, she has touched.
That's what's awesome about her.
Yeah. Yeah, she not only walks the walk, she also talks the talk.
Right.
Or is it talk the talk and she walks the walk?
All of the above. She gets the cake and eats it too.
Now we've got 3 incredibly fast Campbell cars on track today. Obviously we have Shannon, 3-time king. We have Waylon, who's potentially I'm going to say this, Waylon, should have won this race in the past.
He's right
and
there.
And of course, Bailey, I know he is, that's why I said it. And then Bailey, who of course should have won this race in the past. Can we see a Campbell on the top of the box again this year?
I think that's the goal. It's definitely the goal. I know Waylon's not going to take this race lightly, and he's been thrashing
Well,
pretty
he's
hard.
sporting this, this new look this year with the posh moustache and the trimmed hair.
I know.
Let's
I
get
almost
Wayland up here.
Yeah, he's
I want
almost
Wayland to come up here.
looking like an English gentleman as he miles his way through Hammertown.
Yeah, and this year both kids have a new look on the cars, and I think it's a fresh, new, exciting thing for them, and I think that's going to help, drive their want and ambition to do better. And then, of course, with Waylon, with the new mustache and the new look. It's his new persona,
Look at it. He's all fresh, clean-cut hairdo and everything. He's got the little twist on the mustache. I call them mustaches. When are you going to do that little twist? You've kind of had the same look for, I think, ever since I've known you.
Yeah, no, I
for the most part.
Law enforcement background.
Right.
I'll keep the cop stash.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
First place in the 4500 Yukon Garage.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
I mean, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous, but I'm excited. I think it's going to throw a little bit of a change in there, and it could be good. You know, it's really going to test all of us and see who can stay in the car.
Right. I mean, and you being in a single seat, I mean, I don't know what the course is at all. So for the third lap, and you being in a single seat, I mean, I hear people saying, you know, it's going to be key to have a co-driver with you, you know, not knowing the course. So now you're not only navigating yourself, you're going through areas that haven't been pre-ran.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point of the single seat car though, right? You pay attention hard enough to not ever get out. And
right.
I can honestly say in all my years racing here, I've gotten out of the car and winch twice.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Now, Brian, you're very vocal about rule changes and all of these things, and that's good. We need that. We need people to come in and counter things and actually say, hey, but why if they're not on this? And I love that. But looking at the rule changes we have this year, particularly with the, the zero knowledge on lap 3 before we come into it, is that something you like?
I do. I like the unknown. We are usually one of the first teams that goes out and pre-runs the hardest trails, and we typically break the trails in, and you can ask pretty much anyone that sees us out there. So it's going to be really cool to them not be the first trail breakers, hopefully. I mean, maybe he will be if he's up front. But hopefully the track will be burned in a little bit more.
Yeah,
and it gives the advantage of everybody's on the same playing field, there's no bypasses, there's no nothing. You see it and you have to go with what you pick at that moment.
And obviously we've now got this year, there's going to be a lot more tighter controls with VCP, so virtual checkpoints, and RCP, which are the rock checkpoints. Right. So VCP is 150 feet from the central line. You have to be 150 feet from it, but the RCPs are going to be 50 feet. Now that's tight. Now, there's a lot of people talking about that. What are the penalties going to be? Because we don't quite know yet. Have you got any hints, any inside news?
Just with the 5 minutes. I think on one of them was 5 minutes, or it was 5 times the progression. Mm-hmm. But I like having more VCPs. I like having the RCPs. I think that makes, as Dave always says, he wants us to race in the rocks. And I think that keeps us in the rocks a lot more. And he brought up a really good point the other day of how destroyed the trails get when we start making bypasses versus staying in the trail. And I think more VCPs, more RCPs is the better, and keeps us all on our game and makes us really race our cars the way they're intended to be.
We come to King of the Hammers, we come to the Race of Kings because it is the toughest one-day off-road race in the world. So I am also on side with this. I applaud the VCPs. I'm completely on board with the RCPs, and I'd have no issue with there being 3,000 of them if it actually made it a stronger and better race. So I'm excited by it. And all of the top drivers I speak to, they're all saying the same thing. It's like, make it as hard as you can. The harder, the better. We will shine.
Yep, and again, that comes back to that unknown of lap 3. It makes us.
Right.
This is probably going to be one of the hardest King of the Hammers ever, or Race of Kings, right? As lap 3 is unknown. The first sanctioned King of the Hammers was kind of unknown of what we were doing, and this brings us back to the grassroots of the sport of an unknown rock trails for the day.
And let's talk about the qualifying course. Now, last year's qualifying course was a big sand loop. We were multiple miles. This year's is a very tight, very rocky, very technical course. Is this more up your street? Is this where you can, do you feel you can be faster on this course than maybe last year's course?
Being in a single-seat car, I definitely got the visibility advantage. Still kind of young, we're getting up there, but the reflexes are still there.
There you go. Good way to put it.
But no, I think it'll be pretty good. I'm hoping I don't hit nothing.
So there are key points on the course as we still watch Ryan Blount here being recovered at the top of Pinchrock. Obviously this is a key part of the course, but there are other parts of the course that you're paying attention to and sort of thinking to yourself, I've got to take a particular line or anything, or is it really going to be you're going to arrive there and drive it as you feel it?
No, well, there are those sometimes you roll up to a spot and you're not quite in where you're supposed to be, and it is whatever is in front of you is where you're going. But for the most part, I've got this place pretty mapped out, and I know exactly where I want to be and when I need to be there.
So as a driver, are you one of the drivers that have gone out and actually walked it, or have you just driven it in a vehicle for the qualifying course?
Just driven it.
Just driven it?
Yeah, no, I thought about walking it yesterday, but we had to go watch some friends of ours race their little UTVs and stuff. So.
Have you ever tried walking up Short Bus?
I don't think I have, honestly.
To be fair, I did it with Miles a couple of years ago. And to be honest, if I own a car, I'm driving up Short Bus.
So I have a question for both of you. You guys, obviously, you guys chime in and listen to the live feed and everything. So Waylon, I'm going to start with you because you will be out there qualifying yourself. We always do the what do you think is the best time. So fastest UTV on Monday was a 3:05. Yesterday was a 3:50.
It was a 3:28.
3:28 for EMC, and that was set down by Matt Zeiler. What is your what are you thinking the top qualifying time will be for our Race of Kings?
I mean, I'm hoping one of these boys puts us at 3 minutes at least.
Okay.
You know, sub 3 would be pretty cool, but these UTVs are getting fast.
Yes, they are. 3:05 is the fastest too. So.
And let's just flick onto that as we're just touching into the UTVs. This year we're going to see some new UTVs arriving at the party on 37-inch tyres, on roll cages that meet specification. Yeah, and we talk about it every year. Is this going to be the year where a UTV actually takes the overall win? What do you think?
I think there's definitely an opportunity for it. I hate to say that a golf cart would win, you know, but they're not.
But let's actually call it, because they're not golf carts.
Correct.
They're now 4/5 race cars, aren't they? It's a mid-engined, full-on race car on 37-inch tyres and running an IFS IRS system that isn't dissimilar to some of the cars we also see on track.
Yeah, and you know, Can-Am came out with you know, their car for Kyle Cheney, which is a whole new car, and it's going to be a state-of-the-art car for 4400. And then, you know, the Miller brothers are always pushing the envelope on their cars, and they've been out testing like crazy. So, I mean, if the stars align, I wouldn't bet that we see a UTV on the box.
Yeah.
So with that being said, and we're talking about qualifying times, do you think that Cheney or Miller brothers might be, since they are in a UTV, we got to get your time pick, but do you think that they might be one of our fastest qualifiers today?
Yeah, I'd put them in the top 3. I'd put Cheney in the top 3. My picks would be Lauren and Shear, and then Cheney, and then Wolf, and then probably another one to always watch out for is Brendan Thompson.
Yes.
So Brendan's coming up too. He's an early qualifier, but he's one that's really fast.
So what do you think the time will be?
Man, with Cheney, probably like a 2:58, 2:56.
Oh, wow. Okay.
See, you're on exactly the same page as me. It's literally like you said exactly what I said. So I was like, Healy, Cheney, Shearer, 2:58.
Yeah.
I say 3:12.
I
reckon you were listening in at the fire pit last night.
Maybe. But yeah, I think the UTV is definitely track width and everything and whatnot. It'll be a lot faster through the qualifying course.
Yeah, but equally, with those 37-inch tyres, have they got the engine power to actually drive those 37-inch tyres to give you the traction to get up these hills? It's that balancing act, isn't it?
I think they're putting down almost like 400, 450 horsepower
power weight
now.
ratio.
Wow.
It's like 2,000, 360-ish or something like that.
Well,
yeah,
and
Cole Clark, of course, is running 450 in his car, which is just nuts. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, and I mean, and look at it. I mean, CT Raceworks, they've been working on this with Can-Am for quite a while. So Alex Reed, a very, very good builder already, and now he's got this Can-Am, 4400 car that they've just, debuted. It's going to be a game changer. I know a lot of people are like against it, but you know what? It's racing and it's an unlimited class, and if it meets the specs of the rules, so be it. Let them race.
I don't think you can be against it. I don't care. You can arrive, for me, you can arrive with a jet engine. So long as it meets safety regs, so long as it does everything. If you can dream it, you can build it, and it's safe, you can race it. And I applaud that. Let's get more innovation into this sport, and I love this kind of stuff.
So one of the people we didn't talk about for top qualifiers is Cameron Steele.
Oh, yes.
What do you think Cameron's going to do with his new car?
Now, this is very interesting because he's driving the
old Pellegrino car.
Yeah, the old Pellegrino car. So this is the Unicorn. Yeah. So this was a million years ago the sister car to the car that he used to drive for Cody Wagner. So he's got a lot of seat time in that vehicle, and we've seen him out front leading this race, 3 times?
Yeah.
And an unfortunate small breakages, the fragility of the vehicle has let him down. But as you say, the Lamborghini that he's driving this time, the Pellegrinos have done a lot of work to that to make it very reliable. So yeah, I mean, why not? I don't think he'll qualify well, but I think he'll be a real threat during the race.
Yeah, that car's extremely fast in the desert.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have.
And it's also the ground clearance it has with the IRS and the IFS and the portal hubs, and it has a slabs bottom as we see. Oh, look at this here. We're now seeing Ryan Blount making his way off on the course, but
awesome.
they're able to drive it almost like a UTV and throw it across the rocks and use that flat bottom to slide over. It's a very different style of driving.
And then this car is the old full parts car.
Is it really?
Yep.
Yeah, that would make sense. So this is the old Greg Adler car. This one's seen some action, hasn't it?
Yep. Yeah, they changed the body up, got rid of the Bronco body.
So do you know much? He's brand new. He's never raced. So do you know much about him?
No, I was just talking to Kirby in line, and it's a new driver, new buyer of the car. But Kirby's really excited because he's very gung-ho and very ambitious and wants to race. So
Okay,
I think he's
okay.
going to do really well. And Kirby's been around this sport
Right.
forever.
Right,
Exactly.
we're going to say, Brian, we're going to say to Wayland, thank you so much for joining us in the booth. We're going to be getting back to the qualifying now. So good luck, Wayland. Brian, best of luck as we see our next qualifier off the line. And I believe this is going to be Jeff Bergman.
It should be the number 100 right there. I have to say that Sletton's saying you need to buy another class 11, and Ian Johnson is saying you're getting the Tom Ways vibes with the mustache.
Someone had to bring it back.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. But you guys, so Wayland, good luck to you later on today on your qualifying time. Brian, I know that Bailey's going to be coming up. If you guys want, you can stay in the booth. If you want to go watch Bailey from the Jumbotrons, whatever you would like to do, it's up to you.
I think this is a perfect view.
Yep.
There's no
I
glare.
have to agree with that one.
There we go. And Jeff Bergman making that gap jump look super easy as he's making his way up the Bronco arch. And so there's 3 lines right there, Wayland. Are you already knowing which line you're going to take? I mean, obviously straight line is shorter distance, but
I like the middle line. I said it since the beginning. My sister and Miller talked about taking the left, cutting left and hanging right at the top. And but the more I watch, the more that middle line looks better.
the middle line definitely faster. The right line seems to be smooth, as I was up there whenever the Bronco arch was being put up, looking at the 3 different lines, but obviously you have to make a tighter right-hand turn.
Yeah,
It might be
and
smoother, but not faster.
More of my concern was knocking the Bronco arch
Yeah.
over, because when I drove through there the other day practicing, it was pretty close.
Yeah, it definitely is. So definitely that straight line or the left line for sure. We have seen some people take that left line, but as Jeff was taking the center line.
Yeah, so Jeff Bergman, he comes out of Hawaii, runs a custom chassis, an LS3, a TH400 Atlas transfer case, Mickey Thompson tires, KMC wheels, and his first race was with us last year in 2024. Making his way around the course now. Now, this is an interesting part of the course here, Wayland. We can see the cut line at the top there that people are starting to burn in. This is the bottom of short bus. Is that a line that you've considered?
It is. It's actually the first line I took on my first go-around for practice. It's tight. I wish I would have looked at it this morning. I'm kind of regretting it now, but
Well, you have a great view
those are
right
going to
now
be one
to
of
see it.
those on-the-fly moves.
And there you go.
It's one of those, does it feel right? Yes, no.
Yep. Yeah, how fast am I coming downhill? That's going to be the determining factor.
Yeah, now what we've been finding here is this is the Gates Gate at the top of the mountain. Now this must be disconcerting when you arrive here because the ground is falling away from you in all directions and you're still climbing.
Yeah, no, I mean, especially right now, I bet that sun is absolutely brutal.
Yes, blinding right there
I
for
was
sure.
trying to, I looked back as soon as we saw the first car go just to kind of, see, how that sun looked, and it was bright.
So are you going to wear a different coloured visor? Are you going to go for the clear visor with sunglasses underneath? Or are you going to go for something like an amber visor to try and help you against that? Or
I'm qualifying at 1 o'clock today. That sun is going to be money.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
that
we
is
were
true.
just talking about that. That's the perfect time. So Jeff Bergman here, picking his way around the course. Very off-camber section this.
Being on that low side is always so not fun, but these guys and gals are making all this look easy. But let's see how Jeff Bergman making his way through Pinch Rock, and he made his way through smooth and steady.
Yeah, we just saw Ryan Blount there roll over to his roof in the old four-wheel parts car. Thank you for letting me know about that. I didn't. When you look at a car and you recognise it, but you just can't place it.
Yep.
This is exactly what we're talking about with the cars being recycled through new users.
As Jeff Bergman making his way into the Ford Performance Short Course.
Looks like it's going to be around about sort of 4.5 minute time as he comes round turn 19.
Making that turn look super easy. Our NorCal Rock Racing crew got out there and made sure the track was at its pristine conditions as soon as we were done racing last night.
So I'm going to ask you, Wayland, when you're driving this Talladega, are you a guy that likes to hug the inside line, or are you all noise on the outside berm?
Oh, I'm all noise. Yeah, I'll be downshifting and hitting that turn as hard as I can.
So Jeff Bergman crosses the MBRP and posts a time of 4:03. So a solid time there. That'll probably see him sort of at the back of the pack, or mid-pack, I would have said.
And here
Oh,
we
look
have
at this.
And
the
Bailey-
number 35, Miss Bailey Campbell. Okay, so I can't see her time of where she made it. Okay, yeah, 2:01. So she's right now on track for that number 1 spot. That's kind of how we have our marker
Yep.
right there.
Yeah, she's running a similar time to Matt Zeiler, who we saw post a 3:28 yesterday.
So the
No.
fun thing about Bailey is she's so calm and quiet, but you put her behind the wheel, and she is one to be reckoned with.
She's a little fireball.
Yeah.
But there's something special about this car as well, because this car is a car that's built for hammers, so this car carries a lot more fuel than the other vehicles out there, so it gives you the ability to get through main pit and actually make your way back into the desert before you refuel.
Yeah, so her car's right around 72 gallons of fuel.
Wow.
What is her 2-3 miles per gallon roughly?
We go about 2.5.
2.5, okay.
Yeah, give or take. And Shannon's new car and Goodall's new car are right around the same fuel capacity.
Okay.
Now look at this, Bailey on a full charge as she makes her way back into the town, and she's still not quite at 3-minute mark here. This is going to be a very nice time indeed for Bailey Campbell.
She's going to be right there.
And she's probably scaring Miller a little bit.
Miller gets scared.
Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness. Well, he obviously doesn't get scared enough because he still is in the car with her.
So Bailey Campbell making her way up towards the Talladega. Her brother Waylon sitting next to her.
She's going to...
Her fiance Brian Cross sitting opposite me. And they're all staring at the screen as Bailey comes on down
She's
the
got it.
MBRP straight away.
She's got it, you guys.
Yeah, and she goes into the lead with a 3 minutes and 30. Perfect run there from Bailey Campbell.
That was an awesome run. You know she's super pumped.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, that'll probably be top 30.
Yeah,
you know,
I agree.
Give or take. So I think it's a great starting position. I think if you can be in the top 30, you're going to do well throughout the day.
Well, it's one of those things, it's actually, you're sometimes better to let those top guns go out and kill themselves in the desert, just go and race against each other, set your own race pace. We've seen Bailey do that so many times,
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden pop up at the end of lap 2, lap 3, and she's right there in the mix.
I mean, there's nothing like qualifying on the pole, but I'll tell you, it is not fun starting out in front of 98 other people and them all coming for you. I would much rather be in the back of the pack chasing down the other person.
Well, we saw it last year with JP Gomez take that big tumble in qualifying and then, of course, make his way from the back of the pack and taking the win and holding that scepter high at the end of the day. So it can be done as we watch Zach Savage coming across. And you see Zach here around about 40 seconds down on Bailey's time.
Well, thank you guys.
Yes, thank
I'm going
you.
to go see Bailey, and we'll be up here for Waylon when he qualifies later.
All right.
Yeah, we look forward to it. Good luck, Waylon, and thank you so much, Brian. Thank you.
You guys have a great day, and we're going to bring back Miss Emmy Hall back into the booth as we do have the 4400 of Zach Savage out on his qualifying course.
Now, I also saw while I was on my little break there that Bailey Campbell is going to be having a meet and greet at the Warren booth from 11:30 to 12. So those of you in Hammertown who would like to say hello to Bailey and wish her well, you can do that later this afternoon.
Oh, and look at Zach Savage. Actually, looks like he might have got off course just a tick. Not off course, but went right instead of staying straight on this qualifying loop.
Yeah, we've seen that already today where Brian Blount was just a tick off course.
I have to really quickly, everybody out here that, you know, it's a whole entire production crew that puts on this show for everybody to watch at home. But we have to say happy birthday. We have to say Caleb in our ears. It's his birthday today.
It's Caleb's birthday today. Oh, happy birthday, Caleb.
He never told me this morning during breakfast. I'd have given him a big hug.
Well, people don't like to brag about their birthdays usually, but yeah, so happy.
Oh, no.
Oh,
you
Jim
guys
singing.
can't hear this out in Hammertown, but Jim is singing to Caleb. Zach Savage taking that other line there to the right as he comes down at a 3:44. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at my YouTube feed, which is a little bit delayed.
And if you look, he has the red numbers on his car. The red numbers usually mean it is a rookie. So Zach Savage, let's see here. I have a list. I know there's more racers that I don't have on my list here of all the rookies, but he does have that red number plate. Last year, they didn't change his number colors from last year. That's what we're hearing. Okay, so he is not a rookie this year. He was a 2024 rookie. Thanks, guys.
So Zach Savage crossing the MBRP tabletop and posting a nice time there of a 4:37.
All right, now this should be Mr. Marcos Gomez if it is the number 86 out on the qualifying course, and yes, it is.
Oh, now look at this time. Look at this time, 2:17 at this point. He's making his way down towards the pinch rock, and he's on that right-hand line. Now, this is a UFO-built car, built by the legend that is Joe Thompson, the twisted genius himself. Built all the cars for the Gomez brothers, and we're going to be seeing 3 Gomez brothers plus Darian, son of Raul, racing today. He takes the suicide line off the top here. This is a very fast time indeed from Marquez Gomez. I reckon he's around about 7 seconds up on Bailey Campbell at the moment.
Yep, the time to beat for Bailey Campbell's time is 3:30.145, and Marcos Gomez is looking very good as he comes down into our Ford Performance short course.
Yes, he is definitely on pace to take over that number 1 spot. I have to say, Marcos Gomez has one of the most iconic laps, right? All the Gomez's do, but I sit here and I think to myself, like, if he does something in the car, like, that he finds funny for himself, I wonder if he laughs. I wonder if he laughs at himself.
He does indeed. Now, Marcos Gomez has podiumed here at this race, but has never won it. His brother is a 2-time king, Raul, and JP Gomez was last year's winner. He would absolutely love to win this race. What's he got? It looks like he's going to be taking the pole position as he crosses the line with a 3:25. A solid run there from Marcos Gomez, and now our new pole sitter.
Yes, and then next up, now we have on course the 5150 of Brendan Thompson.
So
sorry.
This is Brendan Thompson. So Brendan Thompson is the brother of the Joe Thompson, who built not only this car, but also Marcos Gomez's car.
Yes.
Now, if y'all are watching on YouTube, we do have a premium feed that you can subscribe to. It is $24.99. You get it for the whole rest of the week, which means that you get no commercials and you have access to a lot of different camera feeds. We've got at least 20 camera feeds happening out here, so you can kind of build your own show.
Now, Pam, talk to me about this. Brendan Thompson, he's crossing the line there. What's his time?
At a 150, so that's 10 seconds faster than our top qualifiers so far.
Now, that is on track to be on the similar pace to what we were seeing with the UTVs, but this section here is what it's all about. Now, Brendan Thompson has been racing for us for many years. We saw his son, Austin Thompson, qualifying yesterday in his old solid axle car, but since moving into this UFO car built by his brother Joe, Brendan really has raised his game.
And Brendan Thompson, I mean, super fast paced right there, but a 150 through the Gates Gate was definitely an amazing time.
Yep.
In single seat, obviously in a single seat chassis.
And
now,
225 through that pinch rock, taking again that suicide line, and absolutely on the gas coming down here.
Yeah, now that was very interesting. He actually lost a couple of 3 seconds there, and he's throwing away a little bit of pace as he makes his way down through the suicide hill. So I don't think it's going to be a very similar place to Marcos Gomez. I don't think he's going to be getting down towards that 310, which I was expecting him to.
But let's talk about this too. Yesterday we did see Cameron Steele pick up his pace on the second half of the qualifying loop, which I think he's the only one that actually we saw do that yesterday. But
Exactly.
Brendan Thompson definitely trying to make up some time here.
Well, Brendan Thompson is going to be our new pole setter. It's just a matter of what time will it be as he makes his way around Talladega. Look at that roost as he puts all the power to the ground and this wonderful UFO machine, and he crosses the line in a 3:16 and becomes our new pole setter.
That is 9 seconds faster than Marco Gomez and a full 13 seconds faster than Bailey Campbell. So those are our 1, 2, 3 right now. Brendan Thompson in first, Marcos Gomez in second, and Bailey Campbell in third. But you guys, we are only in the first hour of qualifying, which is nuts, and we're already down to a 3:16. So it is possible that our sub 3 seconds or sub 3 minutes is a possibility as we move on through the day here at qualifying for the 4400 Race of Kings.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
Get your head around this. Brendan Thompson's time is still 11 seconds slower than the fastest time we saw posted by Ronnie Anderson in the 4900 UTV Championship qualifying the other day.
Yeah, and you know what? I always start second guessing myself whenever it's getting down to now they're at 3:16. I said at 3:12. But as we are watching Jeremy Hammer on our screen right now on his qualifying run in the number 97.
Now, Jeremy Hammer is one of the old guns here. He's been racing in KOH since 2009. Riding alongside him is Andrew Brown. This is an articulate motion chassis, Duff Motorsports Ford 351 engine package, a huge C6 transmission. Now, I've raced against this guy a few times out there on track, and he's a great guy to have around. But can you imagine? He's been racing here since 2009. Great to see him still here.
This guy has seen all of these trails, but looks like he's having a little bit of a hard time here as he's trying to make his way up short bus. Maybe he's got a steering problem, because it should not have been taking that line as wide as he did.
Yeah, well, this is one of the older cars out there. This is a solid axle vehicle. The last couple of cars that we've seen have been IFS cars. which means independent front suspension, and on Marcus Gomez's, he has a split rear axle, which turns it into an IRS, so independent rear. And that's what I love about 4400 ME. There's so much of everything.
Yeah, and I love the technology that is just being pushed, but teams always trying to find that one little bit of an edge as they dial in their suspension and their engine tuning packages. You know, and they say win on Sunday, sell on Monday. A lot of these things are trickling down through to what is happening in our OEM capabilities of all of our OEM vehicles.
Well, this is true. I mean, we're starting, people are looking at 4400 in terms of racing technology, but also OEM technology. And also we've got desert racers and manufacturers now looking to the four-wheel drive systems that these cars have created and given the reliability, and they're now taking those ideas and putting them into these big desert race cars.
Yes, as we are watching Jeremy Hammer make his way up to Pinch Rock.
What I love about watching this car on this part of the course is you actually start to understand the severity of the side slopes that are at the top there. You see this car leaning over almost like a block of flats. It's so tall, and it really does show you how impressive those lower cars are.
Now, a lot of these vehicles are, of course, equipped with portal axles to get all of the ground clearance that they need. And we've got 74 Weld is here on the lake bed. They provide a lot of the portals for some of these 4400 vehicles. And I went and did a factory tour of their facility out in Corona. And you can get portals for your own, like Toyota Tacoma, Jeep JL, Bronco, Ranger, Raptor, and it's 20 grand. So if you want to outfit your vehicle there, they've got a lot of options for you that comes right from King of the Hammers technology.
I love the way you say that. It's just 20 grand.
No, it's just 20 grand.
Just 20 grand.
Well, listen, when you've already bought the top tier, like, what's another 20 grand?
Exactly.
And the manufacturers have put so much R&D into that shock package. Why would you want to mess that up with putting in your own suspension lift? Just add your portals, and then you still have that great R&D suspension.
Right.
Okay, Jeremy Hammer is now making his way around the short course, and in a moment we're going to see one of the big guns out on course as Casey Curry will be joining our qualifying course here at the 2025 Race of Kings.
Yes, and I believe he has already taken that green flag, but we are giving everybody their time of their qualifying loop once we start with them. But Jeremy Hammer making his way through. He'll be sitting right now in that number 8 spot, I believe. Yes, 9th spot. So Jeremy Hammer in number 9 with a 508.250. But this right here should be the one and only, as you just said, Casey Curry.
This is Casey Curry in the Trophy Jeep. This is a vehicle that really does need no introduction, so infamous on these trails. This was a car that looked like it was going to win last year. Unfortunately, he had a rear driveline issue right towards the end of lap 3, taking him out. But Casey Curry, Dakar winner, done so much here in the past.
Look at his time, though. He's at a 2:45 as he enters into the Ford Performance short course.
This is very fast indeed. The time to beat is a 3:16, and it's going to be very close as he makes his way around turn 19. Casey Curry opening the chocks.
Didn't he say he put some more horsepower in there this year?
Yeah, I believe so. I was chatting to John Curry, his uncle, the other day, and it was also saying they've made some modifications to the transmission. They're now electronically shifting on that TH400. And he's crossing the line any moment now, and I think this might be a new pole-setting time for Casey Curry.
3:13.007.
That is a full 3 seconds faster than Brendan Thompson. So we are getting closer and closer to our sub-3 minute prediction here.
Yeah, this course is going to start to open up now. We were talking about this earlier with Wayland. Once these big cars start to rip on this trail, they'll be starting to push those rocks out of the way. What looks like a small trail will start to become a slightly bigger trail, and they'll really start opening up. If you're just joining us, welcome. This is Johnson Valley, California. We are here for the Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance. This is the qualifying for the 4400 Race of Kings, and what a morning of action it's been so far. But don't go anywhere. We have a full day of qualifying ahead of us, including Power Hour, which will be starting at 3 p.m. this afternoon, and all the big names will be in there. All 9 Kings will be racing, plus a few other special guests to see if they can dislodge Casey Curry, who is our current pole setter with a 3 minutes and 13 seconds.
All right, Jim and Emmy, it's been a pleasure out here this morning with you guys working on this qualifying course. I am going to step away. Mr. Ian Johnson's going to come on in here, but I will be back later on, so you guys enjoy, and it's been a wonderful morning so far.
Thank you, Pam. Always a pleasure, and we will see you later on this afternoon. And we'll get the big man, Mr. Johnson, in that chair. But right now, Dennis Sterndale is out on track. Dennis Sterndale doing a great job there in the 726 out of Santa Barbara, California, in a Gent Bent Fab 2C IFS chassis. Running a 823 horsepower tool deck motor, and first race with us in KOH 2020. Get Bent Fab by Keith Beam have built so many iconic cars. This is the sister car to Jason Shearer's old race car that was so successful here at King of the Hammers.
And is looking pretty good as he's coming down into this infield. Will not be one of our top qualifiers, but still making sure that he can get down into our back into Hammertown and get done what needs to be done on this vehicle so they can get ready for race day. Again, tomorrow is going to be our UTV race. That is our
You'll spit these words out in a minute.
The Can-Am, I know, I'm sorry, the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. And then Friday is the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. And then, of course, Saturday will be our 4400 Race of Kings.
Indeed. So Dennis Sterndale crossing the line there with a 3:58. And I expect that will put him in the mid-30s as we make our way through the day. Currently sitting in 6th position, just ahead of Rick Levezzo. Welcome back, Ian. It's good to see you, my friend.
Yes, Jim, it's great to see you. It's great to see you as well, Emmy. It's good to be back in the booth for our Race of Kings qualifying. As I sit down here and pull up the computer, it looks like Casey Curry was able to take that top spot, huh?
Yeah, no, it's always good to see you. Now, we do believe that Jeff Wagner has just crossed the line, but actually pulled straight back off again. So we'll just have to find out what's going on there. That would have been car 53.
Well, that might have been as we had some of those folks doing that yesterday where they just wanted to take the green flag for qualifying, but they maybe had work to do on the vehicle. Oh, he made it past the short course is what I'm getting, and then pulled off. So it sounds like he was going for it, but then something happened. So we'll try to get that information to you. But right now, we should have our next competitor.
Should be Dustin Robbins.
No, I believe that's Bailey.
This is saying Bailey Cole.
This is
Bailey Cole.
Yeah, that's Bailey Cole in that monkey with a knife Jags powered car.
Yeah.
That's what you have to say. I'll say that for you, Jim, because I got that down.
You got that down.
Yes, that's right. Jags.
Mate, I am all yours.
All right, I'll leave the prop shafts to you. So what's been the big news? What's been the exciting thing so far?
Let's talk about great news. Well, the big news at the moment is our pole sitter, Casey Curry, who's just charged in with a 3:13. Just behind him is Brendan Thompson with a 3:16, and just behind him is Marcus Gomez with a 3:25. But Bailey Campbell came out and threw down at a superb time of around about 3 minutes 30, which was superb to see. We've been chatting to Brian Cross, we've been chatting to Waylon Campbell. We've had it all going on this morning.
I think Waylon grew that mustache to sort of try to steal some of that Tom Ways energy into that lip, like get that in there.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I have to say, I find it ironic that he now looks like an old-fashioned English gentleman.
He should get a little top hat and a little.
Yeah, maybe a monocle.
Yes, that would be perfect.
Do you know what? That would be a look, wouldn't it? I'd love to see him walking around Hammertown with a monocle. So Bailey Cole right now in the monkey and the knife car. Now Bailey, of course, he knows these shots.
That's a little nasty on that
big wheel stand there.
Yeah, you can definitely see how much that cross grain's getting chewed up out there.
Now this is a solid axle car, but Bailey is a wheel man. Now he has won races out here in multiple classes, but never in 4400.
He's off the pace right now to get into our first position here, but still looking pretty good as he makes that right-hand turn going up into the Gates Gate.
You know, it's interesting you say that, though, Emmy. Whenever I talk to Bailey about qualifying, he always says he's not trying to go for pole position. He said he's always trying to get just a little bit back in the pack. Not way back, but like between 5 and 10. So he seems to be always happy in that space. Whenever I talk to him, I say, are you going for number 1? He goes, I'd like 5. 5 would be good. That's sort of where he wants to be.
Now this is interesting because he's getting off track here. He's looking a bit. He's really bled a few seconds. Now he just came through the gateway, and he would have been looking for something around about that 3:30 mark, but he's lost 7 or 8 seconds there. Big hit on the right-hand side. And the one thing I've noticed about this drive here for Bailey is he's having to fight the car. He hasn't got that flow that we look for. You can see the car is all over the place, moving around, and I do question how much time he's had in this car because he is a wheel man. This guy can really, really drive.
Yeah, when I was talking to him earlier in the VIP earlier in the week, he had said that in all the cars they've been fighting a couple things, a couple issues that they've been trying to basically iron out before race day. So you could be right, Jim. He could be sort of fighting an issue with the car. Maybe it's just not performing the way he wants, but it's certainly coming into town with a good time, being right over that 3-minute mark back into the short course.
Yeah, when we watched him in the rocks there, you can also see the way he's braking. The car's coming up. It's almost like he's not trusting the brakes. He's really quite violent on them. It's a very unusual style of driving for Bailey. As we watch that, and also on the rocks, it was a lot of scrabbling. It didn't seem to be working right. The front suspension didn't seem to be compressing correctly. So I think he might have some tuning issues with this vehicle, but this is still a very solid time.
Still a good run, even with all of that. We all know that smooth is fast and fast is smooth.
So Bailey Cole crossing the line there with a 3:32 and is sitting currently behind Bailey Campbell.
All right, on screen right now, I believe that's one of our, is that the Polaris?
No, that is Cole Clark, yes. This is, you nailed that one.
See, I can spot him.
So this is Cole Clark coming down. Now this car's incredible. It has 450 horsepower. Get your head around that.
Yeah, when you calculate that into the weight of the car, you know, that's probably like if you compare it to a traditional 4400 car, and look at the pace he's got going on here.
Yeah,
this
now
is
look
insane.
look at this. 2:45 as he comes back in towards the short course. This is turn 19. This could be a pole-setting time. He's got 3:13 to beat as Cole Clark comes into turn 19. He's blazing around there, putting this Polaris to work, and we were talking about this earlier. These new generation of UTVs on 37-inch tyres. It's 3:13 to beat as Cole Clark comes around the Talladega. I don't quite think he's going to hit it.
I don't think he's going to get the pole, but he's definitely going to be top 3. Might even be second or third.
So he comes up in over the MBRP launch at a 3:15.
Just in front of Brendan Thomas with that 3:16.
Yep, about 3 seconds slower there from Casey Curry. So still looking good, and this is number 240 with Cole Clark. Looking really good as he comes in and gets that second place. But coming up here through the arch is number, does that say 311? That's Dustin Robbins.
Yep. Good pace going on with Dustin.
Yeah. I'm not sure why Cole Clark is actually qualifying at that position, but I'm sure someone will tell me.
No,
I've got him down in the 2 p.m. session, but there we are. So Dustin Robbins from All Things UTV.
But Jim, as I look through our leaderboard here, you make that point, but there's some names in here that I thought I'd see in Power Hour. I mean, Marcos Gomez.
Well, you've got to think of this, right? So Power Hour, you're going to be celebrating all of your kings. Plus, you're going to be celebrating your fastest qualifiers from times gone by. Plus, also, a couple of smattering of others. If we did all of the great guns in Power Hour, it would be a Power 3 hours.
Well, I also think there's a lot of drivers who have chosen to get out of this. If you talk to anyone who's been out on this Jim, you were on this qualifying course yesterday in the sim. It's not easy, is it?
No, it is not. We do not want to talk about that. I think I've never rolled so many times.
Did you turn in a slow time on the simulator, Jim?
I became basically a desert tortoise. I was on my roof a lot.
Technically, if we were all disqualified when we rolled the car, none of us made it into the rocks.
But Jim was disqualified first, right?
Oh, no, Jim was just the last.
I was disqualified many times. But Dustin Robbins making his way around here, and this is a good time. He's at 3:20 as he comes on in. And he crosses them straight away, and that's a 3:22 there for Dustin Robbins, which is going to put him into 4th place at the moment, ahead of Marcos Gomez. So a fantastic run there from Dustin Robbins in the 311 car.
Yeah, Dustin back into town. Now, right now, this should be
Harold Fishman in the 777 Jimmy's 4x4.
That does have that look to it. Just waiting to get a All right, we're just going to look for clarification on that.
Okay, so we've got Mitch Hoover on track right now.
Yes, that is Mitch Hoover.
The 1997.
Good, coming through that Gates Arch right around 2 minutes and 7, maybe 8 seconds. So a pretty good pace, not a pole position pace, but a pretty good pace nonetheless.
Yeah, so Mitch Hoover comes out of California with Send It Racing, 2016 Trick Toy Fab straight axle chassis, running a 540 horsepower engine with a with a TH400 gearbox, an Atlas transmission, and a load of other cool stuff. His first KOH was back with us in 2017.
All right, looked like Mitch made quick work of that squeeze rock where we saw a little bit of action earlier today. And drops into that big, long drop that'll bring him back down onto the desert floor as he heads back into Hammertown. Mitch right now sitting at 3 minutes when he gets onto the short course, which is a good time.
Yeah, look at that, coming in at 3:06 into the short course, which is a pretty good time.
Yeah, no, this is a blistering time for a solid axle car.
Slowly makes his retreat.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube, go to KOHultimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
But Pip, he knows how to wheel and he knows how to make this car sing.
So Jim, we talked about it yesterday. We didn't get to the number that I thought we'd get to. What do you think we're going to see in the way of time? What's our fast qualifier time? What are we going to see today? 255, 254?
Well, I'm going with 258.
258.
Yeah. Now we were talking about this last night at the fire pit, which is where all good conversations take place.
Yes.
And now this is the second Rufus Racing car here. This is Chip McLaughlin in the Tri-Built IFS machine. Now Chip, of course, a crowd favourite here. We love to see him racing with the big Z on the car for Zandy. Great friend.
He's got 900 horsepower coming from that LS7, and first race in KOH here was 2019.
Now, this car used to belong to Alex Wacker and was built by Tribe way back in the day. One of my all-time favourite vehicles, and it's great to see Chip piloting it here. He's a little bit off the pace. Around about 20 seconds down on where he would like to be, I expect.
Yeah, it seems to be that we want to be off this section of the race course, off this downhill section, well on, like at 3 minutes or under. You want like 255, which looks like you made up a little bit of time there, but I think you got to be off that at 245 if you're going to come in around that 3 minute mark.
Totally agree with you, and I think we're going to have to see him below the 240 coming out of there if they want to challenge any of those UTV times that we saw.
Yeah, that Polaris that just went through there, it definitely set the bar very, very high.
It did, but it's not our fastest qualifier at the moment. Our fastest qualifier is probably the biggest car out here, which is Casey Curry's Trophy Jeep. So
I did hear a rumor that Casey may be on Live Valve as well this year for the first time. I don't know if that's true. I just heard a rumor.
No, yeah, we talked about it, yeah.
I know that he's got some electronic controls on his TH400, which is all very funky, and I'd like to find out more about that. As Chip McLaughlin crosses the line with a 336 in his Tri-Built IFS machine. And that puts him behind Pip Justice. Oh, there'll be bragging rights there for Pip. As Chip McLaughlin goes into 9th position. And Pip is currently our highest placed solid axle car in 7th place. Oh, he'll be grinning from ear to ear for that one.
Now, this is not who's on my list right now. So I'm a little out of order. I can't see a number on that. Does that say is that 60? Is that Chad Owens?
I'm just trying to find out.
Miles would know. Yes, it is 60. So that is Chad Owens.
Chad Owens out of Pennsylvania with an Owens Engineering chassis here. And after racing Line Mountain for more than 20 years, he says he's finally stepping up to Ultra 4. So it sounds like maybe this is his first Ultra 4 race.
All right, as we're watching Chad make his way around through here, up through this cross-grain section, we've said it many times, this has been a very, very tricky qualifying course. They got a high line and a low line there, and believe it or not, that low line is very, very off camber.
Oh, I've got an update here from Ben. It looks like Darian Gomez, who was supposed to go out before, is broken. It's trying to get it fixed for later. So we should see the number 90 vehicle later on in the day.
All right, Chad Owens coming down this section of the trail. This is a big, long, sandy drop. Oh, big bounce at the end of that run. But now back onto the desert floor, making way back into Hammertown onto the short course. As Jim said, if you want to have a fast time, you have to be onto that desert floor, probably around that 240, 245 mark, because believe it or not, inside this short course, it's about 25 to 30 seconds from that exit of the trail to cross the finish line.
Now our next qualifier on screen as Chad Owens comes around the Old Talladega to take his checkered flag for his qualifying. Our next one on screen should be Hunter Miller in the Can-Am. Now Hunter's been a really great competitor in the UTV, so we want to see how he does here in the qualifying and see if he can get up with that Cole Clark time in the Razor.
All right, Chad coming in with a 3:47. That's going to put him in 12th spot right now. And I believe that's Hunter right there. Yeah, so we've, as you said, Emmy, we missed him off the start, but that's him making the climb right now in that Can-Am UTV. Purpose-built machine specifically to come out here and take on the 4400 class.
Yep, it started off as a Maverick R, but it certainly is very, very far from that now, but he is looking good as he comes up here at the 1 minute mark.
Well, let's talk about that, because the Maverick R is designed to have a 35-inch tyre built, and those really funky front arms don't allow the fitment of a 37-inch tyre. Now, to race in 4400, you have to have a minimum tyre size of 37-inch, which means we needed a little bit of genius to come up, and that's where CT Raceworks come in. They've redesigned the front end of the Maverick R to take these 37-inch tyres, and this is the rebirth of the Maverick R this year. We're going to be seeing the Miller brothers and, of course, four-time UTV champion Kyle Cheney in these new Maverick R's created by CT Raceworks.
But look, it still does have the funky design, right? It's just that it's made up a little bit bigger, so it still has that little spider-looking spindle that comes up over the wheel, but just allowing for that 37-inch tire.
Yeah, I'm just watching this. Are those front wheels pulling?
I had the same question when I first saw him go up, but they are, Jim, which it seems almost as like, I don't know if there's I don't know enough about this car to know if there's any type of slip in the diff. Yeah, that I don't know.
Because it just didn't look like those front wheels were pulling as hard as the rear. It looked like he was really having to work.
Yeah, he's definitely having to work hard.
Yeah, no, that front wheel, that front wheel drive is not working correctly.
Jim, based on the time and based on what we just saw, I think that that front end is not pulling right now.
I agree. Now,
and we'll know when he comes up to that pinch rock.
Right.
Exactly.
Because a 37 on that pinch rock is that's a small tire.
Yeah, this is a tough break here for Hunter Miller. As I say, new car, but they've been doing miles on these vehicles, and they are super proud to release them here at the 2025 Race of Kings here at the Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance.
All right, we'll see him getting up to this pinch rock here, and this will be, there's some struggle there. I don't think the front end of that car is pulling at all, Jim. I think you're right. I think you called it.
Yeah, but he did incredibly well and shows the talent of this young man to be able to actually get through there with almost zero front-wheel drive.
Yeah.
I mean, during the 4900 qualifying, we saw a few vehicles arrive in that same situation, and they had to be retired off the course. So incredible stuff here for Hunter Miller. And even if he's starting from further back, he's still a danger on race day.
Oh, absolutely. These cars are fast in the desert, and they've proven that they can get them through the rock trails. So it'll definitely show up on race day. We've seen them do very, very well in the 4400 class. So it's interesting to see them build purpose-built cars just to come out here for this particular race.
Yeah, and two-wheel drive as he comes into the short course.
I love it. He's my new two-wheel drive hero.
He is. He's always been my hero.
Aw.
Just saying. It's the cowboy hat. As Hunter Miller crosses the MBRP tabletop and posts the time.
Looks like it's just under 4 minutes for Hunter.
Now, I believe on screen right now, that should be Kenneth Goodall. It looks like a Campbell car. Looks like one of Shannon's cars.
According to our list, it should be number 7779, Kenneth Goodall.
It is Kenneth Goodall.
Yeah.
Now, we were talking about this car earlier today. This is one of the Campbell cars that has a huge fuel capacity. I believe they were saying 76 gallons. And it has a monstrous size engine in this vehicle.
I believe that is the sister car to Shannon's new car.
It is indeed.
Yeah.
They were built side by side.
Now, Ken's been racing a long time. His first Ultra 4 race was Nationals way back in 2011. So plenty of experience out here getting these vehicles through. Again, like you said, he's in a Campbell chassis. This one is a two-seat Campbell chassis with 850 horsepower.
Yeah, he's bringing all the horsepower to the party as he makes his way out towards the Gates Gate.
Yeah, very good time so far. A little bit off the pace to be a pole sitter right here, but look at the rocks moving around.
You
up
say
there,
that's
Jim.
a 155 coming through there, and he is not hanging around.
No.
Didn't bleed any time. He's going to be very close. If he it's all about this section here for me, Ian. It really is. If you can get through this section fast, as we saw yesterday with Cameron Steele, it sets you up for a great run.
Yeah, I agree. I think that whole cross-grain section, as we said before, it's hard to tell on camera just how off-camber it is, but it is very off-camber. You can tell by that turn right there as you watch that right rear tire lift on that corner. But we're going to watch Kenneth come through the little squeeze rock section here.
Now, do you know what I'm thinking here as I watch Kenneth Goodall coming through in a car that's identical to Shannon Campbell? What's Shannon going to do?
Right, well, we'll have to mark down Kenneth Goodoll's time and then come back and compare and see just what a difference a driver can make.
That's a very good time to
It's
be.
a
but
really good time.
He's down on the desert floor at 240, which would probably put him in, you know, if he comes in right now, he's going to be, it should be 318, 320.
Yeah,
could definitely be looking at top 5 right here.
Yeah, he's looking at the top 3, that's for sure. Don't think he's got enough to be able to upset Casey Curry right at this time. But I think you're absolutely right. I think he's definitely looking at a top 5 time. Just seems to have slowed down a little bit as he came into the infield there. So Kenneth Goodall coming up over the MBRP tabletop jump, crosses the line with a 324, which will put him into 5th position.
Yep.
You called it, Ian.
Right at 5th. All right, so coming off here right now.
This should be Craig Allen in the 595.
It is indeed Craig Allen.
Going over that Yukon launch / Gladiator gap.
Yeah, we've seen some action there on our gap jump this week. Saw Jesse Bolter take a tumble there yesterday.
I know Bailey took the launch. Did any other Bronco take the launch?
I don't know, in all honesty. I don't think Brad Lovell definitely didn't. He went through the scissors. But
yeah.
Interestingly, still Brad posted the fastest time.
Really?
Even taking the workaround.
Yeah.
Wow, that's awesome.
So Craig Allen here making his way up through. IFS front end on this vehicle, solid axle rear end.
Now, Craig's been coming to Hammers since 2009, but he didn't actually race Ultra 4 until 2016 out in Glen Helen, out in San Bernardino.
Yeah, Glen Helen, what a classic race that was. That was one of the national races. Do you remember that time that Paul Horschel won at Glen Helen, running his vehicle in 2-wheel drive? Man's a legend. But right now it's all about Craig Allen as he's making his way up. these trails are really starting to cut up now.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens to short bus throughout the day. We talked about this yesterday as we watched our EMC qualifying, but it just gets so dug out.
Now, just at this point here, there is another line that they can take. Now, we haven't seen any cars take that so far, yet it was burnt in this morning from pre-running. Now, all the cars that keep avoiding that, they're going to put a rut across the entrance of it. So if you do turn up, it's going to be very difficult to make the turn onto that. So it'll be interesting to see if we see some cars later on today trying to take the hero line and shave a couple of seconds off.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder who was pre-running this morning that burned that in, if that was the Power Hour guys and gals, or if it was just, you know, your everyday, everyone else here that is qualifying, but we definitely have not seen anybody take that upper line.
Well, I was lying in bed trying to get some beauty sleep at about 6 a.m. this morning. There was the roar of V8 engines. I know, it's because I was disturbed. All I needed was another half an hour.
All right, Craig, up over this cross-grain section into this off-camber turn that comes up, heads him over towards the pinch rock.
So Craig Allen, round about 40 seconds off of a pole sitting time. And you're going to see a lot more cars taking that line today as he makes his way down the hill.
Yeah, that's the second car we've seen take a big hit at the bottom of the hill. I think there's a berm being pushed in at the very bottom of that drop.
He's actually had a really good run down through that section.
He did. He went very, very fast time through there. He'll still take about 25 to 30 seconds to get through the short course here. So that'll probably put him in at, he may end up in 6th or 7th spot, depending on how fast he comes around that Talladega turn.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very solid run here from Craig Allen. I think he's going to slot him in somewhere between Marcus Gomez and Bailey Campbell. But it just shows the amount of talent we have out here at the Race of Kings, doesn't it? It's absolutely incredible, and you can't count out anybody. There are so many great drivers. As Craig Allen crosses the MBRP, oh no, he doesn't come around. Yeah, there he goes, over the MBRP tabletop. We're at 3:30, and that puts him in actually 8th position, literally a couple of hundredths of a second behind Bailey Campbell.
Now, you guys, this is the vehicle that I have been waiting for. This is the 911 of Kevin KT Taylor out of Texarkana, Texas, and Point One Racing, because this, at some point in its life, used to be a Porsche 911.
I don't think there's much Porsche left.
I love the fact that there is some kind of Porsche moment on there. It just makes me so happy. I mean, come on, look at that. That is definitely Porsche happening here.
Where?
There's the headlight, Jim. That's where
it's got 911 written on it.
There's as much Porsche.
Safari, all the cars.
That's
you guys.
like me
Safari,
saying I'm
every
a
single one.
Oh, now interesting.
Takes
Kevin
the
Taylor.
drive around.
Yeah, he does the drive around. Saying that's a 911 is like saying I'm a supermodel.
Well, we all know that's not true.
Well, exactly. I rest my case.
But KT's running an LS3 there.
What, that well-known Porsche motor?
You know what? I'm going to...
Well, actually, Jim, what you don't know is you can make any 911 better by putting an LS3 in it.
Oh. To be right, let's cut back here. This
Kevin
is a
Taylor
very beautiful looking car.
in his Porsche 911. There we go.
I can't wait till we get off the air. I'm going to have you guys killed.
Damn it. But look at this. Oh, there it is, digging.
Hit.
Okay. He was struggling
He
up
was
through the
struggling a
Bronco
little bit.
arch, and it almost looks like the back end is almost trading power right and left.
Yeah, something is wrong here. It's not. It's way too slow through this section.
It's almost like maybe a rear locker issue. All right, we're watching Kevin drop down through this one section, turning into the cross grain.
So he's got an SCST case, Ori struts, ball joint eliminators, Jensen Brothers off-road he works with, as well as rugged radios, Mecum alternators, as well as wide open design.
All right, we're watching Kevin Taylor make his way up through that section. Basically, they got to work their way across this cross grain section. A couple drop downs.
That's the area that you can go straight across rather than dropping down the bottom. You can see that burnt in line there just above where he is. Now that line wasn't clear last night, so that's where cars were pre-running this morning.
No, but he's not on the short bus, you guys. He's on the struggle bus.
He's on the
100% on the struggle bus.
That's a high five for that
Yeah,
one.
That was
you.
a good
Thanks.
one. We'll give you that
Sometimes I
one,
come
Andy.
up
That
with
was a
something
good one.
funny.
The struggle bus. So Kevin Taylor making his way out short bus, and he is getting up there.
All right, I'm being told that that actual car has spools front and rear, so it's not a locker issue if one side's not pulling. But it did definitely look like there was some traction issue on the rear diff.
Maybe it's just tires. Wrong pressures, not the right tires maybe?
Or it's those axle shafts have left the chat. We'll find out when he gets back into town.
Well, this is definitely my favorite car here because I love people that do things just a little bit differently. And with that 911 body there, that car definitely stands out in a crowd. That's the 911 of Kevin KT Taylor. First race with Ultra 4 was back in 2021. Having a little bit of trouble here, but still making his way through this cross grain. And we'll see what happens when he gets up to that pinch rock, if indeed he is having trouble with those rear axles.
Yeah, he seems to be pushing along quite nicely at the moment. So here we go, pinch rock time. Let's see what he can do.
Nope, making a decision.
No problem at all there.
Easy.
There we go, mid.
Picking the solid axle 911 straight through the gap and down the hill. About a minute off pace at the moment.
And Jim, to make you feel better, I'm being told that it does have actual 911 headlight buckets.
Well, in that case, it's a 911.
And that's the only 911 part left on it.
Yeah, let's not argue about it anymore. It's clearly a 911.
All right, as he heads through that section, he's back into town, into the short course, but definitely off pace from what we'd expected to see. Seemed to be struggling on climbing up the the first initial rock trail, as well as working his way up, as Emmy has now renamed it, the struggle bus. And I think it certainly seemed like there was a rear axle issue, but who knows?
I can almost see Dave Cole rolling his eyes as he now realised that one of his main tracks has been renamed the struggle bus.
Yes.
So Kevin Taylor here comes around the Talladega, and he's going to be somewhere around about that 425 mark as he comes down the MBRP straight away on onto the MBRP tabletop. Crosses the line with a 4 minutes and 20.
That'll put him in 20th spot.
Our next competitor on course here should be the 2404 of Blake Holland. Blake was a KOH rookie in 2024, so this is his second year of racing in that Jeep chassis, a 2009 JK with an LS3, 625 horsepower. Blake is out of Simi Valley, California with Holland Racing and GenRide. Running some Mickey Thompson tires here as he makes his way out of the short course and up to, oh no, I'm sorry, this is Tom Gilpin. Look
I
at
was
me,
going to say, I was going to let you finish your thought there, Emmy, but that was not a Jeep chassis that just went through that.
Oh, definitely not.
Yeah, so I was trying to see what it could possibly be. Yes, that's Tom Gilpin, the Fishmouth Fab car. So we've skipped a couple in our rundown, but there's one that we skipped that I want to know why.
Exactly. Vaughn Gittin Jr. with the RTR car. Where are you, Vaughn?
I'll text him, see what he says.
Now, Tom Gilpin, this is a car I absolutely love. Based on a very similar frame to that of Jason Shearer's old race-winning car.
Yes, Tom making quick work of that first initial hill climb and then across the top of that ridge, drop down these two sort of stair steps here that we used to drive up. Well, I'm still waiting to see someone take that line that you noticed before, Jim. I think it's definitely faster, but as you said, the drop in is going to be. But if you went in with some speed, carried some speed, I think you'd be able to clear it across and go.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be interesting to see if anybody is actually going to take that line. And the more people that don't, the more they'll be burning a rut in across it. See,
and I thought he was going to do it.
Yep.
I was excited about that for a second because I was going to say right when you're talking about it, Jim, he took it, but he did not. But I think there's actually a lot of time to gain right there.
There is.
Yeah, because you're not going to be making as tight of a turn there. You're just keeping that line. You're cutting off the apex of that turn, so you're going to be a lot straighter.
Yes, but there is a gatekeeper at the end. There's a big rock on the downward side, and if you clip that, you could take out a tyre. So it's a double whammy. You've got to commit to that line if you do it. As we watch Tom Gilpin here, this is a nice solid time here from Tom.
This is a good time as he comes up through the gates gate right at that 2-minute mark. Oh, there we go. Little action. He was in between the flags. That was fine.
Exactly. There's a course worker shaking his fist at him right now.
Yeah, he's got to go stick that flag back in that hole, but Yeah, that's where we saw some of our fast qualifiers in the UTVs basically just kiss that flag coming through that section. And I think that's a lot faster line coming through there. And I honestly think it sets you up really well for the high side of this portion of the course.
That was interesting because we were chatting to Waylon Campbell earlier and we said, what kind of line? You're going to take that funky low line and cut right? He's got, no, I'm just going to drive it straight through the middle.
Yes, Waylon is he's got Shannon at heart. He's going to go where the car takes him and, and deal with the consequences as he comes out the other side. That's kind of how Shannon drives.
Yeah, worry about it after it's happened. Oh, big hit there on the rear tyre.
Yeah.
Now, one of the things I have noticed with this course, and I was chatting to Miles about this yesterday, is that when we were standing in the infield the other day chatting to Lauren and Vaughan, we were seeing lots of cars that have been out pre-running coming back with flat tyres. I mean, literally 6 or 7 vehicles in 15 minutes. And we've seen very few flat tyres on this course. I think it's starting to expand, starting to open up, it's starting to burn in, most importantly.
Yeah, I think also as our higher horsepower vehicles get through these courses, they throw out those gotcha rocks. Those gotcha rocks are there in the beginning when everyone's out pre-running, but then I think as the more cars go through it, they kick them out. They get rid of them. They kick them off course, and they're not just laying there waiting to eat up a tire. All right, as Tom comes back down through the MBRP straight and then over the MBRP tabletop, he'll come in at the 13th position with a 3:38.
So a solid run there from Tom Gilpin.
This is the 464 of Glenny Page. Oh, got some fans out there. Awesome.
Fans
coming all the way from
Hammertown,
Ontario, Canada, with North Force Racing. That is a Get Bent Fab solid axle chassis with an LS3 in there and a Maximum transmission.
This is perfect. I get to use all my Canadianisms on this one.
I am waiting.
He's out for a rip, don't you know, bud?
I'm going to stop ticking them off.
They got it. They know what I'm talking about.
Now, Glenny was part of our rookie program for 2024, coming back here for 2025. So he's got a little bit of experience here, looking good as he makes his way through the Bronco Arch.
Now, these Gent Bent Fab chassis are absolutely monstrous. They are so strong, built by Keith Beam. Very solid platform indeed. And they can take punishment. As Glenn Page makes his way, and he's going to be pulling onto the first of the rocks.
All right, so let's see how he does right here. This is the section that's obviously been giving people a little bit of trouble here and there, but it looks like he makes quick work of it.
So Glenn Page in a solid axle vehicle.
All right, making his way up through that climb across this cross section, and then he'll turn down what used to be our qualifying course up. So now he'll drop down through this section here.
And that section is unbelievably rough. It always amazes me how these cars just iron out those bumps.
Yeah, especially going down. Those are some big drops. It's hard to understand just how big a drop those are, but there are some steep drops coming down there.
The one that got me today was Hunter Miller, who just went across it, not down it, across it. It's like absolutely unbelievable. Remember when that was in the course way back in 2015. I watched Levi Shirley, who we'll be seeing later today, and Waylon Campbell coming down there. The disregard they had for their vehicles way back then was unbelievable. As we watched Glenny Page just coming to a quick stop there, and they've just got faster and faster as the years have gone by.
As we watched him through that section right there, Jim, we talked about it a second ago, those gotcha rocks. I looked like there was a couple that have been kicked out onto course now. There's a couple of rocks floating around on the bottom of Short Bus, and that's what eats up those tires when you clip the edge of those sharp. Because those rocks that get disturbed and get floating down, those are the ones that are sharp. Those are the ones that have been broken off a bigger rock, and that's what eats up your tire.
Yeah, it is indeed. So Glenn Page around about sort of 15 seconds off of what we'd call fast pace, but this is still very solid indeed for the man from Canada.
We've got a lot of Canada love here on our live stream on YouTube. We've got a lot of Canadian fans giving us a good old hammer down, eh?
They're all just waiting for their Molson Canadian back at camp.
Yeah, Bearded Trouts Files. He says poutine at the Brink Fab tabletop when he's finished.
Oh, if there's poutine, I'm there. I'm all about a good poutine. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that's something different where I come from.
No, that's... Oh, man, yes. You can't go wrong with a good poutine, absolutely.
That sounds
some
so
poutine,
wrong.
some all-dressed chips.
I'm going to ask, what is poutine?
Oh, it's heaven, Jim. So what it is it's a bowl of French fries It's French fries, which I'm sure you love. Being chips.
And watch this, watch this, watch this. He's got problems here. Is that a flat tire or is that a hub coming off?
I don't know, but the right front does not look happy. But I think it's just a tire, Jim.
Yeah, that's coming off the bead.
Yeah, that.
If not the whole hub.
No, I think it was just a tire, Emmy. It looked bad, but I think it's just a tire.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah,
it
there we
is
go.
just a tire.
So
he's still laying down some pace here.
Well, as I always say, Jim, they'll self-inflate for about 1.5 miles.
Yes, they will. And everyone sits there and goes, what are you talking about? But they do.
They do, but the problem is when they decide to stop self-inflating is when all the
yeah,
bad
he's going to have that straight-on problem in a moment.
That's going to slow down that turn, yep. But as you can see, he can picks it up here.
That's okay. He's going the other way now, so it should not be a problem as he comes around here. Leans her in, stands on the skinny pedal to bring around the Talladega.
Okay,
So we were just saying about getting flats, so I do
was that one.
apologize.
Yep. Nice as he comes across the finish line, even with that front flat.
Solid run there from Glenny Page.
Look, listen to that civilized applause from the Canadians out there. It's so good, you know.
Yeah, no whooping. Oh no, they're the whoops.
There's the whoops. Yep. All right, Jim. So to fill you in, we had break the action. So poutine is the greatest snack known to man. So it's French fries or chips, as you would call them.
Okay, no French fries. Yeah.
Okay, so French fries in a bowl with a very salty brown gravy. It's a very specific gravy, and then cheese curds. You know cheese curds?
So not cheese, but cheese curds.
Has to be cheese curds. And the cheese curds get placed on the French fries, and then you pour the gravy over it, and it melts the cheese throughout the entire package of French fries.
So it's a specific layering.
Well,
fries,
normally you go
curds.
Normally you would go fries halfway up the bowl, then the cheese curd, then more fries, then more cheese curd, and then the gravy on top to make it all sort of congeal together.
Oh, congeal is the
Congeal
optimum
is the
phrase there. That's what I want to
optimum term,
think of when I'm eating my snack. Is
Yes.
congeal.
Yes, and as you eat it, you can feel your heart slowing down.
Yeah, I was gonna
as
say it sounds like
processes.
it's just another word for diabetes.
No, that's
It's
sugar.
It's just basically.
It's just basically vitamin F.
Yeah.
It's all vitamin F. Lots of fat in there. It's just the wonderful thing. That
Well,
you can
maybe we should show up at your all's pits and Jim and I can get some poutine.
get some poutine, and then what we can do is we can drink some Canadian beer.
Okay.
Because then, if you're looking for an American beer, just wait.
Okay.
right, well,
that's an in-house joke there.
Celebrating there for
if
our
you're just
Canadians.
joining us now, welcome to Johnson Valley, California. We are here for the Optima Batteries, King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance. And today it is all about the Race of Kings. It's all about the qualifying for the 4400 class. We started at 9 o'clock this morning, and we've seen some fantastic action already. In 5th position right now is Kenneth Goodall. In 4th is Dustin Robbins. In 3rd is Brendan Thompson. In 2nd is Cole Clark. But in 1st place right now, it is Casey Curry in the Trophy Jeep. It's been a wonderful morning so far, Emmy.
It has been, and no one has really come close to touching Casey Curry or Cole Clark. Actually, our top 3 for a while here. We've got a lot of people that have been added into the middle, but again, we've got a ton of racing to come so far. We've only been qualifying for 2 hours. But right now, joining us at the desk is our very special guest. We always love it when Ben Napier has some time to join us here on the desk and answer some of our questions that we've been like, what is going on? But Ben knows the whole story. So hi, Ben.
Good morning, everyone. Hope your morning's going great. We had some great qualifying, eh?
It's been amazing, isn't it? But hey, come on, this is what we live for, isn't it? 4400 racing is the best racing in the world.
Absolutely. You know, this is my stuff that I used to race, and I love watching these guys get out on course. I do miss it, but it's amazing to still be involved.
It is indeed, and you get a tingle every time you see those cars go out on track, and then when you see people like Casey Curry and Brendan Thompson and Cole Clark laying down those times, there's just nothing better.
Yeah, we have some great times out there, and it's going to be a hot course all day. I think it's going to get faster and faster, and we're going to see some really good times.
Well, Ben Napier, you are our event director here. Give us some updates about what's been going on in Hammertown this morning.
Yeah, so the way qualifying works is they get assigned hourly groups, and we've had a few that have missed their group due to mechanical issues, or a couple have elected to have rear starts as well. And with the mechanical things, if they communicate with us and work with us, we'll try and get them in later in the order. because we really want this race to be run on the track and not in the pits.
Yeah, Ian Johnson noticed that the big notable one that's missing is Vaughan Gittin Jr.
So Vaughan's actually in Power Hour.
Oh, so they've moved him.
Yeah, so
Okay.
so Vaughan's in Power Hour, but so we'll be seeing him later.
I
Darian
thought maybe
Gomez
he
is a pretty big name though as well. He's
Yeah, it is.
he's
absolutely.
I believe changing an engine or a transmission or something pretty major, and those guys are wrenching on that car up in the Gomez pits trying to get it back out here, and hopefully we'll see him on track later in the afternoon to qualify.
So Ben, you've been keeping track of this. Now, what do you think what are we gonna see that 255 today? 250? What are we
That'd
gonna
be
see?
pretty cool, eh?
It would be.
I
yeah.
think they'll pretty much just touch that downhill about 3 times on the way down if
Yep,
they're going to get
exactly.
that
Yes.
255. It is going to be electric. It's going to be crazy.
It is. We've all gone crazy here trying to work out who our top 3 is going to be and what the fastest time is going to be. I'm going to tell you mine. I've gone Healy, Cheney, Shearer, 258.
Ooh,
That's a good. Lauren always does do a good qualifying run. That's a very safe bet. That's a good one, Jim. I think you're right.
And
Come
I
on,
want to
Ben, we're
see
gonna
what
put you out
line
there.
that Lauren is going to find to see if he can drive off a cliff again and break the internet like he did a while ago.
yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to know, did any of the unicycle guys jump off back door yet? Because that's what we were trying to figure out.
Oh
yesterday.
yeah, I would like to see that. We need to get
We-
a camera over there.
We will be squeezing the unicycle guys back into our lineup a bit later today, and word on the street is that those guys want to ride down short bus, so
Yes.
that could be pretty cool.
they
That would be
want
awesome.
to ride down
They
short
want
bus?
to ride down short bus.
I
Yesterday
love
was a
that.
qualifier. We're taking, I believe, the top 6, and they'll be back later in the schedule going down short bus.
That will be awesome to see. I cannot wait to see that.
Yeah. So something else from around town that I got news on, Paul Horschel. He's in our 12 o'clock hour. His team have already notified us that he may miss his slot as well.
Oh no.
They had some issues. They're actually still on their way here. They buttoned the car up, made a few minor changes that caused them some major issues.
What you mean the minor changes like cutting the back off
I was
the
gonna
car
say, I've
3
been
weeks
watching
ago?
those minor changes. They cut that car into 3 pieces last week.
You know, I think that actually wasn't the thing. They changed a sensor in the motor
Okay.
while they had it cut off. They wanted a crank sensor or something sensor change, so they changed it, put it all back together, started it up, and that new sensor had an issue with it. But when the front was cut off, it was a 3-minute job to change that sensor. With the front back on, it was a significant job last night. They had to take it all apart in a different way again, and it wasn't a 3-minute job, I'm hearing from his crew. So those guys have been wrenching for days and days and days. We may see him in that 2 o'clock hour, or we may run him after Power Hour if he gets here. I know they're on the road. It may even depend on traffic.
Yeah, so
we
Ben,
will
they're
work
not,
with him.
They're not even in Hammertown
They're not even
yet.
on the lake bed yet.
That is, wow, okay.
Yeah. So as with everyone, and we do this fairly to all the competitors, we want them all to have the chance to qualify. We ran one of the Legends guys yesterday. He literally took his credit card over to one of the vendors yesterday and bought a motor. I'm sure it wasn't cheap. I'm sure there was some lake bed delivery fees.
Some lake bed tax.
They were hoping to get out yesterday afternoon. It took them all night to get it in. It was a slightly different motor, and some of the wiring and that sort of thing had to be wrapped up. But we ran them this morning. They had a good qualifying run. We'll slot them into our order and be fair. But again, we want this to be run and won on the track, and we'll help everyone get there in a fair way.
That's awesome. I love that. That's what I love about Ultra 4 racing is we want to make sure that everyone gets that fair shake. And the racing out here has just been incredible. So many great times from people coming down from the big sponsored drivers all the way down to the guys that are just doing it in their garage and just for fun. Lots of people with a ton of experience, some people that are just new to this sport, so it's fantastic.
Now, when I sit here, I have my cheat sheets up on the desk, and what I'd like to do is highlight anybody of note. It's basically orange.
I was going to say, you pretty much highlighted the whole thing, Jim.
Jim, you got a few too many favorites over there.
Well,
You're
that's
gonna
the
have to
problem,
narrow it
isn't
down.
it? That's the
we did this
problem.
yesterday with Jim, and I was like, give me who's going to be your winner, and he basically listed like 15 people.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? There are so many people who are capable of winning this race here. Let's not forget, we've got 9 former kings.
Yeah, but
we've
you gotta pick one, Jim.
Yeah, but we've got 2 3-time kings, and God knows, and how many 2-time kings have we got? I mean, it's remarkable.
And what that has actually caused is a pretty cool situation in that when I selected Power Hour, I had so many kings in Power Hour that some of the people that probably would normally historically have been in Power Hour because they're big hitters in our sport and big names, they're actually not in Power Hour.
Yeah, Paul
And they're
Wolf, Casey Curry.
They're all
yeah.
through the field this morning and through the day. And almost every hour has a couple of big hitters in it, which is amazing. It's going to be great TV watching all day.
We're going to have to start a Power 2 hour.
I think we just have a whole power qualifying. Like,
Yeah,
there is
yeah.
there is
Power.
no one not throwing down out there today. They are all pushing.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. No, everyone has just been turning in some fantastic times. Ben, what else has been happening out there on the lake bed that you have seen?
I think the excitement on the lake bed is actually the release of the lap 3 course. And that's
Oh,
going to
yeah?
happen tonight
Okay.
after Power Hour.
Oh, I thought it was Friday.
So the map file will be available on Friday.
But the what we're doing will
But
be
the
out.
course will be
Okay.
announced on this show at the conclusion of Power Hour. I think Dave's going to jump in at the finish of Power Hour with you guys, maybe bring a driver or two up as well, and he's going to put the course up on the laptop and show the guys for the first time, like we did in the pre-show with the rest of the course. Give them a bit of a flyover in Google Earth and show them what trails are involved and what's happening with that lap 3.
Now, let's talk about that, because they're not allowed to pre-run it, are they?
Well, they're getting an overview of it today. Okay. Tomorrow and Friday, we are racing
So it's closed.
entirely around the lap 3 courses.
So it will be closed to
So
pre-run.
there's no way of accessing them.
Yeah, so
Okay.
there is basically no pre-running.
Right.
Which is the first time ever in Hammers history that we've done that, which I think is fantastic. I think it's going to do great things for King of the Hammers and for 4400.
I think it'll really nail in the guys who can read terrain and read rocks and read how to go somewhere and do it on the fly, and there's some very good people at that. I think there's also going to be some serious benefit in two-seaters and navigation skills and that side of things, because they won't have been able to load this into lead nav and all that sort of thing that talks to you and run around and program it in with the amount of data they normally would. We're not trying to trick anyone. We're not trying to make this unobtainable, but it is difficult rock crawling. There are some cool things in there, and I'm excited to see it released.
Can't wait. Now, are there going to be course markings out on course? You know, are there going to be?
I'm going to let Dave lead you through that one this afternoon.
No worries.
Save that question for him.
I'm going to tell you, Jim, that I may have been out in a car, and we may have noticed some signs that did not correspond to lap 2 data. So there may be some already out.
Well, I'd be surprised by that, but
maybe we were.
We'll
seeing
deal with that
things.
this afternoon.
Maybe you were just in the wrong place.
You may have been seeing some of the motorcycle signs as well, which
Could-
we've been picking down as well.
Could have been. So, but getting back to that, Ben, I really like that because, like you said, this is going to be a situation where, because the argument always has been, you know, get in the rocks, stay in the rocks. But if you can get out there and you can pre-run, at the end of the day, this is still a race. Our goal is to get from the start to the finish as fast as possible. But that's going to almost eliminate that ability to sort of look at a course, get out there, say, you know, I know it says go up this trail, but I can be a little bit over here and still be good.
Sure, and it will reduce the amount of course deviations in the rocks, where guys just burn these lines up and down in the rock trails outside of the hard obstacles, because they just won't have time this week to do that.
Yeah, they can't. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
you'll this way you just know you're going up trail X. You don't have the time to go in there and say, okay, if I go up trail X, if I go over here and then over, you can pre-run all that, but on race day there's not time to go in there and say, let me try this line over here, because that could be very, very bad.
Yeah.
One quick question I do want to ask. I was chatting to Johnny Rocha earlier. He was saying that Brian Capera's hurt his back and might not be racing. Do we know what's happening there?
Yeah, he's had a bit of a sore back, and his team came to me this morning, and I can confirm that Cody Young is driving that car today. So he's stepping into the driver's seat. They've got their USAC stuff sorted, and we've changed the registration there.
Fantastic. Now, Cody Young, of course, was one of our fastest drivers yesterday during the Everyman Challenge qualifying. So it'd be great to see Cody Young stepping up into that car.
Absolutely. Like it's sad that they can't race as they originally planned, but Cody's going to be stepping in there and racing that bomber and having a great time.
Fantastic. Yeah, Cody, of course, yesterday racing a Miller frame, so now stepping into a bomber. He's doing the full circuit. Solid axle heaven right there.
I honestly think this year, based on what we're talking about happening in lap 3, I think this is a year where we're going to see a lot of advancements in our solid axle cars. We've kind of always talked about that sort of argument between IFS and solid axle, but I think when we look at this lap 3 situation that's going on, we look at the technology that's being pushed back down into solid axle now with some of these solid axle guys running this live valve shock stuff that has completely changed those cars.
Well, let's just talk about axles as well, because, I mean, axles in the last few years have just been axles. Now we've got Spider Tracks who are manufacturing completely new knuckles that are taking technology from the IFS outer knuckles and the way that they swing and turn to put bigger joints in there, which give them up to, get your head around this, over 50 degrees of steering lock, which is going to be significantly more than any IFS car can have.
I think, Jim, this year will be really interesting because, yes, we have some really legit rock laps in both second and third laps, but we're also running the desert every lap.
Yeah, and not a little bit of desert either.
It is a lot of desert.
Yeah.
And so does that give the IFS guys some leveling on that? It's going to be a great race to see how it unfolds and see who comes from the back and who leads from the front and how many leaders we lose, especially as we move into later stages of the race. But it looks like we're going to go live, so I'm going to step back out. Thanks for having me, and enjoy the live action.
Thank you very much, Ben.
Thank you for being here.
Always a pleasure to see you. Now, if you are just joining us, we are just about to get started on our 11 o'clock session here. Right now, we're in Johnson Valley, California for the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance, and it's all about the Race of Kings qualifying. We are here for the 4400, the big hitters, Emmy, Ian. This is going to be awesome.
Yep, we've got the 9901 vehicle of Brian Caprara lining up there on the line in that 2021 UFO 2-seat IFS car. So again, we were talking about our solid versus IFS.
No, I don't think so.
That's what I got
we
on
were
my
just
notes.
talking about this. Brian Capera unfortunately has an injury, and I believe that this is actually going to be Cody Young that's in this vehicle, and I think it's actually a different one of the Capera cars. I think this is going to be the Bomber.
Yeah, it definitely does have that look to it, Jim. I think you're right.
So this was the car that Chase Capera used to race. Yeah, it is. So this is the Bomber, so it is the entry for Brian Capera. But as I say, unfortunately, he's not very well. His back's hurting. So Brian, I wish you well. I hope you're back on with us again very soon. And this is Cody Young in the Bomber racing for Brian Capera.
All right, here we go. As Jim said, we're taking off. You can see we were just talking about the difference between solid axle Bomber versus IFS car as that Bomber flies over our Yukon launch and up through the Bronco Arch.
All right, so Cody Young there in the driver's seat.
So Cody Young yesterday was qualifying in 4800 in the Legends class in his own Miller chassis. Little wheel stand there. And the Miller chassis and these Bomber chassis, two of the most infamous solid axle frames here on the lake bed. And just look at that, Ian. He's going sideways across that. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. I always love watching the Bomber car take on any section of the Hammers race. I think they're absolutely amazing.
I really like that line there. That was very fast indeed. I think that's significantly quicker than the left-hand line or the right-hand line as we're looking at it for these vehicles. And I think we're going to see more cars doing that line as the day progresses.
All right, as we drop down, the question will be, Jim, do we see anybody in this section of our hour, this hour of qualifying? We have it broken down into many different hourly blocks of people. Are we going to see someone take that fast line on the bottom of Short Bus?
Well, there's a man with a moustache that might have something to say about that. None other than Mr. Tom Ways is going to be coming out in this hour qualifying in his two-seat car. And it's built with one purpose, and that is to win Hammers.
We've also got Rusty Blyer coming out as well, and he might just be one of those guys that takes that upper line. But those two qualifying, they're coming up pretty soon here, just like one more, and then we'll see Rusty, and then after that, Tom. So those guys will be ones to watch here in this 11 o'clock qualifying hour.
Yeah, we've got some big hitters out here as well in this session. We're also going to see Paul Wolf later on and Philip McGilton driving Brian Croft's old single-seat Campbell car. Now, I'll say old. It's not old. It's a car that has nearly qualified at the top of this race. In fact, I think it did qualify top a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I think you're right. I believe it did, Jim. Yep.
So that's going to be great to see. And there's so many other big names in here as well. Kevin Yoder, Anthony Yount, Cole Johnson, Mark Nicholson, Guy Miller. Wow. I just love this racing. But right now it's Brian Capera, Bomber being driven by Cody Young. He makes his way through the pinch rock. Off pace, But that's okay. He's out there having a great time. And he wasn't expecting to be wheeling today. He thought his qualifying duties were done and over, and that he'd be getting his 4800 car ready for the race on Friday. But here he is right now. It's Cody Young making his way into the short course. And I almost certainly he's had 0 seat time in this car.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see the line that he chose as he come off the top. That we've seen most people take that our left, their right line, but he ended up sticking to that far right line instead as he comes down this section. This is the section that Ben was talking about earlier for our fast qualifier, where we're going to see them just basically flying down that hill right now. That was fast, but I think we're going to see them come in even faster when we're looking at our top qualifiers.
So again, Cody Young behind the wheel there of the 9901 vehicle. Up through our MBRP tabletop to get a final time of 3:57.201. So not the very best qualifier right now. That puts him down in 17th place.
And I believe that's Rusty Blyler leaving the line right now in his Miller Motorsports chassis.
Yep, I believe that you are correct.
Up over the Yukon launch, quickly into the dirt, making quick work of that Bronco arch, through the Bronco arch and up and over. Oh, it looks like Jim is grabbing a hole, but Jim's just rearranging the whole live show up here. Everyone's in here. All right, so Rusty Blyler making his way over across through that desert section. Now he's going to head up through this this climb that was made famous before, as we talked about with Mr. Mel Wade. So Jim, what's we got? You got a whole new team up here. What are you doing?
We have got a whole new team as we watch Rusty Blyler from Blyler Motorsports making his way around this course, and we'll be keeping an eye on that. But right now, I've got Chip McLaughlin and Pip Justice from Rufus Motorsports. Guys, welcome to the booth.
Thank you, guys. It's good to be here. Glad this is qualifying's already over for us.
Yeah, no, you're like buses. All of a sudden, 2 come at once. So talk us through. Now, Pip, we know you've had some problems with Donkey out there, and it seems like your guys are able to rebuild that engine and get you back out there and racing again. That's incredibly cool.
For sure, we have had it's been a fight for us this year, but everything's come together. Our sponsors, we wouldn't be able to do it without them. We got the car running last night at 11:30, and then finished putting the panels and belly on it this morning. Never driven the car on the qualifying course. Went out and laid down what we call a respectable 3 minutes 30. Diamond Dave, I've got to do a big shout out to him. He's the head mechanic of Rufus Racing, and without that guy, I don't want to get emotional, but without that guy putting in the hard yards, working nearly 20 hours a day on that car, and Irene, the man is spent,
He's sitting behind us at the moment, just chilling out on our Ford bench.
He does look quite sleepy over there.
He is an absolute legend, and the whole team. I've got to do a big shout out to everybody that's there, everyone that supports Rufus Racing, and our cause. Never forget, forever.
Yeah, absolutely, mate, absolutely. Now, also, we've got some cool stuff going on, though, haven't we? Because I think the bragging rights are this side of the booth, if I'm right. Right now. It's, not only are you the highest placed solid axle car right now, but you seem to be ahead of the guy with the IFS car in your team.
I'm not sure
I wanted him to feel better after all the work. We're doing 2 transmissions and an engine since we've been here. So
you let him?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you can just tell him this. If he's going to sit that close to Jim, he might want to make sure the fuel gauge is functioning on that car.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to cut back to Rusty Blyler, who's just coming on into the infield now, around about the 3-minute time. Rusty, of course, driving in the Miller chassis. Super fast, solid axle frame. Rusty, one of the oldest competitors here in Hammertown. Oh, look at that, using every millimetre of the track, which is a bit like a small part of an inch, Ian.
I know what it is, yeah.
Coming into Talladega, and it'll be coming onto the MBRP straight away. This is going to be a solid run here. Where do we think this is going to put him?
I'd have to look at our actual rundown, but he's going to probably come across that line at 330, 333 maybe. 330
so
flat.
Rusty Blyler then.
Right in front of Pip. So now we got 2 solid axles up there.
Right behind us.
Yeah, so Rusty Blyler there, just coming in ahead of Pip Justice, and now is our fastest.
This is the man to watch that we want to watch, though, Jim, right here.
Yeah, this is Mr. Mustachio himself. This is Tom Ways. They don't become any more badass than Mr. Tom Ways. Let's see what he can do. This is a car that's specifically built for King of the Hammers.
Yeah, he took a year off last year, didn't race, spent a little bit of time with us in the booth, but now he's out here in the dirt in that car. It'd be great to see Tom click off a good qualifier here. I know he's been hunting a win here forever, been racing with us forever. Just sort of been a staple in the sport. Whenever we've been out in the dirt, you can always find Tom.
Indeed. Now, Chip, you know Tom. What's he going to do? Has he got what it takes to be able to deliver a winning time here on this qualifying course?
You know, most of the time I'm seeing him going fast isn't backwards and front wheel drive, and that dude can drive the wheels off of anything. So yeah, he is the man to beat. In my opinion, well, there's a bunch of them out here.
I mean, he has hit a bear in the head with a tomahawk.
Yeah,
and
in his
not
kitchen.
very many people
in
get
his kitchen.
So I think if you can do that and then jump out of a plane and ski down the side of a hill, you know, he's got what it takes to get it done. It just whether or not he's going to be able to lay down a fast time here. And Jim, this might be. We talked about it before. Is this the guy that's going to take that high line that you've been spying all day? And we're about to find out.
Yeah, we're about to find out right now. This is the man. Is a consummate professional. He
no.
does take that low line.
Yep.
Now, I do wonder if that big rock you can see, he's just about to go past it. It's going to be on his right-hand side. There it is. I do wonder if that's putting off some of the vehicles because that is off camber. Very easy to tag a tire.
I looked at that line, and when you drop back down on that track, you're so off camber.
That was my concern. We actually watched somebody yesterday. I think it was one of the stock cars actually took that line, and I honestly think there might have been just like it was easier for them, but the drop in was so aggressive.
Yeah, as quick as we get going, you know, we can do it in practice. 25 miles an hour in practice, you don't know what's going to do at speed. And that was one that I looked at, and I was like, not worth it.
Yeah, we watched that car drop back into the track, and that's just going to get dug out more and more and more as the day goes on. So let's talk a little bit about the qualifying course while you guys are up here. So you obviously pre-ran it a bunch, I'm assuming?
We did. I actually pre-ran it this morning, blew a tire and stung my elbow real bad, and kind of got in my head a little bit, but we went back out and walked it and found the mistake, and here we go.
And how did you feel? I always like to ask, how do you feel it stacks up against qualifying courses in the past?
It's going to, the interesting part, we pre-ran lap 1 yesterday. It's almost 40 miles before we really have to get the brakes and slow down. So my feeling is the solid axle guys are going to be a lot higher in the qualifying than some of these wider IFS cars. And then there's going to be some hunting going on in the desert in the first lap. And then we get to lap 2, and what I've seen from lap 2, and then the rule change with lap 3, it's going to be interesting.
Let's just cut back to Tom Ways here. He's making his way into the desert. This is a good-looking time. I don't think it's going to bother our pole setter right now.
I don't think he can take
racing
the pole,
in the Gimpben Fab chassis, designed and built by Keith Beam. It's got a Schofield 450 LS in there, TH400, Butterborn wheels, and Tom has been racing with us, of course, since 2009. But I just love this quote from him. The King's Graveyard is the hardest trail ever put into a race course, and are we going to see that this week?
I have a feeling we will.
I agree. Tom Ways makes his way round and crosses the MBRP tabletop and posts a time of 3:36.
That was some good air at the end there. So let's talk a little bit about this lap 3 shenanigans.
That means he's right behind me right now.
I can understand that.
Chip,
just let him go around.
Chip, you're going to have Tom Ways sitting behind you on the start line.
I'm going to check it for tomahawks on the start line.
That's Paul Yoder right there. That could, if it's not the oldest, it's one of the oldest cars that's been out here.
Kevin Yoder.
Kevin Yoder, sorry, yes, Kevin Yoder.
It is. It's a very old car indeed, that one. I'll just try and get some data going on there. I should know this one off the top of my head.
It's been around forever. So while we're watching, Kevin, you mentioned the lap 3. What's your thought process or what's your plan? We'll start over here this time. Lap 3, what's your feelings on this new top secret shenanigans
The idea of lap 3, for me, particularly coming from Australia, I love the idea because...
Oh, no. Just have a look at that. Kevin Yoder just rolls it, but he's back on his wheels.
Is this another Mel Waded that?
This is Mel Wade revisited.
Except his car seemed to take it a little bit better. But yeah, he told it that he'll be in the highlight reel for sure. That's all that matters right there. Back on his wheels, back on course, good for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, great stuff there from Kevin Yoder, running a Yoder Racing solid axle chassis. It's got an LS motor package in there, a Reed TH400, and has been racing with us for since forever.
Yep. So let's go back to lap 3. What do we thought?
Lap 3, for my opinion, it's a great advantage for somebody like myself that is not from America. So we don't get the opportunities that some of the other guys get here to come here in, September, October, November. It sort of clears that out. So I believe it's great for just putting us all on a level playing field, whether it be just a straight out navigation. I think it's a fantastic idea. I think, all laps should be like that.
It's a leveler, isn't it?
It is a leveler,
that's
yeah.
all we're asking is for for everybody to play on the same playing field at the same time. And I think by doing this, I think it's something that we're going to see repeated in the future. What's your views on the RCPs and VCPs? Do you welcome them or are you against them?
I welcome them. They try to keep everybody honest. We've had some issues in the past about it. I like that they've already put the penalty out. It's 5 minutes if you miss one, or 5 times gained, whatever is greater, I think, what the new rule read. But I like the lap 3 of we don't know where we're going. I have some feelings where we're going, and I think the reason the rule changes is they're probably really close to some of these other gnarly trails, and if you break, you get to have a good show.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, King of the Hammers is tough. In fact, King of the Hammers is really tough. But in the last few years, we've seen a significant rise in the number of vehicles getting to the finish. Do you think it's going to be one of those years again where we're going to get back to only seeing less than 10% of the field finishing?
Yeah, 100%. I'm, just the pre-running going through Jack and some of these other ones. I mean, my car was torn up just basically drug it through these rocks. And we haven't even seen lap 3 yet. And yeah, it's gonna be gnarly.
So have you got any? I'm talking to some of the teams, and some of the teams are even talking about changing tyres. Lap 2, so they've got fresh tyres.
Slowly makes his retreat.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube, go to KOHUltimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
He was in the gas, I don't think he was ever not wide open.
Yeah.
I think he just started wide open and stayed in the gas the whole time.
This car out on line Anthony Yacht right now. I'm eager to see this car run, see what Anthony does with it. Miller built this Porsche car, and Anthony and the guys got a hold of it about a month or two ago. Went through the whole thing, so I'm eager to see what Anthony can do with this car.
Yeah, so this is the Ben Miller car, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, so you can see right now, this is a fast, as he leaves the short course right now and heads into the rocks. This is at a blistering pace right now, making quick work of those two little stair steps.
Yeah. Anthony went through this car. They turned the motor up. I think he's up over 1,000 horsepower right now. And he actually put a bolt in the throttle so he can't use all of it.
The old school throttle stop.
Right.
Yep. That's the part saver.
We talk about this a lot. Do you run in a different trim for qualifying to how you run for racing? And we can see here that Anthony is. So he's removed the spare wheel. Oh, look at this. He's trying to take that high line, but is that actually any quicker once you have to bleed the speed there? But he's taken the spare wheel off to save a few pounds. It's always that ongoing talk, isn't it? That battle. Do you shed that weight, or do you leave it on there and go full race trim?
I left it on just for the tabletop because I didn't know
Just
how
for
the
the-
car.
for the balance?
Yeah, I didn't know how the car would react and fly. And you take the weight off the back of it, you can get a little bit more rebound out of it. And I just didn't trust it, so I left it on.
We did the same with Donkey. Donkey, obviously called Donkey because it likes to kick. And we contemplated taking it off, and we just wanted to play it safe and leave that weight hanging over the back just so it would fly a lot better off that jump. That last jump is a doozy.
Yeah, Anthony, he's got a good time going here.
This is a really fast time coming through
gate.
that Gates gate. Yeah, if he comes through there sub 2 minutes, he's going to be in a good time. And we'll see what he does on that downhill section once he heads through that pinch rock.
Yeah, it's a nice flow here for Anthony Yao. Looking like he's going to be probably on for a sort of a top 5, maybe top 6 time. But you're right, it's all about this section here, Ian. This is where people seem to be losing speed.
It's nerve-wracking once you got your Hans on, your helmet, the nets, everything. You can't move. It looks like you're about to fall off the side of a mountain. I know we're not, but inside the car, it feels way different.
And it's worse, as I said before, because it's on the driver's side. If it's on the passenger side, you don't care as much. I don't care if they're downhill. I always hate being downhill. I always want to be top bunk, never bottom bunk.
I tell my co-driver Brad, he's my airbag.
And ballast.
In
this case, it was ballast.
Right here, the wider cars, I think that pinch rock is going to slow down a lot of these wider cars like Anthony.
Yeah.
And that's why I think the solid axle cars will be a little bit higher, more.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out, that's for sure, as Anthony Yao makes his way down and into the short course.
This can still be a fast time. He was onto that desert floor at the 250 mark, which should put him in across that MBRP tabletop right around 3:15 to 3:18. So we'll see what he can do coming through turn 19 and then up through that Talladega.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a little bit behind that, Ian, but I think he's going to be more around that sort of 3:30 mark. But we will see. So going to put him somewhere around Bailey Campbell or Rusty Byler.
Between me and Tom.
You want anyone between you and Tom?
Yeah, I need a buffer.
Well, you've only got half a second between you, so so Anthony Yao is going to be crossing the MBRP tabletop and posting a time of 3:29. So he sneaks into 7th position, just in front of Bailey Campbell. So a really solid run there. Right, as we wait for the next car to go off the line now, going to say Pip Justice, Chip McLaughlin from Rufus Racing, thank you so much for joining us in the booth. Fantastic to see you qualifying. Can't wait to see you out on course later on this week. Good luck, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, guys. Cheers. Appreciate it.
All right, on course right now is Cole Johnson, 4482 SXOR Motorsports. All right, he's through the short course into the desert, making his way across this section. This is my favorite person to get in. Favorite person to get in the booth. I'm so glad he came up here. This is the man that we said we're so excited to see back in the race car after taking a year off. Tom, it's good to have you back in the booth, but it's also good to see you racing again.
Well, I appreciate that, Ian. Jim.
Always good to see you,
Hi, everybody. King of the Hammers 2025. Here we are.
Absolutely. This is what we wait for every single year, is the Race of Kings 2025. Tom, talk us through this qualifying course. We've got Cole Johnson out there at the moment. What's it like to be on track?
It's pretty quick. I mean, I run an Atlas transfer case, so I've reserved the right to put it in low range and shift, but you know, I just stabbed high range and didn't bother, so it was pretty good. So, I mean, I was shooting for 21st to 30th, and I know you've been talking all morning, oh, the guy's off this, he's off that. There's strategy that everybody has, and Marcos Gomez, myself, we like being 21 to 30.
That's your happy spot, is it?
I don't practice too much on purpose.
You want to be in there, a little bit of chase, a little bit of follow.
I don't practice that much on purpose, because if you're going for pole, you can be that guy, but I don't have any interest. I've started pole, I've started 95th, and especially with the amount of desert we have, there's a lot of room to sort it out.
So let's talk a little bit about that, Tom. I know we did this last year when you were in the booth. So when you're out there, if you like to be in that 21 to 30th, you're obviously using adjusted time in your mind. Are you monitoring that all day?
No, I think more than anything, you're just cluing into who you're around and who you think is going to be there for lap 3. And for me, that's all of it, right?
Yeah.
If you know that, like, you're 12th off the line, 11th off the line, and there's going to be a few guys out front that are really going hard, and if you're not involved in that, usually there's a pocket where there's some good clean air, and you know, you could be by yourself all the way in the whole desert lap and then come back in, and there's plenty to do, especially with my King Kongs on the back of that thing now. That thing is absolutely wicked in the desert.
Awesome to hear. Awesome to hear.
Now we're just watching Cole Johnson just coming into the short course, and he's running just on that 3-minute time as he comes into turn 9 or turn 19.
So Tom, we're talking about this lap 3.
Yep.
So what's your thoughts on this mystery lap 3?
I like it a lot because I think it's not king of the pre-running or king of the bypasses. It's king of the who can drive right now. And I think something's to be said for being able to show up and retrain at speed and train memorization quickly and driving what you can see. So to me, that means a lot. And the fact that they're going to show that this year, I think is really going to make. I mean, I heard Dave Cole say it on the
I'm just
night of the live show.
going to cut in on you there. Cole Johnson just crosses the line there in a 3:26 going into 7th position. So a fantastic run there for Cole Johnson. And it did actually look like he was slowing down towards the end of that lap. So it could have been even faster, but still a very solid run from Cole Johnson. Sorry, Tom.
Yeah, Guy Miller right here and Brian Caprera's car right there.
Sorry, I'm just going to cut you off there. He looked like he just bypassed the Bronco arch.
Yeah, it looked like he did miss that arch for sure.
Now that's going to be penalties because that is not allowed. So that's a tough break there for Guy Miller.
Yeah, I think that'll end up being one of those missed flag penalties.
5-minute penalty for that, you guys.
So what I'm excited about for you, Tom, is as a fan of Tom Ways and watching you drive at the rocks is, we're talking about this lap 3, king of the bypasses, reading terrain. I think this also could play into your strong suit, which, as I've watched over the years,
more rocks the better.
Well, and it's also, I've noticed that when you get in those bottlenecks, it's like you are very good at finding another way through the garbage that can be a bunch of trails with a bunch of cars in it.
Yeah, as long as we're hitting the VCPs, that's what it's going to come down to this year. So you got to be really careful on your navigation, hit the VCPs, but also handle your business in the rocks. To me, I think the mystery is super cool for guys that are uber planners that their heads are melting right now. They're out there hiking canyons looking for
stakes yeah.
Looking for cameras and trying to figure out what they're going to do because they can't handle not knowing.
Yeah.
I think the coolest thing ever would be to hand a paper map at the end of lap 2 and just watch everybody, oh, my SIM card, freak out. I want a paper map at the end of lap 2.
Right, give him a road book. And
I don't care what it is, just give me something.
Do you see, I would love it if Dave Cole was just up in the mountain hills, just putting stakes in random places just to get people guessing as to where it might be.
Well, because a lot of this is a mental game, right? And this is something that's really going to, like you said, shake some people up. There's plenty of races where there is no pre-running, and we just get used to that and having that extra luxury.
Now, I've just got to bring it back to the qualifying right now with Guy Miller. He's just come through the Gates gate at sub 2 minutes, so this is a blistering fast time.
Which is going to really
7:05 technically with the 5-minute penalty right now.
Exactly that. Yeah, so real tough luck here. Can only surmise that he's just made an honest mistake there.
So, Tom, let's talk a little bit about the car. I know that you built that a few years ago to be your purpose-built. This is the car I'm going to win to get on the build to get on that podium.
Yep.
Any changes from that original build to now, aside from your new shock package?
Yeah, Keith Beam did some work, kind of dialing things in a little bit at Get Bent Fab Works. Brett King got on board, Battleborn wheels, and really happy to have some really amazing U.S.-made wheels. Tucked it in a little more, made it even narrower than it ever was before, and.
Well, we just had the Roofers guys talking about that. Chip was just saying, the downfall of a lot of the big IFS cars this year could be their width. So
that's always the case. That's nothing new, Jim.
Well, it isn't, but when
did Brad level up or drive a wide car?
Yeah,
I'm surprised he's still not in that little Ranger.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. He probably would.
No, wide versus narrow is way more of a conversation than IFS versus straight axle.
And you have
I don't care what anybody's in. It's the driver.
Yeah, and you have a very narrow. You planned that car out from the beginning.
Oh yeah,
narrow
for
IFS.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not long and it's narrow.
Yeah.
Okay, so Guy Miller
I think
just
I could identify as a UTV actually and see if I could make some friends there.
So Guy Miller
don't mind. They don't race all the laps anyway.
So Guy Miller has just crossed the line there in a 3:24, but there will be penalties applied. So although he's showing currently in 5th position, we'll wait for race ops to keep us honest as to what those penalties will be. But it does look like it will be a 5-minute penalty. Oh, hello.
What is happening?
Oh, that's a reverse in a hurry. That's a changed my mind. Go home.
Okay, so this is Oracle Lynn here. So it went up towards the Yukon launch.
Then decided to not do the launch. Going to do the drive around instead.
Yeah, I don't want to fly today.
Yep.
No.
The jump's really nice. you guys?
I was looking at it, and, you know, it's a gap jump because it's kind of scary because it's a gap. It's on a tabletop, but it's not aggressive. I mean, you know.
Yeah, Tom, how fast were you going when you went over that?
I didn't even have my GPSs on, so I didn't even look.
Oh, okay.
I just.
But you didn't feel like there was no butt pucker moment. It was just like, I'm just going to say.
I would love to know if I landed at the bottom of the transition, but. I mean,
yeah, you were about 3/4 of the way down. Yeah, absolutely lovely.
Yeah.
But then we expect nothing less.
The other jumps were great too, though. The guys from NorCal did a great job at the track.
They always do.
That last jump that's the first time I've got to jump the cars.
It was aired out quite nice on that last.
Yeah, that was every bit of Wicked in second, grabbing third.
Yeah, people have been airing it out on that MVRP jump, and then of course yesterday we saw somebody air it out just a little bit too much because they came down on their front wheels.
Yeah, Eric Brinker, of course, and
Yep.
hope Eric's okay and his crew can get that car back together.
So this spot right here, you guys, is kind of an interesting spot because if you go a little more left, it's direct, but it turns really slow at the very bottom. All the way right, you're kind of cutting to go above that boulder, and in the middle, it's kind of shelfy and awkward. I really didn't have a plan which one I was going to go to, so it just kind of evolved. So
see how the car felt when you arrived. Now we've seen a couple of cars, and they literally cut across it, running
you can
from
do a diagonal for sure. That's
absolutely.
kind of the hope, but
yeah,
did it end up that way? Well, I gave up a little bit right there, and gave up a little bit in the ridge area. But I think that ridge area, you could get some more time. I saw Max Gordon; they didn't have much pre-running time according to them, and they kind of did the diagonal coming into the lower traverse before the notch as well. So I think there's a couple spots in there you could really make some time. The high wall on the right coming out the bottom is pretty decent. There's some rolling.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
First place in the 4500 Yukon.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
Could be very fast indeed for
But this
Paul
is
Wolf.
exactly what you were talking about before, Thomas. This is where you can make up a lot of time on this course.
For sure, there's a diagonal there. He did get it, and now he just kind of went off that shelf, which is definitely a great line, and then he's working back to left and coming to the notch.
Yeah, and he's going to work his way around to this pinch rock, but as Tom was saying before, this is a section where a lot of the wider cars are going to have to check up a little bit just because of that one big rock right there.
Yeah, oh, look at that. Superbly done.
Oh, that was nice.
That is so fast, and this is what Ben was talking about earlier. The fast downhill is just kissing that hill 3 or 4 times.
He kind of blew that turn.
Yeah, it was a
Look
little
at this
long.
though, he's coming into our short course at sub 2 minutes 30. This is going to be very fast indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mr. Paul Wolf in the single seat UFO. As he comes into turn 19, it's a full throttle assault. Look at this, Ian. Is he going to be challenging that 305 that we saw laid down the other day by Ronnie Anderson?
I don't know if he's going to be under 3, but he's going to be right knocking on the door of it for sure. He's got to make this Talladega turn, come down that MBRP straight, and then over the MBRP tabletop, and he's going to do it right at that 3-minute mark.
Oh, look at that, 2:57.
Oh, man, that is a fast qualifying run.
He just took both of us out with our times with coming in with that 2:57.746 for Paul Wolf in the 1018 car.
Now, I'm just going to tell you this. Casey Curry was our pole setter with a 3:13. Paul Wolf has destroyed that, coming in a full 16 seconds faster.
Okay, so think about where he was last year and where Jason Shear was last year. So they were 1 and 2. So they're a couple seconds there still on Paul's time. I think if Jason really goes full Jason Shear.
Full Jason Shearer.
If he's pulling the seat out, taking the winch off, stripping the car down, going full short course mode, like he claims he's not taking it serious, but you know that man wants to run pole.
Well, let's talk about somebody else who's very serious, and that's Philip McGilton. Now, Philip McGilton is now driving what was Brian Croft's old car. And we say old car, this is not an old car at all. This car is less than 4 years old, and I believe was a pole sitter 2 years ago here.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one, Jim. I think Brian put it on the box for that. And that was an amazing qualifying run, so we'll get to see here if he was able to come in and reel in Paul Wolf. But that Paul Wolf's time, that was absolutely insane to come in here sub 3 minutes.
Yeah, he's got one of James Schofield's motors in that thing. So I think should be running pretty good for him.
Now, Paul Wolf, the great thing about that run is he never actually looked fast. He just looked smooth. And it's just unbelievable to be able to lay down a time that is sub 3 minutes.
Yeah, definitely had what I would consider to be visually a very clean run. There didn't seem to be any spot where the car was being kicked around or moved around.
Yeah, it blew that turn, guys.
Yeah, blew that one a little bit too wide and got a little offline there.
Is this where he gets on board the struggle bus?
Yeah, no, he's not on the struggle bus yet. We've definitely had some struggle bus people. He's still looking pretty good, Phil McGlinton here in the 47 Campbell Enterprises car.
Yeah, Tom, so if you're having troubles going out short bus, Emmy's renamed it the struggle bus. Not sure how Dave Cole's got to feel about that, but
well,
Phil
there's years
McGilton.
where you don't get to practice, and you're not really sure where it goes at the beginning of the race.
Kicking out
But
some
that was
rocks
clean
there.
over the flyer flags right there.
Yeah, he's
back
across
to
there.
making some speed.
Yeah, came across there at that 150 mark, which is good.
He did kick out a couple of rocks there on that Gates gate on his passenger side, so change the lineup just a little bit for other vehicles coming through.
Yeah, he's around about 5 seconds off of Paul Wolf's pace at the moment, but he's looking very, very strong to be somewhere just around that sort of 3:10, 3:15.
And I'm hearing in my ear that they're going to try and wrangle up Paul Wolf for us, Jim, out of the crowd. So I think what we'll do right now is preemptively, Tom, we'll let you go back to your pits, work on your car. Congratulations.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody.
Be looking forward to watching you on race day, as always.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Always a crowd favourite. Can't wait to see you on race day.
All right, as we watch Philip McGlinton, look at this, Jim, back into town at 2:39 into the short course.
This is very fast indeed from Philip McGilton. Now, recently in the last couple of years, we've been seeing him in the national championships, and he's been smoking hot, and he's bringing that here to King of the Hammers in 2025. Philip McGilton coming around here, owning the Talladega and the MBRP tabletop to go.
Yeah, I think we'll see. This will be our new second place qualifier at this point based on this pace right here.
Yep, he needs to beat 3:13 to knock Casey Curry down into third place as he crosses that MBRP arch, and he does it in 3:11.115. So Phil McGilton is our new second place in the number 47 car, just behind Paul Wolf with 13 seconds.
Okay, just
Yes,
get this, nearly 14 seconds behind Paul Wolf.
13.3.
Absolutely astonishing stuff there. So if you're just joining us, welcome to Johnson Valley, California. We're just about to have a very special young man come and join us in the booth, but our current top 5 here at the qualifying for the Race of Kings at the 2025 Optima King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance. In 5th position is Brendan Thompson. In 4th position, it's Cole Clark. In 3rd, it's Casey Curry. In 2nd, we just saw him cross the line. It's Philip McGilton. But first is the man joining us in the booth right now. It's none other than Mr. Paul Wolf. Paul,
What's up,
welcome.
guys? How are you doing?
Your run was incredible.
Thank you, thank you. I think I left about 5-6 seconds out there, to be honest. There's a few spots I could have made up a little time. We just redid the suspension this morning. Wayne at Alltech helped us out. We had an issue with the spring. Ibach got us hooked up with some new ones. Ibach, sorry, got us hooked up with some new ones, and we got them on this morning, and literally just went and ran it on Heartbreak Ridge and came up here and qualified. So we've been busy for the last 2 hours.
Now talk to us about this car, because this car is it's a work of art, built by Joe Thompson, single seat IFS, where you sit in the middle of the vehicle, so your visibility is absolutely fantastic.
Yes.
Now she's a little bit older, this one now. I mean, she's 8 years old now?
Yeah, she's built in 2018.
But it's still an absolute rocket ship.
Obviously.
Yeah. It also uses a very innovative steering system in there. Now, I know you had some problems with that last year. Is that all now sorted?
I believe so. That was a pretty good test of it right there. That was about as hard as you can run a car, and it held up to it. Come off here, steered fine, so I think it's all good. We'll go double check it. Charlie at Power Steering Solutions, me and him have been talking. Kind of when you're running at the front of this field of 4400s, you got to do a lot of innovation. It's a unique field. It's a little different than the UTV field because not all the cars are the same. So you can't copy what the guy next to you is doing necessarily. A lot of the theories transfer, but not necessarily exact car designs.
Exactly. Now, we've been talking to all the drivers coming up to meet us, Tom Ways and, of course, Chip McLaughlin and Pip Justice, about this third lap. How do you feel about that being in a single-seat car?
I'm interested to see how it does. I normally don't run Lowrance. I run lead nav because it has voice prompts. It talks to you as you're driving. So, I note the course really in detail. And I actually overnote it where it's just constantly reading off markers to me. And it also kind of confirms I'm in the right line, even though I may not need that marker necessarily there. And so without having that, I mean, we are getting the map the night before the race, so I'll stay up all night and I'll just look through it and try to note what I kind of can guess. Just main thing is make sure I make the major turns into whatever rock trails. But as far as going through the rock trails, I'm actually really excited because I think my car is one of the best rock cars out there. I think it's.
So, I mean, that's interesting because she's a big old girl. She's a very long wheelbase, quite wide. And again, we're just talking to Tom there, and Tom likes a narrower car. He believes that gives him a really good advantage in the rocks. And that's what I love about 4400. Everybody has their own views on what works.
Yeah, and my car is fairly narrow being the single seat. I do have 50 gallons of fuel next to me on each side. That's a little.
On each side, you're carrying 100 gallons?
No, sorry, 50 total, 26 on each
Okay,
side. So
I was
50,
gonna
we
say
actually have like 50 usable. It's a little bigger than that, but yeah.
Yeah, just going to hold that thought now. We've got Kevin Condon coming back into the short course, running around about a 3:30 as he makes his way into turn 19. Ian, where's this going to put him, do you think?
3:30 coming in at that with that. He still has to finish off the entire short course. That's going to put him up fairly high. I think we'll probably end up with a 28, 29 position right now.
Yeah, so a good solid run there from Kevin Condon.
For sure, and I think this course favors the IFS. A lot of the solid axle guys are going to throw it down hard, but with the short course involved in it, there ain't quite enough big rocks in it to make the solid axle completely step away from the IFS.
I would agree with that.
And Ian, I mean, we've been discussing this, and lots of people are discussing this, with this third lap option and probably the toughest second lap we've seen here at Hammers in a very long time, if not ever. Is this going to start to play towards the solid axle, or the extra desert going to play back towards the IFS?
It'll be interesting to see. I'm real interested to see, a lot of, you got like Eric Miller is one of the fastest guys I've ever raced, and he's in a solid axle. He's been one of the guys that's handed it to me, and there's nothing I could do about it. At a real tight course at AOP we race. It's real rocky, really tight woods, and his car works phenomenally there.
The woods, I would say, whenever you come on the East Coast. That's short on the gap. Oh, that's a shame.
Okay, let's just see what happens here. Car looks unmarked.
I hope they are inside.
That was one.
I think that's Mark Nicholson, if I'm not mistaken. The 1177.
The crew's going to run out there and check on him. So while we get confirmation on what's happening here, let's talk a little bit more, Paul, about, so you said you're happy with your car in the rocks. Do you go out and, you don't know what the course is, but obviously you've raced there long enough. Are you comfortable? Oh, I hear we're getting a replay. Okay, hold on one second. Hold that thought.
I mean...
Just not fast enough.
I wonder if the motor shut off on him.
It almost looked like the front end just fell out. That's not normal. That is not normally when he had speed.
Yeah, it's like the motor died or something shut off, or it don't look like he hit the brakes.
No,
so I don't think
I mean the reality is, these cars, if you transition a lot of stuff from the motocross world, it's the same thing. When you get in the car, just like when you're on a bike, you can adjust that bike in the air based on what's happening inside the drivetrain and everything. So yeah, I think you could be right, Paul. That could have been a...
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled and reach your destination quicker with King's new Mercedes Sprinter 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sprinter kit today.
Curry Enterprises has over 60 years of off-road knowledge. From the harsh deserts of Baja to the extreme rocks of King of the Hammers to the Jeeps we drive every day, Curry has the right axle set up to fit your needs. Curry Enterprises, passion for performance.
pursuit of off-pavement exploration, confidence is everything. That's why we've built OnX Off-Road as the ultimate tool to discover trails and navigate off-grid. Everything from guided trail maps to comprehensive offline accessibility and custom trip building. Ensure you're always on the right path. Join the community that trusts OnX Off-Road to plan, share, and fuel their adventures. Because when it comes to off-roading, there's only one app built for you.
Every race is a test of performance. When the stakes are high, racers rely on proven products. If AMSOIL products are engineered for this kind of punishment, you can trust them in your garage. Shop by vehicle to find everything you need for your ride. Get the protection you demand and performance you deserve with fast, free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
It would be on there, but we didn't have it for this year. We ran out of time.
You didn't have time to test that Formula One wing?
We're got some stuff in store. We're gonna put it back on for some races, and then we got something else. We're gonna play with a little more aero. We noticed when we get in the triple digits, aero actually comes into effect. So.
Good stuff. So let's compare it a little bit since you race both. When how does your driving style change when you step into the UTV versus into the 4400?
The 4400 is a beast.
Yeah.
It's an awesome purpose-built car, and they are so tough, and again, like so much rotating weight in the car that you can just run stuff over. And that even plays an effect, like when you're bumping cars in front of you or things of that nature. A lot of, I think, the UTV guys don't understand how much weight's turning in that car. Like when we're racing other races and we're bumping each other, like we're flattening 120 wall DeOM tubing in the front bumper. Like I got mine's all crushed flat from bumping people, and on camera it looks like a little bump, but in reality it's a pretty good hit. And so I think that's something to take into effect is how much rotating weight's in the car. So when you hit obstacles, it just carries the car through them. Where the UTV will actually bounce off of them. But the UTV has its upsides, like running 100 mile an hour in the desert in the UTV, it's really smooth inside the cab. It's not, you don't hear the transfer case whining, you ain't got giant 42s spinning, you ain't got giant axle shafts spinning. And the car's, I would say, has more street manners. Like it's much more controlled, much more calm. But you just can't be near as aggressive. Like you can't come into a 2-foot rock garden and just smash it.
Or hit those little bushes. When you hit those bushes in the UTV versus the 4400.
Yeah, the 4400 just flies through them.
Exactly. Yeah.
The only thing you're dodging is the sticks that come at you through the cab.
You're driving. So you're driving the 44. You're driving to the horizon, and the UTV you're probably driving like a couple hundred feet.
Yeah. So it's definitely a different. And then you got to be a lot more methodical in the UTV. A lot more throttle control. You can't just pound it through things. But the UTV, again, they have their upsides and their downsides. The UTV is more reliable on the motor package and that type of stuff. You don't see alternators going out. You don't see steering pumps going out in the UTV class. And a lot of the 44 cars, like that's what takes us out. We'll get out there and be running and having that day, we're leading hammers, I was winning, and then there went the alternator.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that, because there are certain cars out here that carry a huge amount of spare parts on them. I mean, Eric Miller, for example, he'll have a spare steering pump. He also carries an orbital valve. He carries an alternator. Lots of moving parts for that vehicle, and we see lots of cars carrying prop shafts or trail shafts, or whatever you call them.
Drive shaft.
That's what you call. I'm calling it a prop shaft. But do you carry lots of spare parts on your vehicle?
No, and up until last year, I would have told you we raced to win, not to finish. So for us to finish isn't a big feat. We want to win the race. So with that in mind, normally if you're sitting there changing an orbital valve or whatever, you lose the race.
You've lost already.
Yeah. So it's kind of like, if you're not at a pit where you have a ton of tools and help to do it fast, it's like, well, whatever. So we kind of went away from carrying a ton of parts on the car. But with that being said, you look at last year, I think Lauren changed out a steering pump for 45 minutes in the pit and then came back to the lead and then broke an input shaft. And so, again, a lot of people, a lot of things happened last year that almost changed my opinion on it.
And let's go back. I mean, as years gone by, it used to be if you could get a finish at King of the Hammers, you were almost certainly going to podium. Now it's become a sprint. In the last 5 years, it really has become a sprint race. But this new lap 3, and with this new hidden files, and we're being told, about expect severity, is this time to actually start planning to actually carry maybe an extra couple of spanners in the car, and an extra couple of parts?
I don't know. To me, there's definitely a ton of trails we haven't raced yet out here that are super nasty, and I'm sure Dave knows them all. You know, he wheels here all the time. But in my experience, I don't think so. I think it's still going to be a sprint race. I think the trails, the third lap trails are going to be hard, but I think the second lap's probably going to be harder than the third lap, just because you're navigating, and if he puts you into like that sledge or something, that pinch point, and you know, not sledge, everybody knows sledge, but pick up whatever trail that nobody really knows and hasn't ran, and you get one, the leader gets in there and gets, you know, broke or tore up, well, then you just ruin the race for everybody behind him. So as a race promoter, you almost have to think ahead about that. And
oh, we all remember the years of Jackhammer, that's for sure.
Well, but you know, the point he's making, we saw it last year at Sledge. It's exactly, it happened at Sledge. I remember Jason Shearer and Cade Rod messed up. Jim and I were talking about this earlier because it's his favorite word.
It's
winching.
the W word.
It's the winching word. He's like, they would have won it if they knew how to winch. You know, that's all it boils down to.
Last 3 years.
Yep. Now, I'm not saying that he's wrong, but he's probably right. Yeah. So I think because that was, but it's exactly what you're talking about. We saw that exactly play out, and that's where I think in lap 3, I think we're going to see the guys out here who spent a lot of time in the rocks in their car and can look around and say, hey, yeah, there's a pinch point there, but look, there's a line there. Because without a pre-run, you can't go in there and be like, oh, I know there's an alternate line here, an alternate line there. You got to know the car and know the rocks to know you can stick it.
I enjoy it. So I feel like I'm really good as a driver at picking lines on the fly. So I'm really good when the course changes. Like, for instance, the qualifying course, it is nothing like what we ran.
What you ran?
It's just so destroyed. So all the lines changed that I was taking. But you just have to do it on the fly, you know? And I think that separates some drivers in there. You know, if you go note everything out and detail it, yeah, that's great. But you still have to have that instinct in the back of your mind where you don't think about it, you just do it. You just react to it and go and keep moving forward. And I think that separates a lot of drivers, and I think that's what the third lap's going to do in the rocks.
Well, we're here for 4,400, but I just want to touch into that UTV. I mean, the UTV race has been an absolute out-and-out sprint in the last few years, and of course we've seen Carl Cheney, now a back-to-back 4-time champion, looking for his 5th. Can you perhaps, you know, just wedge away in front of him?
Yeah, I think so. Don't get me wrong, Kyle's fast. Like, we raced regional races together, and the dude can drive, like, flat out. Obviously, I ain't got to tell nobody that. But I have seen him, you know, leave a door open. I've won races against him. Other people have won races against him. So there is there, but he doesn't leave much of a door open. It's a pretty small gap you got to sneak through. So, but we'll get it. We're developing that new Maverick R, and we're getting it faster and faster. This will be my first race with it. In qualifying, we had some aggravation with it. I misshifted the car, and so.
Well, Paul, I got something. I'm going to cut you off, but I got your new. This is your next sport. Okay, I'm just letting you know right now. So I know you like the UTVs, like the 4400, but what we have right now is we've got our Ultra One guys back.
Oh.
And the Ultra One guys are about to drop off of Short Bus on their unicycles.
What? Oh my God!
They had said yesterday that they can go up to 70 miles an hour downhill. Look at how high they are up on Short Bus on those electric unicycles, and I can't believe they're going to drop down off of this. These guys are absolutely crazy.
They
rode up there.
One up
we
there.
saw them.
Yeah, they rode in a couple. So they apparently they had a qualifier yesterday. Picked a few guys who were all about it. And they were all, when we were here talking to them yesterday, I told them, I said, listen, I'm not saying that you'll be famous if you jump a unicycle off back door, but you'd probably be pretty famous if you dropped a unicycle off back door. And they were like, yep, give us a coordinate, we're there. And so but we're going to have our announcers back in here right now. Guys are back. So this is awesome. So, Paul, thank you so much for stopping by the booth.
We'll see
Appreciate seeing you there. Good luck on Saturday.
Take it easy.
Thank you very much, Paul Wolf. Great to have you here. If you're just joining us, this is the 2025 Optima King of the Hammers powered by Ford Performance, and we are here for the 4,400 qualifying for Race of Kings. But we're just turning it up a bit. We're just making something a little bit different. And right now, we're going unicycle racing down Short Bus. Who knew this was a thing? Gentlemen, welcome to the booth.
Thank you so much. Thank you for allowing us to be here and showcasing what these unicycles are possible of. We're at the top of Short Bus right now.
Yeah, we are indeed. So it's great to have you here. Talk to us a little bit about this unicycle racing. So are these powered units, normal unicycles? What are they exactly?
Yeah, I can speak to that. So these are electric unicycles. They run on electricity. They go up to 168 volts, speeds in excess of 65 miles an hour.
Ultra One. Yeah, these
Ultra
things
One.
are legit,
Ultra
man.
Yeah.
This is officially Ultra One racing right now. That's what
Yeah,
we're
and
doing.
these off-road models, they have thousands of watts in those motors. So it's not like some other machines that you see with a frame, like a bike, they have lower wattage in those motors. These have thousands of watts in those motors to really push them up these hills and down the hills.
So really, the only thing that's stopping you is
common sense is the word you're looking for there, my friend. Common sense. Yeah. That's the limiting factor in this right now.
I look at this and I just feel broken bones already.
My knees hurt just watching this.
Exactly.
That's the thing. We prep for all of this. These have suspension models. All of the ones you see on the hill there, they're suspension models, and they're geared up like RoboCop. They got all the helmets, the elbows. We're not letting them out there without their shin guards, the whole 9 yards.
Yes, they stopped by. I was sitting over in the RCV booth, and someone wheeled in on their little unicycle, and he said, "Can I convince you to come for a ride?" And I looked at his knee braces and elbow pads and helmet, and I'm like, I can tell you right now, I want nothing to do with that. That's not. I'm in my well into my 50s now. I'm out of this game.
You know the answer, don't you? With age comes a cage.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
But,
could you get one of these? Maybe I could build a cage around it.
And
then if I rolled, I could just keep rolling.
And then put 4 wheels on the corners and call it a 44. Yeah.
Yes,
but no, this is absolutely fantastic. So what is the format for this race? So we're talking about qualifying. So talk us through qualifying and how these guys have ended up here.
Yeah, so we had the race on the short track yesterday. That was our qualifier. And so this is our finals for Ultra 4 here at King of the Hammers 2025. And I need to speak to the skill of the riders, the caliber of the riders that we brought in. We have world champion electric unicycle riders, as well as world or national champion acoustic. We call them acoustic as opposed to electric unicycles.
Yeah, and they're absolutely insane, the riders that we have here. They're coming from all over North America. They've won championships. They've won championships in China when they visited the manufacturer of these machines. And we couldn't ask for any better riders.
That's Willie Brady there on the screen. Roger Hajali. You've got EUC Zach. He's actually the winner from yesterday, and he will be in this race today. And if you're looking for favorites, I think I'd probably put my money on him. He just won the Global EUC Championship over in China about 2 weeks ago. Prior to that, he won the TEF 1 Championship at the circuit track here in Winchester, California. So he's up and coming.
Okay, so I'm going to ask this. Is this a contact sport? Are you allowed to sort of make your way past people, or is that frowned upon?
It would be like NASCAR, wouldn't it? Where it's like not really a contact sport, but it's really a contact sport.
Exactly.
Kind of like motocross. Motocross isn't I mean, it's the same. Elbows are things, right?
It's a unique aspect of this because we're just on the wheel and it's a human on top. So inevitably, when you get close to one another, you might bump some shoulders. So there is some rules, some guidelines. No pushing, shoving, knocking someone off their wheel intentionally, but you will rub shoulders. You get close and you almost support one another. If someone's going to fall, you can almost slightly depend on your competitor to hold you up in a sense. If
so
you're
not
nice
allowed to have
about
sort of like any Bodicea spikes like the chariots used to.
All right, Jim, they're off. Here we go.
Okay, here
there
we
they
go.
They're
All right.
dropping down off the top. You guys do this. This not our world.
Yeah, so we've got EUC Zach in first place there, followed closely by EUC Nico, and they're making that hard left turn into the short bus, aka struggle bus, I hear. This is a straight downhill course, you guys. I mean, the cameras don't do it justice.
Yeah, they're just negotiating their line through all of these rocks and everything right now, and you may see them slip out and get right back up on the wheel, but some of that sandy feature up there that those bigger trucks have been kind of pushing all that sand around, it's making it that much more difficult. As you can see, one of the racers up there in front just kind of slipping out, and another racer going around them staying on top of the wheel there.
Yep, you've got EUC Nico. Oh, Nico goes down. He's actually riding the Bigode X-Way. EUC Zach is on the Bigode Extreme.
Two very extremely capable wheels. That's how I think we're seeing them out front. But that skill level, you'll definitely see. You got the two riders up there, and maybe the other ones are going to be catching up soon. But this short bus is it's a struggle bus. That is for sure. But they'll definitely start making their way down, finding the right track for them, and just try not to find that sandy area too much where you have one wheel, one motor, one contact patch. If it slips, your whole machine is slipping out of control in a sense. But you can kind of control it.
One thing to mention also is these are different diameter tires. So we have 16-inch tire versus 18-inch tire in first place, and we'll see that 18-inch tire will definitely have an advantage on some things like potholes here.
Yeah.
Here's EUC Zach here.
How fast is he going right here?
He's hitting it flat ground here. He's probably looking at more like 35, 40 miles an hour maybe, or pushing a lot of these extreme like off-road models. They have that 16 up to 20-inch tire, and they're made to be going off that.
So how do they
high
accelerate?
torque.
How do they control these things?
Leaning forward.
Leaning forward.
Leaning
So
forward.
all these is a motor, a battery, and a control board. And it's software that does everyone asks, is it a gyro? No, it's a software within the machine itself. So as long as it's on, it wants to stay flat.
Yeah.
If you push it even a quarter inch down, it is full speed spinning on you.
Okay.
We've got EUC Zach. It looks like he's getting close to the short course. He is going to race into Hammertown here on the short course, around the corner and down the straightaway for the finish.
Yeah, it's one exciting thing we've been ready to do. A lot of people are asking, when are you racing? When are you racing? We're racing right now, and we're asking where. We want to go through Hammertown, too. So they're making their way down the big hill here into the infield course and making their way over to Hammertown streets.
So how many races do we have racing today?
We have 6 racers racing. We have Cody Williams, we have Joe Greska, we've got EUC Nico, we've got EUC Zach, Wheelie Brady. I think that's it.
Yeah, an absolutely advanced group of people out there riding too. So it's really cool to see them pushing the limits of these vehicles as they go around too. If you were up close with these vehicles too, you'll notice that they're beeping, and they'll beep really loud at a certain point, and that's basically the machine telling you, hey, that's all I got. I don't have much more. Don't push me too much. The technology is great now, and it'll beep at you for quite a long time, but I would say probably 8 to 10. You see he's getting some air there.
Some air there on the
Fully
jump.
capable. You'll notice on the back of his machine there too, there's a linkage, there's suspension, and they're definitely using all that suspension and all that travel. And in these machines, the travel is only getting more and more and more, and they're wanting us to hit bigger and bigger things.
Now, for the riders of this, are you going to have riders who are specialize in off-road, specialize on asphalt? How does that break down?
I mean, EUC Zach is a great example. We have multifaceted riders. He's won podiums on asphalt tracks. He's won podiums on off-road tracks. Some people are a little bit more inclined to stick to one to the other. Like we have one prolific rider out here, Mike Leahy, also known as Shibby Time. He's an off-road monster. He was Red Bull Rampage, Canyon Jump, the whole 9 yards. You've seen a unicycle go viral, it's probably Shibby.
Yeah, Declan Courant was the 6th racer that I need to mention. Declan Courant, he is a huge contribution to our community, and we really appreciate having him. He's been racing ever since, riding since 2016. He's been featured on shows like John Oliver on HBO. We've also been in movies. Indian 2, if folks would like to see an example of EUCs in a movie, you can look up Indian 2 on Netflix. So TV, news, we're really out here trying to raise Ultra One to the next level, and we really appreciate Dave and you guys and the whole crew and how accommodating you've been.
Well, I've just been sitting here catching flies with my jaw on the ground watching this. This is just remarkable stuff. Thank you so much. But that's another reason why we come to King of the Hammers.
Hey,
Ian.
wait, Jim, I've got an idea. So yesterday I had an idea that you, me, and Miles would race in the simulators, and
Don't
we
go
did
there.
that.
Don't go there.
What do you say we go over? Miles, you down for some unicycling?
It's easier than you think. Everyone thinks it's quite daunting, but you
Emmy's
figure it
in.
out.
Emmy's in. There we
She's
go.
in.
So if someone's in Hammertown, they want to come ride one of these electric unicycles, where are they going?
Yeah, they can come over to the eridelife.com booth. We have the Amped Electric Games flags. Both of those brands you can find on Instagram and YouTube, Amped Electric Games. You can see the races that we've raced in. You can see our race schedule. You can come out and join us.
It's a whole community that's taken off, and we're just proud to be here to showcase to everyone here what we're already doing.
Awesome. All right, guys. Well, hey, I appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by once again. Always good to see you.
Appreciate it.
I think we're gonna. Don't worry. I'll convince them. We'll get them worked up. And I'm probably getting text from my wife right now to say, do not get on an electric unicycle.
Thanks, guys.
I've got to check my life insurance before I do get on one, that's for sure. Thank you so much, guys, and thank you for introducing us to an entirely new sport that we knew nothing about. Right, if you're just joining us, welcome to Johnson Valley, California. What a beautiful day for racing it is. The sun is shining, blue skies, and a light breeze. We are here today for the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance, and we are here for the Race of Kings qualifying. And what a session it has been so far. Some of the best cars in the world have been racing out there. In 10th position right now, it's Cole Johnson. In 9th, it's Marcus Gomez. In 8th, it's Kenneth Goodall. In 7th, it's Guy Miller, but he's under review with possible penalties. In 6th, it's Dustin Robbins. In 5th is Brendan Thompson. 4th is Cole Clark. In 3rd, Casey Curry. 2nd is Philip McGilton. But Ian, who's our pole sitter right now?
It was amazing to watch Paul Wolf bring in that first sub 3-minute qualifier. We've been talking about it all week. We thought maybe one of the UTVs would be able to reel it in. We thought maybe one of the 4800 Legends cars would do it, but it ended up being Paul Wolf in that UFO Fab. beautiful car that he drives so well out there, and we just had him in the booth visiting with us. So we're about to kick off qualifying here at our 12 o'clock hour, and it looks like Jim's stepping out for a minute.
Yeah, I'm going to pop out and wander over to some of the food vendors and see if I can find some nice to eat. And my great friend Miles Hasselquist is going to step in. Miles, welcome to the booth.
So glad to have Miles back here, the man who knows everything there is to know about Ultra 4, as we're here for the 4400 Race of Kings qualifying. I'm Emmy Hall. With me is Miles and Ian as we bring you all of the great qualifying action here from the 2025 King of the Hammers.
Yeah, and we're qualifying right now for the 4400 Race of Kings, and so this is the race that we'll be following on Saturday. It's the big race. It's the race that we wait for all year, and so happy to be bringing it to you live from Johnson Valley. Miles, welcome to the booth. Hey, Miles, what do you say, unicycling later?
I don't know about that. I'm more into the BeamNG game. I heard you guys talking about it quite a bit, but Jim never admitted what happened.
I don't think he ever finished, actually. I think they just gave him a finishing time. Miles was the fast qualifier.
Hold on, I didn't hear that. Say that again.
Miles was the fast qualifier yesterday. My problem is, as I told them, I said, this game is almost too realistic.
It was pretty wild. It's very impressive.
I love it. I think it's insane. I'm really leaning towards putting one in the shop, although it would probably keep me from getting anything done, but it was definitely fun for sure.
Yeah, it was a good time, and you can drive the exact same qualifying course they're on today, and the pinch rocks there, the Gates Gate is on top. And short bus, struggle bus, whatever you call it.
The struggle bus. That simulator is in the KOH General Store, correct?
Yeah, there's 3 of them in the Jegs General Store, and there's 1 in the Warren VIP. Yeah.
That's awesome. Yep, we certainly do need to do that.
Oh yeah, it was a good time. Yeah. Ian and Jim and myself last night had a little banter in there, and
I bet you did have a little bit of banter. I bet you did. There was probably a lot of bad mouthing that was happening.
I think it was more questioning who was more lost. Jim and I were equally lost at one point in time in our cars, upside down.
So you're not just following like a GPS line.
Oh no, you are, but it's.
But you still got lost.
But like I said, it's too realistic. So when I rolled the car, which I did do many times, but when I rolled it off the mountain, and then you push a button to get yourself a brand new car, which is the only thing that's not realistic. So I pushed the button. It doesn't put the car back on the racetrack. It put it where you were.
Oh, so you have to figure out where you actually
figure out where I was, because I did exactly what Mr. Yoder did earlier. I Mel weighted it off that ledge and rolled it, and then I pressed the button. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm facing Hammertown, and I have to turn around and drive back up. Yes.
But when you rolled, you hit a button and you fixed the car. It's way easier.
Oh yeah. There was an easy button to solve all those problems. Yes. All right, Miles. So you've been watching what's been going down. You kicked us off this morning, got us rolling. So, any surprises in qualifying?
I wouldn't say surprises per se. I knew Paul Wolf would do well. Casey Curry smoked the field for sure. He had a great run early on that stuck for quite a while. And then Philip McGilton back-to-back with Wolf. Different cars, but similar. I mean, Wolf's in a UFO, McGilton's in a Campbell car, but they're same principle, single seat. Definitely different, but from the eye's view, it's a similar car. So single seat, lots of horsepower.
I think it's interesting to get these guys up here and we talk to them, and it's funny because I personally think we're going to see lap 3 play out for the single seaters very different than they think it will. I think that lap 3 is a whole new ball game, and I know it's easy to say, oh, my car works great in the rocks, I'm going to do fine, but when you're in those trails all by yourself, especially maybe if you're 4th or 5th going into
if you can see a burned-in line. That's what I was talking to earlier in the week, that in that pole position, is that an advantage? I don't know.
I don't think it's a pole position. I think if the leader in lap 3 goes into lap 3 and it's one of our guys that we like to watch who have a lot of tribal knowledge, if it's a Randy Slauson, Jason Shira, Shannon Campbell, people who's been here a lot, those guys, I think when they're given that course, they'll be like, up this, down this, over that. In their head, they know, okay, I know where I think I'm going to go.
But a lot of it's new. So
a lot of it is new. And so, but for the people who, unfortunately, this is not where you get to play a lot, I think that to me is unnerving. I would never.
I love the idea, though.
I think it's an amazing idea. Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I think it's. But I think we're going to see on race day that the single seat versus 2-seat, it's going to really play out on lap 3.
Yeah, I'm excited to get Dave Cole in here after Power Hour and kind of give us the run through. I heard you guys say he was coming in.
They have told us that Dave will be here when we end to at least not necessarily give the full course out, but it's going to be the overview.
Yeah.
The the standard Dave Cole, up this, down that, over here, stay in the rocks.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. Thank you again, everybody. The Ultra One unicycle is a lot of fun to watch. I mean, we've been going up short bus, and they're going down it. You could see the I'm going to call it talcum powder they're going through, because that course is tore up.
Getting with the drone shots, getting into those Ultra Ones, the drones were able to get a lot lower because there's just not much. There's not a giant car in there, and you could really see how deep those ruts were, how deep that sand was. That was a great view that we hadn't really seen before.
Yeah, it shows you how tough it is.
Yeah,
sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so thanks everybody for tuning in. This is the 4400 Unlimited Race of Kings, all part of the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, presented by Ford Performance. And we should be getting back into racing action soon. I was talking to Ben Napier just before I hopped on. It was Mark Nicholson that took that tumble, and they are okay, but they're getting checked out by medical, just making sure they say they're okay, but we want to double check.
Yeah, because that was a serious. That wasn't just a miss the gap. That was a miss the gap.
Did they hit the brakes as
well,
they were
it's
cresting,
funny. Both Paul and I assumed the exact same thing, because as soon as the front tires cleared the jump, the front end fell out.
So
and
either lost dry,
motor shut off.
Because
all that centrifugal force inside that motor and the tires spinning, that's what helps. It's physics, right? It helps carry you across those jumps. And so if everything shuts off, then you fall out of the sky a little bit faster.
Yeah, that looked really, really painful as those guys came over. Just flipped it, almost got able to, they kind of lawn darted into it and then flipped. They had their spare tire up on the top of that jump gap and then flipped right back down and just landed. And it just looked like, man, they're going to need a bunch of a leave and a massage therapist tonight.
Yeah, I was walking over from the Warren VIP right when it happened. I heard the crowd go, ooh, so I ran over to the front of the jumbotron and Caleb got the replay up there for us. So, man, that was a tough hit for sure.
Well, we are coming up on our 12 o'clock hour. First off the line should be 867, which is Tim Rogers in a TMR Customs buggy. Sorry.
Slowly makes his retreat.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube, go to KOHUltimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
Watching his run, and everywhere where Tom was saying, oh, there's a second to pick up here or a second to pick up there, Paul was hitting those spots.
All right.
So I think Tom said, hey, there's a couple spots if you do this at an angle, come across through this cross grain here, instead of going in the trail, skip through a couple trails, you can pick up a couple seconds. And Paul just sort of seemed to grab all those spots, which was good. Yeah. But Paul said there's 3 to 5 seconds still out there.
Yeah, well, I find that to be amazing that the guy comes in with a sub 3 minute and says, yeah, but I probably left a couple of seconds on the table. Like, what?
And I was interested to hear how Tom Way was talking that he didn't want that pole position, that there's strategy out there, that some of these guys are running 3/4 pace because they want the adjusted time on their side when they race day starts.
I think this year, Miles, what we're going to see is not only that, but if I'm thinking about this race and it's this mystery lap 3, right? I don't want to be the first one into that I actually would prefer to have a few cars ahead of me into that lap 3, even just so you can see who's doing what, and especially like you said, if there's some new trails in there, I want to see who's hitting what line. It's easy to sit here on before race day and say, yep, I know what my car's going to do in the rocks, but what your car's going to do in the rocks after 2 laps of racing is different than what your car is going to do today. So unless I was someone who, like if I'm a Randy Slauson, this is my backyard, I know this place like the back of my hand, even if I know if Dave just gives me the trails, I'm probably pretty comfortable. But I think if I'm in a situation where this is maybe not an area that I know really, really well, I'm going to want a few cars ahead of me. I want maybe even 10 ahead of me as I head into lap 3, if I'm comfortable in the rocks.
Yeah, and a healthy car. I was back to Tom Ways. He was telling me a story that a couple years ago, it was the first time he's ever gone into lap 3 with a straight drive shaft. Because you just beat the crap out of these cars and they keep going, but you feel it.
Yep.
Well, all of a sudden he's like, so I can only get up to 80, 90 mile an hour. And this time, a solid car, he could still zing right along on those wide open flats.
Because the issue there with the bent drive line is you don't realize
vibration.
Yeah. Well, it's not even vibration. I mean, the problem is that vibration. So you used to be able to run 110, 112 on a lake bed, but the smart driver's going to shed it back down to 80, 85. Now, the reason he's going to shed that back down to that 80, 85 is because that vibration, you could probably still drive the car at 100 and change, but then it's going to take out the pinion bearing, and it's going to take the output shaft of the transfer case. It's going to start
and everything,
wiping that stuff out. So that's where knowing your car, understanding. So like you said, if he goes out there, he's like, oh, I got a vibration, he'll know how bad that vibration can be before it starts checking out parts from underneath the car.
Well, it sounds like Mark Nicholson is cleared off the course, so we should be back to racing here in just a few moments, waiting for them to show up to the Optima Battery start-finish. But it's been a great day of qualifying for the 4400 Race of Kings. I'm Miles Hasquez with Ian Johnson and Mrs. Emmy Hall. Miss, sorry.
How am I going to get a date out here at King of the Hammers? You call me married? Jeez, Louise.
just drop a Ms in there, Mom.
Ms.
Covers it all.
How about with Emmy Hall?
There we go.
Well, it is a beautiful day out here in Hammertown. I thought it was going to be a little bit colder today, but the sun has come out. There is just a little bit of, what do I want to say? I don't want to even talk about it.
A breeze.
Can I say breeze? I know I don't want to say the W word. But right now, everything's looking good. We got a bunch of people out here by the LaserNet Fire Pit. We are live on the YouTube as well, with many people watching from all around the world. It's great to see you guys here. You know who else I saw in the chat on YouTube?
Who's that?
None other but Fish.
Oh, Fish has been living on that chat. But I am seeing some chat come in here. There are some questions about the guys on the crash. And Miles, you said that they were okay.
They're okay. They're shaken up, but they're okay and being double-checked by medical. So we'll know more coming up, but they're at least okay.
An abundance of caution. I mean, if I was in the car and that happened, I would definitely want to get checked out a little bit, just to make sure that my head's still screwed on relatively straight, because they are definitely going to be hurting tonight.
Just so you know, Emmy, someone is in the chat asking if you need a date, just in case.
Yeah, but he's calling me Annie Hall, so Corey, I'm so sorry. You need to get my name right.
You got to start there.
I do have a few standards.
Come on, Miles called you Mrs. He called you Annie. You got to come on, just be more inclusive.
It looks like Jake and Donald just tuned into the All Access. Thanks for tuning in. Get all the behind the scenes. Colette.
Yeah, I think it's so cool that they can choose all their camera angles out here. I mean, we've got so many cameras. You can really, and that's really going to come into play on race day when you can choose the action that you want to follow. Again, we are here at the qualifying for the 4400 Race of Kings. It looks like first up off the line is going to be number 867, Tim Rogers. So we're just getting all those people set as we clear our little mishap there at the Gladiator Gap from earlier in qualifying. But again, we've got a ton of qualifying coming towards you guys. A lot of the big names still yet to come. In this 12 o'clock hour, we're going to see Cameron Steele in the number 16 car. That should always be a good time. We'll see if he's able to pick up more time after that Gates Gate like he did in the UTV. See if that kind of translates from the UTV into this 4400.
It'll be interesting to see Cameron in a different car this year, Miles. We're not necessarily, we've seen him racing, but he's in Jordan Pellegrino's old car.
Yeah, which is very similar to Cody Wagner's car, so it's different but similar. So IFS, IRS, Armada, I believe. It's a beautiful car.
Been around for a while. Built a while ago.
And we got some more guests hopping in here. We got Light Bright. We have Brittany and Kevin Williams hopping into the Optima Batteries booth. How you guys doing? Good to see you.
Oh, hey, buddy.
How you doing?
Good.
All right.
I thought I said not to give Kevin a mic.
Oh.
I said just give Brittany a mic. No one wants to talk to me.
Man, he's hitting you hard, huh?
I know.
Do you guys still have the bomber?
No, it just raced. It was the black one that.
Oracle,
Lynn, maybe?
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, and he just texted me. What happened was he loaded up at the start line, so when he took off, he just didn't have all the giddy up, so he had to check up and turn around.
I was wondering what happened because he's going and all of a sudden he stopped, turned around.
Well, which was a good thing because he didn't want to do what Nicholson just did.
That was a stop. I thought he grabbed reverse for a second because it was like a legit stop. That was like that thing stopped on a dime with 9 cents change.
Yeah.
So all right, so you don't have the bomber anymore. So let's talk a little bit. But I'm assuming we're done racing, are we?
No.
No.
Oh, all right.
I don't want.
I want.
Well, so there's an opportunity. There's an NDA signed, so we can't say too much about it. But we were approached at SEMA by a team and a company that wants to essentially hire us for 2026 to race in co-drive.
Nice.
So drive
for
co-drive
King of the Hammers
for
or
King
Ultra
of the
4 or a
Hammers.
little bit of both?
Okay, wait. We've had this conversation, Brittany. It's time for Kevin to co-drive and
Kevin
Brittany to drive.
would never be able to find the finish line.
Sadly, I'm a terrible navigator. I have ADD unless I'm racing, right? When I'm behind the
Then you
wheel,
can focus finally,
I'm
huh?
focusing. If I'm just hanging out, I'm just like, she knows where she's
He'd
going.
be like
oh,
the-
wait, you should have turned back there.
Why did you turn, huh?
As a co-driver, he'd be kind of like the passenger princess, where like you're like, oh crap, we should have taken a right like 5 miles back that way. Yeah. So.
But you guys will have fun with it, though, right? That's what it's all about.
Oh, yeah,
No,
absolutely.
We enjoy it.
But-
And she's great at navigating. There was times where we passed so many people only because she was like, no, don't go that way.
Don't
I'm like,
follow
"Babe,
them."
Those cars know where they're going. I know those cars. She's like, don't follow them. Go this
Go
way.
this way. Well, perfect.
Sure enough, she was right.
And you
So
guys
you-
finished your first time, right?
They did.
We did.
Second
Yep.
and then 19th or 18th.
Yeah,
the
that's
second
not
year.
bad.
So I know you've signed an NDA, but can you tell us, do you have to build a car again, or
We do not have to build it. They're going to build it. We just show up and drive and co-drive, which I
What
feel
class?
like is anyone's dream.
No, they can't say.
That's
Okay,
the
all
part we
right,
can't
all right.
say.
That's
For that, they
I
had
get it.
they had to sign the NDA about the NDA.
Yeah.
The NDA is so aggressive, Miles. If they tell you they signed the NDA, they've
yeah, basketball.
voided the NDA.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's yeah. It
We're
should
ex-
be awesome if it happens.
No, that's
It's
cool.
just
If it
hard
happens,
to-
we're not getting our hopes up either
Yeah,
because
yeah.
we know anyone who's raced knows how challenging it can be to build a car and build a car that's capable of
Yeah.
finishing.
And then the
Oh, for sure.
finances, people think they can do it, and then they find out how much it really costs when they get
Yeah,
into
race
it.
cars are stupid.
Yeah.
They're a
But
lot of fun.
They're
man,
so
they're-
fun. Every time I come out here, I'm like, it's so nice not to race and hang out, and then I see all the guys and I see the cars. I'm like,
And then you start jonesing.
Yep.
I'm like, I want to race.
It is worth it,
It is.
yeah.
It's a drug. It's
The
a
whole
drug.
drive home, he'll be on Facebook Marketplace seeing if
Looking
anyone's
for-
selling
looking
their
for
race
selling
car.
anybody? Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure there's going to be a few of them for sale after this race.
Yeah.
You don't want to buy them after the race. Though.
Yeah.
That's a huge.
They're
mistake.
cheaper.
After it's
No,
so
they're
fully
not.
refreshed.
They're prepped and ready to race,
Yeah,
right,
prepped to
Kevin?
ready to race. That's what I was told.
Yeah.
That wasn't right.
Yeah, when Kevin texted me and he bought that bomber, he's like, "Hey, look what I bought!" And it was a bomber, and I said, "Good luck. Have fun setting your credit card on fire." And he
Yeah.
goes, "No, it's prepped and ready to race." And I was like, "They all are."
Yeah, exactly.
And then like a month later, I get a message. You were right.
Yeah.
It was definitely not prepped
It
or ready
needed
for
so
racing.
much.
All right, so now since we can't talk about what's going to happen, let's talk about what are you doing out here in Hammertown? Just having fun, or
Yeah, honestly, just out here hanging out, getting some media, and saying hi to everyone that we met. And
So just enjoying it. I'm
Yeah,
kind
just
of jealous of
supporting
that.
a bunch of friends, right? We've met so many people coming out here before we raced. Then we started racing, which was crazy, right? To just jump right into 4400.
And everybody just hops in and lends you a hand or parts. I
Yeah,
remember that.
Yeah.
and then you just, I don't know. It's almost like it's in the calendar every year. Like
Heck
you
yeah.
have to come. Out
Yeah,
to KOH.
you just come out, and we made so many friends over the years when we were racing in the 4400 that it was just.
Yeah.
You can't
when we
not
don't,
come
yeah,
back.
when
Yeah.
we don't come out, we feel like we're missing like
FOMO,
a family
huh?
reunion
Yeah,
almost.
it
Yeah,
is FOMO.
It's
And
very
then we
big
have all
FOMO.
our fans and I'm sure quite a few haters. You have.
Oh, yeah,
and
it
you gotta-
takes
you
all
gotta-
kinds,
You
right?
got to give them fuel, and you gotta be here to support the fans too that supported us. So.
Yeah.
so what's been your favorite thing that you've seen so far in Hammertown, Brittany?
So,
Aside from all the puppy dogs.
aside from the Gladiator Gap, and definitely all the puppy dogs, all the Hammertown pups, but weirdly, and I might get hate for this in the chat because it seems to be a hit or miss there as well, but those like unicycle things
They're wild, aren't they?
are wild.
Yeah.
I would completely kill myself on one of those.
I was going to say, you can go ride one.
Absolutely not.
There.
No, thank
Miles
you.
and me, Miles and I and Jim are going to go do a little obstacle
No,
course.
I already won my race, so I'm done. I'm retired.
I have a feeling like I'm going to be the only one over there standing on my unicycle.
I
Where's
can't
Miles
even ride
and
one of
Jim?
those uni-wheels that are like a skateboard.
Yeah, the one wheels.
The one wheel.
I've rode one.
So that's
and I
been
can
your
ride
favorite
it.
thing
I'm
is,
not
is
good.
seeing the unicycle shenanigans.
Just because I know looking at it, you know, if you've never done it before, I'm sure it's like, oh, what is this? But like, I can't imagine like the level.
I think just seeing those guys drop down a short bus, that's got to be something.
Yeah,
I was
like, just
like, who
what?
makes that decision? I mean, I've skydove before.
Yeah.
And that's scary enough, but the ground is so far away, it's almost like, jump out of the plane's all right. That's like you're jumping off the cliff. Like you can see the ouch.
You go up to Chocolate Thunder, you can barely see people walk down the hill.
Yeah.
Successfully.
All right, so Kevin, what about you? What's been your favorite thing so far in Hammertown?
You know what's crazy is just how much it's growing, not in people size, but how many more like buildings are being erected even in here, and the general store and the 40 having food and drinks, and it's becoming more of its own city on its own now. I don't know, like.
Oh, it's incredible.
Yeah.
And a month ago, there was absolutely zero
Nothing.
things here
Right.
except for the rocks around the LaserNet fire pit.
Right, but I mean, like the whole store, and yes, there's still a lot of tents out here, but there's a lot more. There's just a lot more. It feels more like you could spend more time here. It's pretty awesome.
Miles, we're getting a lot of questions in the chat about what's going on. Do you have a race update?
I just got an update from Ben on PCI Race Radio that we got about a half-hour delay. They got to fix that jump. It got a little tore up, so we want a fresh lip for everybody to be able to have a safe jump out there. So we do have to get Bird and the NorCal crew out there, dressing it up. So we got a little
Perfect.
break,
Okay.
sorry, but we'll get the action rolling as soon as we can.
All right, well, now we got 30 minutes to kill. So we've talked about your favorite thing in Hammertown. So what's you're here in Hammers, and then what's next? Back home, trip, wheeling? What's going on?
Always wheeling. So I mean, we live in, southern Utah. So
You live in what's affectionately now known as Influencer Hollow.
Yeah, no joke.
Yeah.
You're not joking. You can't throw a stick without hitting Influencer.
But we do love it. It's kind of an off-roading mecca, and we're within a day's drive from everywhere we could want to go, from Arizona, Colorado, California. There's
that's what's nice.
Trails everywhere.
We can hit anywhere on the West Coast, and there's wheeling everywhere. I want to do more in Arizona. I've never really done.
I
we've
love
done a
wheeling
little
in
bit,
Arizona.
But I've heard the Arizona wheeling is, we've done maybe 5 trails in Arizona.
I love Arizona. If you're
it's
gonna
a
go down,
cool spot.
you roll through Charlotte Gap, where we just went through on the Onyx. That's a great trail.
Yeah.
Charlotte Gap is amazing. You go down, you can do a bunch of stuff just outside of Phoenix. Get down closer to Tucson area, Mount Lemmon area. It's absolutely gorgeous.
I'll have to hit you up because we have been using Onyx a lot lately, and I've been finding
the official
really cool
mapping
trails.
partner of King of the Hammers.
This was
I'll
not
take it
planned.
for you, Miles.
You see
You got
his
the
shirt?
app.
It wasn't planned by the way.
He's wearing it on his
There you
shirt. Yeah, well, my son.
Did she dress you? You didn't even know it?
Yeah. No, my son was there for school for 4 years down in Tucson, so I was down there all the time. I left the Jeep down there with him at school, so we would go out and hit the trails all through Mount Lemmon area, down through. There's so much good stuff down through Arizona for sure.
Awesome. I'll have to hit you up. Send me a list of trails because I want
to
to.
To me, the cool thing about Arizona, and I love Utah. I love Moab, and I'm not a huge Sand Hollow guy just because I'm more of like a destination-y type wheeler type thing. But I love Moab, love all the stuff in Utah. But the thing about Arizona that I find is you can do a couple-day trip in Arizona where day one you're literally desert floor, saguaro cactuses, you're in the desert.
And it's beautiful out there.
It's beautiful, but then you can drive 100 miles and you feel like you're in Colorado.
Yeah.
You're in giant mountains, huge pine trees. It's the craziest thing in the world. And everyone thinks, Arizona, they think of just, Wile E. Coyote desert cactus and stuff. But you get up into Payson, Flagstaff area, you got rivers.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I will say we did a 9-day trek on the Arizona Peace Trail.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
we did the whole 900 miles
And
or
you
something.
did that
like
in your Jeep, I assume?
We did it in
It was
the
in a
Gladiator
Gladiator,
giveaway
actually.
that we had
Okay.
a few years
You
ago.
guys have too
And-
many vehicles. I can't keep up.
Well, it was a giveaway. That's been gone for a while, but it was incredible. Like you said, you'd be in the desert, but even every 30 to 40 minutes, the desert would change. The actual
Terrain,
the
yeah.
terrain of the desert would change. It was
Yeah,
really,
Arizona's
really cool.
pretty. The only place I've been that has such a terrain change in a short period of time anywhere, it's not in this country, is Iceland.
Oh, all right.
Which, if you haven't been, you should go.
We follow all those Iceland Instagram pages.
I'm not
that
joking.
visit Iceland.
We ended up in Iceland on just a layover, and I ended up adding 3 days to the trip.
Just in case, huh?
Well, when you land in Iceland, they'll tell you right away because it was a connection, and they'll tell you on the plane. They'll say if you want to stay in Iceland, there's no additional fee to stay for as many days as you want. What? Because
tourism 101 there.
And so I was like, all right, we'll stay for 3 days, and I rolled out and I rented a Land Rover Defender on 40s. And hired a local guide to take us around, and we went wheeling for a day and a half. Went up to the glacier, went down to the Black Sand Beach.
Oh, that's
drove,
awesome.
Drove through a volcano.
They call them the green roads or something, right?
Yeah, the green roads.
They're not off-roading, but it's literally off-roading.
Yeah. So the law in Iceland is you can't leave the road. It's illegal until there's snow on the ground. Then you can go anywhere you want.
Well, because you can't see the road.
Well, oh yeah. And when we were there, we went up to the glacier, and we went over and we drove over, and he said to me, he goes, "We can't drive on the glacier in the summer." I was there in the summer. And he said, "We can't drive the glacier. I only drive the glacier when there's a little bit of snow on it." And I said, "How much is a little bit of snow in Iceland?" And he said, 3 to 6 meters. That's 9 feet.
That's a lot. That's a
9
lot.
to 18 feet.
Yeah,
Man.
that's a lot of snow. He
Yeah.
goes, "Then we drive on the glacier." But no, that's that. I would say if you're able to pull it off, it definitely bucket list trip. Go to Iceland. So let's talk a little bit more. How's the Bronco?
You should ask her. Yeah, that's her.
Bronco.
That's her baby.
So it's an APG Pro Runner Bronco, full carbon fiber wide body, King bypass.
it's got all the goodies, huh?
Coilover,
Oh,
like
coilovers,
dual setup.
bypasses,
Yep. It's a monster out in the desert.
Did you guys bring it out?
It is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So if you see it's a bright Miami blue Bronco, it's great looking, but it performs insanely well.
It is nice. Unfortunately, the Bronco just has one big downside, and that's just the electric-only steering rack.
EPS. Yeah.
Okay.
It's
Little
it's
goofy,
an
huh?
Achilles heel. Yeah, I mean, we're running 40s on it, so you get into the rocks, an air down 40 with only electric
just doesn't
steering,
have enough
it
juice
just
to-
doesn't have it.
And the difference, for those who don't know, the Jeep has electric power steering.
It's an electric
but the
assist.
Jeep is still an electric hydraulic steering.
Right.
Whereas the Bronco is literally like your cell phone electric steering. There's
Yes.
a tiny little belt.
It's a tiny little
inside the
gear,
steering
like
rack.
a plastic gear
Yeah.
and a little belt.
A
And
little
so
electric belt.
In the
Yeah.
desert, it doesn't cause any issues,
can't
but
even
once
tell.
you want to start really rock crawling it, which clearly we always want to do that with everything that we own, it starts to be a little bit of a problem. But for
but
the
also
most part,
40s
it's
is huge for
40s,
for
yeah.
that
For a Bronco,
vehicle.
for sure.
So like if you're on 35s or 37s, maybe 38s, it's probably a little easier. By the time you get to 40s with that footprint air down,
especially aired down to,
yeah. But it's a great vehicle, and we did just put 42s on the step job. On the Jeep.
Oh,
and
that's-
finally,
yeah,
I
that-
was fighting that forever, and
surprise.
everybody's on 42s.
We haven't
and-
announced that yet.
No.
There it goes.
Oh, did I not? Well.
We haven't even shown it. No.
Whoops.
Kevin finally got
Any-
his 42s.
Any questions for us on the comments at all? I don't know. I can't see your comments.
Not really.
Oh, okay.
Not really.
All right.
There's a few things in there, but we'll leave that be. We'll let the comment section be a comment section at this point. Yeah, we'll let that go.
Must be good then, huh?
Yeah, we'll review that after.
The
for
chat
fun.
I loves us.
All
I
in
mean,
good
it's
fun.
50-50, right? Like,
Yeah. Well, you know it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
You can't have love without the hate.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't matter.
the Jeep's performing fantastic. The new Bronco is insane. We love it out in the desert. And we just are picking up our new Can-Am. We have a Maverick R that we're picking up that ADS has had
Oh,
for
nice.
a couple of months now, outfitting it with
Maverick
brand
R,
new.
I assume?
Yes.
Yeah,
Mhm.
nice.
Yeah.
And then you just got off Drift Week, right?
We did.
I heard that.
Yes, we did just get off of Drift
But
Week.
you did put an LS in your BMW, right? It's still a BMW, or is
It's
it?
still it's an M52 B28, so it's
Yeah.
still the inline 6 2.8, but it makes like 800.
Oh, man.
horsepower.
That's it?
Yeah.
But the good thing is, because it's BMW, it's so reliable.
I mean,
it's not.
I mean, it
Until
actually
it's not.
was. I mean, I cracked a rotor in 4 pieces, but like,
it is until. Well, no, I meant the engine, the BMW engine. They're a
It
great
is.
engine until they're not.
Till they're not, yeah.
Until the night, until Kevin decides he wants an 8,000 Redline.
Yeah, I mean, everything on BMWs leak all the time.
Yes.
But the good thing is, they still have fluid. So if
Yeah.
you're
When
not
it quits
leaving-
leaking, that's the bad part.
Yeah, if you're
They're
not
like
leaving
they're
it
like a
constantly.
Jeep. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. My son has an E90 wagon that he took to college for his first year, and I was constantly paying every time the hood opened. It was $1,000 to try to fix an oil leak, and then finally I took it from him, and I was like, I'm fixing this truck or fixing this car. And so we LS swapped it for him. That solved that problem.
Perfect,
Now it's
yeah.
reliable. Now it's a good car.
I heard you say that earlier, too.
Yeah.
If I blow it up, we'll probably go LS. But I like the power band of a turbo motor. I mean, just the way the torque comes in, and it's just more exhilarating.
Yeah.
It's
As
really
a
fun.
driver.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, well, I see Emmy back up here. So, guys, I'm going to say thanks for stopping by. Emmy's going to jump back in the booth, and we'll see. We'll talk more racing.
It was good seeing you
Absolutely.
guys.
Appreciate
All right.
you guys.
All right, I do see Ben over there. Maybe we can have him hop in real quick and give us an update on the course.
Mr. Ben. Maybe Ben will be back here. All right, so as Miles said, we're just waiting for...
He snuck out on us.
No, he left. All right, so...
In and out.
All right, so Emmy's back as we wait for we're waiting for qualifying.
Yeah, so we've got, we're still on a little bit of a delay here at qualifying for the 4,400 race of Kings. But, Miles, how's your King of the Hammers been? I hear you every morning, I hear you announce, but I don't see you. Where are you doing that announcing from?
We're doing it over in race ops.
Oh, you're in race ops? Yeah, right. You're doing that from your trailer. You're like laying in bed, you're all like snuggy.
Chilling out. Oh, yeah.
Everything's warm. You got like a little bowl of cereal. And you're doing your one line that you have in the morning.
You just get you guys rolling, and then I just keep up and do my homework, get everything lined out.
Well, I was going to say, speaking of homework, I know you're always out here going through to all of the pits and everything. What have you seen out there?
Well, there's so many racers now. It's harder than when it used to be. I did used to bounce pit to pit, but I don't quite get out as much as I used to, just busy with other stuff. But I've seen a lot of welding out there, a lot of broken parts, and but the great thing about Ultra 4 and King of the Hammers is everybody's willing to help everybody. So you need a situation. I was talking to Jeff Martin was pre-running and wadded up his Miller car a little bit, bent the A-pillar, and Tad Dowker had his TIG machine and spent a couple hours welding on it for him, get them all back in action.
Now, I did see out by the Ford Performance booth, I believe that there is a place where they've got those little lifts that will lift your car up like 2 or 3 feet off the ground so that you can work on it. I've seen the guys from High Desert Motorsports out there doing some shock installation. So there's a lot of places around here where, just if you're a spectator and you go out here and you run out of a little bit of talent, you can actually get your vehicle fixed. In fact, I saw full lifts coming in on Boone Road.
Yeah, it's crazy the amount of stuff, and I don't remember his last name, but Rudy, part of the stock class, he's been out here longer than I have, so he's been out here for over a month and was building
Rudy
a Jeep.
Wetzel from Rudy's Off-Road, Rudy's Adventure and Design.
Yeah.
Yes, I love Rudy's a great cat.
He's been out for over a month, and he had a full lift in his just a tent, a big tent.
Yeah.
But just a tent, had a bender, a welder, all the tools, and
they built the car here to race the car.
Yeah, it's
that's awesome.
Why would you not do it in the shop? Because it's the adventure of King of the Hammers.
That's how Rudy rolls. Rudy's like, I'm just doing it for fun type of thing, and I'm trying to eyeball to see if I can see him out there, and if he's out there, we'll get him up here. But yeah, it was he told me he was doing that. We were on a wheeling trip right before SEMA this year, and he was on it, and he said, I'm going to take a Jeep to the desert, build a stock class racer, and race it. And I was like, why would you do that to yourself, Rudy? Like, I've been to his shop. He has a nice shop. I'm like, you've got a shop with a plasma table?
So you guys, if you have been out here at King of the Hammers and you want to help give back and help keep our public lands clean, we of course have cleanups happening every morning around 10 o'clock. You can join the Gambler 500 and Sons of Smoky guys and gals up on Chocolate Thunder to just give that area a nice little cleanup. I know that Tread Lightly is also doing some cleanups as well out at Backdoor. So there's plenty of ways that you can do your part and help keep Johnson Valley clean.
And Doug Bigelow just signed on with Tread Lightly and is one of their executives now. So
that's
pretty
right.
cool.
That's
it's an old school King of the Hammers name, and having him involved with Tread Lightly is cool. I love it.
Yeah.
Speaking of Hammertown, we have a new guest
but we also
in the
said
booth.
cool, so now we can't say that.
Ooh, ouch.
That hurts.
Sorry. Hey, buddy, how's it going, Rory?
I'm doing great. How are you today, Miles?
I'm not too bad. 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10.
All right, so Rory's here to talk us through Hammer. Tell us a little bit about what everyone who's watching at home, what they're missing by not being here in Hammertown.
We have tons of great vendors, a few local vendors. We want to give them shout outs here in a minute, but we've got a lot of things going on. Make sure you download the King of the Hammers app. And when you click on schedule, there's when, where, and type. And we've got Hammertown happenings right there on the app.
I actually downloaded the app before I came here, and I'm getting all of these notifications
isn't that
like,
great?
oh, so-and-so is like the lead qualifier, so-and-so is this or this. It actually gives you a lot of great information. And we do have some public Wi-Fi stations here in Hammertown so that you can get in, you can log on to your phone and actually, have a little bit of internet without having to go all the way out to the cell phone.
Yep. So if you enable notifications and you're logged into the Wi-Fi, it'll tell you live updates and push notifications. We've got things like splicing demos going on. We're at the Warn booth. We've got Can-Am Defender demo rides.
With AccuAir?
With AccuAir.
Yeah.
AccuAir suspension. Outside the gate, you can drive a Maverick R. So all sorts of good things. You can see all the different food vendors. I want to shout out to Spaghetti Western, one of our local vendors from Morongo Valley.
And she's been singing the national anthem
Yes,
for
she
us.
was.
Awesome.
If you guys have not had a chance to go to Spaghetti Western, if you're not local, on your way out of town, if you go through Morongo Valley down the 62, it's so great. They have local music there. I'm a big fan of the meatballs, I got to say. Do love me some balls made out of meat. Was that too much for the live show?
Considering you're asking for a date, I think you're getting it ready here. So
Desperate times,
Emmy's
Ian.
looking for a live chat. Emmy's looking for a date, and she likes balls made out of meat.
I love it.
There we go.
Oh, I joined at the right time.
That perfect timing.
There we go.
Welcome to the big show.
Yeah. And also, Roxy with Big Merch is out there selling all the things. She's got hats, hoodies, shirts, socks, cups, coolers.
Ladies, Rory has some t-shirts that are cut just for us, so you don't have to wear like a boxy men's t-shirt with a high neck. She actually has some things that look really, really good on us, so be sure to go visit Roxy out there.
She's got everything. It's great.
We've also got, right across from me is the Axial RC course. So go check out that. It's brought to you by Rocket
Get your
Turf
mic a
Mats.
little bit closer, buddy.
There we
we
go.
go.
So Axial has a new and expanded RC crawler course. So bring your crawler into Hammertown. Hop on the course, check that out. Josh over at Rock and Turf built that for us.
Yeah, and they got a putting green over there too.
They got a putting green over there.
No, they do, really?
Miniature golf in Hammertown.
They had a vibrator and smashed it down, getting it all perfectly flat, and they laid down some turf.
Oh, that's rad.
I was like, what are they doing? What needs to be that flat? Oh, a putting green. All right.
And don't forget, you can also ride an electric unicycle in the E-Ride Life booth.
Yes, you can.
Yes.
I'm going there. When I'm
you
off
ride
today,
it
I'm going to
down
go over
short
there and
bus?
ride one of those.
No, they've got a little handrail and you go in a circle.
Oh, Miles, they got a handrail.
Dude, let's go.
Well, I'll probably hit the handrail.
My 11-year-old did it last weekend, so
Yeah.
Yeah,
you can
but
do it, you can do it.
kids bounce back faster than old people like me.
We just bounce.
I cannot believe that you guys don't want to do that.
No, I'm all down. I said, Miles, me and Jim, we should do a little race, like just
Drag
relax.
race.
Like we did last night.
Every night. Race
Yeah,
something
but you
different.
guys want to Ultra One on the sim. I want to Ultra One on the.
No,
on the
we
short
want to Ultra
course.
One on the unicycle.
Just straight line.
Yeah,
Straight
drag
just
race.
straight line
Drag
thing?
race, huh?
Drag race. Ooh, that can end so bad.
Yeah, let's take them out to Soggy Dry Lake.
Maybe we should
drag
do
race.
it like Saturday after, so we can still work.
And for everybody back at home, we will be back to qualifying here shortly. The jump out there got a little tore up from the last victim it took, Mark Nicholson. He is okay, getting checked out, but the course is getting redressed. The Yukon launch need a little TLC.
Need a little smoothing out.
Yeah.
So do you have a favorite food vendor here in Hammertown? Let's
Dang
go
Brothers
on.
Pizza.
Oh, he's Dang Brothers Pizza. Who are you?
I'm solid Spaghetti Western. I'm
Spaghetti
up here every
Western?
other weekend. I stop in there on Highway 62.
I'm a Bufador.
The Bufador, the fish and the potato tacos.
Oh, the fish taco. And then I had some carne asada from them yesterday. It was super good.
And then the
I
Taco
forgot-
Shack has
I forgot
a
to ask them
burrito.
if they had any
Whew.
lingua.
One last thing I'm going to add before I hop off here is that right around 3 o'clock before Power Hour, Mitch Guthrie is going to be driving the Raptor T1 around the short course as a nice
cool.
little demo. So
Fresh off his Dakar debut.
Yep. So make sure you're watching the live stream at that time.
That's
you can hear
awesome.
that thing ripping around the track.
That will be fun to see for sure. Well, Roy, thanks for stopping by and getting us all caught up to date on all things that are Hammertown.
And Roy, I love giving you a hard time, but you have done a lot of great things behind the scene, helping with all our marketing partners and all the vendors. So I thoroughly do appreciate it. And if I didn't like you, I wouldn't give you a hard time.
Love you, Miles.
All right, buddy.
Thanks, Rory. You know, it's so great. Well, while we do have a little bit of a break here, we can get some of our people up here that are helping out Rory here in Hammertown. But coming up here is one of my good friends. This is Tate from the Gambler
Mr.
500.
Gambler 500.
And the Sons of Smokey. He's the guy that makes it all happen. And Tate, how are your cleanups going every morning?
They're going fantastic.
Is there anything to clean up out there? I'm sure,
you know,
right?
the last couple mornings have been lighter than
Okay,
usual.
good.
which is nice to see. I think a lot of the messaging, of not
pack it in, pack it out.
Yeah.
But we know it happens.
It happens, and I'm not a huge fan of organized cleanups, to be honest. I just think when you're out there,
everybody should be
everyone
doing
should do it all the time,
Yeah.
and that's the thing I'm seeing up there.
Good.
Because we're meeting at 10 a.m. on Chocolate Thunder. We got trash bags and gloves and everything for everybody, but we're going up there and we're already finding a ton of people well before we get there. People that maybe didn't even know we were organizing the cleanup.
They're just doing it
and
because
they're
they're
just
here.
doing it.
Yeah, I love
and
that.
So it's not about credit. It's more about just keeping this beautiful place clean, which I should add that big thanks to Dave Cole and Hammer King and Ultra 4 and everything they do out here, because you do see the videos of the beer cans on the hill, right? And those are the things that get viral and the clicks. But Dave makes sure every single year that this place looks better than when we move into it. And so by the time that all this stuff's picked up, this place is pristine, and a lot of the trash that was here before we moved in is also gone. So.
Yeah, that's nice.
No, when I come out here when Hammertown is taken down, I'm like, wait, where was the short track and where was the
So-
meet? Like, I can't figure it out. It blows my mind.
So I was here a month ago, and we're just starting to get set up, and I went up on the big hill here, and you could still see where they groomed the short course, and you could still see the windrows of the blade.
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
wild that it could last that long, and it was just perfect out there. And then we got the over-under jump with, what's that, 10, 12 foot of elevation gap there, and it's going to be gone.
Yep, be gone. Yep, which is amazing.
I just took that on the BeamNG simulator over here.
How did you do? Did you do the qualifying course?
No. I
Miles
just
has the
gladiated
fast
straight
time.
into the face.
Who's
got the fast time?
Miles has the fast time of any host on the qualifying course. I mean, you can go over and try it and see if
No,
you can beat
I
him.
will. I will for sure. I want to do it.
But
I
right
wanna
now, Miles has the fast time.
BeamNG also has Gambler 500 cars built into it.
Oh,
so
nice.
I was racing.
So that's probably a little slower than a
crap boxes.
UFO. huh?
Yeah. We were in the Gomez car.
Oh,
so
yeah. JP's car, the
which is
current King
incredibly
of the
hard
Hammers
to drive.
champion.
I don't know how he even gets around this course. I was upside down more than I was right side up. So yeah, it was wild.
But there's other people that were a lot faster than us. So
They were,
I was
yes.
just the fastest between you and Jim.
Yes, yeah.
Now, Jim, we were talking
I think
earlier
Jim had
about-
to leave to go finish his lap.
Probably so.
We were talking earlier, Tate, about just being able to go out and pick up trash as you're out here recreating. But I drive when I'm out here reeling. I drive a very, very small vehicle, right?
The
I
little
have
Miata.
Buddy, the lifted
Yeah,
Miata. So I can't really pick up like big trash. But you guys have actually figured out a way to make so that I can like mark that trash and then come back with my truck and pick it up.
Wow, you're so good at this.
I know.
Thanks for this segue, Amy Hall. Yes, we have the Sons of Smoky. It's our 501c3 nonprofit that's dedicated to removing trash from public land. We all volunteer positions. We don't have any paid salaries. And then we've got an app. So if you go into right now in the Apple Store, Android is down for the moment, but it'll be back up. If you find trash that you can't take with you, whether it's a pile of tires, if it's furniture, if it's a car, if it's a boat, if it's a jet ski,
there's all sorts of stuff.
Well, they have a jet ski on top of their rig that you guys found out here.
Yeah, we found a jet ski out in BLM. It was the first jet ski to go up Chocolate Thunder just this morning. But you can mark it in the app, and so if you see something, you can mark it. Because if you find a 5-gallon bucket, everybody knows don't touch a 5-gallon bucket. It's either going to be needles or other worse stuff in there.
Well, what is the app?
Sons of Smoky is the name of the app, and the organization that we're helping along with Tread Lightly. And
you guys did
out
a
here.
big cleanup a month or two ago, right? Around
Yeah,
Thanksgiving time, maybe?
yeah,
The-
Dave hosted-
The Hambler, or what was it? I don't remember.
That was one of the working titles. Hammer, Gambler,
a little
and the
play on
Gambler.
words, I like it.
But we ended up, we settled on King of the Gamblers. And Dave had us out at his personal ranch, and I couldn't believe just how gracious and awesome he was, and really opened his doors to everybody. And then also all the trash that we brought in. So we brought in nearly 100,000 pounds of trash in a single weekend.
Whoa.
A lot of that was cars, and so
Okay.
that's because we're dudes with trucks and
Yeah.
trailers. We're not driving Priuses. Bless you. You can go and pick up the little stuff, but we've got the equipment. Let's go use it. And people who really like dragging the stuff through the
Oh,
desert,
yeah.
it's fun.
Yeah, it is a good
Once
time.
you start cleaning up, you just can't stop.
Yeah, it's amazing how fun it can be to figure out, okay, how am I going to get this vehicle out of here? It's all about like solving problems. And I've seen like at the OG Gambler up in Oregon, I've seen like a Toyota Corolla go out into the forest and come back with a boat on the roof. And you're like, I don't know how any of that happened, but I adore the fact that it did.
I've got a great picture of a Forest Service law enforcement behind a Nissan Maxima with an 18-foot fiberglass boat, caving the roof in. He's not pulling him over. He's giving him a police escort.
It's great. So,
awesome.
Don't think that you need some kind of special vehicle out here. Like, people can do it, and that's what's really great about the Gamblers is there's a lot of redneck engineering and MacGyvering that goes into these vehicles. I mean, Buddy is a little bit overbuilt to be a Gambler car at this point, but I mean, I've seen some things out there where you're like, how is that thing still running? And they go out there and they get it in those vehicles.
Well, and that's the challenge. I've got a truck on portals and 49s and that sort of stuff, but at one point it's not as much fun when you go take
back to the old
that's,
beater.
That's not supposed to go there.
Yep.
And they're disposable and it's great. Yeah. But we also love having monster trucks and trophy trucks out to Gambler. You keep bringing Buddy up because you beat us in the Mint two years.
I did 2 years in a row. I beat you. Hi.
Back to back,
you got
huh?
beat by, yes, and they were in a truck. They were in a truck that should have won with more clearance, more four-wheel drive action.
Not half the power.
Better at that point. They had better suspension. Now my suspension is dialed, but at the time it really wasn't. So
I love you. Are really one of the nicest people I've ever met in my entire life, until you're competing against me.
then it's on.
Then I'm a terrible winner.
My Lord.
It happens so rarely that I have to be a terrible winner.
Whatever.
Well, Tate, I'm so glad that you could come up here and join us again. Tate from Gambler 500 and Sons of Smoky. Download that app so you can just go out and find trash. And if you find trash, then you can eliminate it from the Sons of Smoky app. And then it gives you that feel-good feeling in your heart and in your tummy.
And we'd love to see you in the mornings, 10 a.m.
10 a.m. Head up to Chocolate Thunder. See Tate and the Gambler group.
Yeah, we'll have Fred Williams and Dave Chappelle up there tomorrow morning, too, if you want to.
Oh,
come
famous
talk to
people.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Tate. Have a good one.
Thanks, Tate.
Yep.
All right, Tate from the Gamblers, always a super fun time. Again, if you want to go over there to their booth, he really does have a truck on portals and 49-inch tires.
Yeah, no, they're a great group. Brandon Boggs is one of our leads on the King of the Hammers team, and he's well-versed with the Gambler guys. And
it's funny. I see him.
fun.
He lives in town, and so I see him sometimes in Yucca Valley. He was once fixing the turbo on his diesel truck in the Walgreens parking lot. And I was like, do you need me to, I can take you somewhere? He's like, no, we got it. We're just changing the turbo in the Walgreens parking lot. I'm like, cool, buddy.
All in good fun. Well, again, sorry for the delay. We're just trying to get this course lined back out, make sure everybody is as safe as possible, so I do apologize. But qualifying for the Race of Kings will return here in just a moment. Thanks again for tuning in to everything that is the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, presented by Ford Performance. We've had a great morning so far, so let's kind of run through our top 10 from this morning. It was Cole Johnson in that 10th position with a 326. And then it was Marcos Gomez in 9th with a 325. In 8th is Kenneth Goodall with a 324. 7th is Guy Miller with a 324 as well. Wow, identical times within, what's that, 1/100th? I don't know. Close. And 6th is Dustin Robbins with a 322. 5th is Brendan Thompson with a 316. 4th is Cole Clark and his Polaris RZR with a 315. And that 3rd position this morning was our pole setter for quite some time, was Casey Curry with a 313. And then in 2nd was Philip McGilton with a 311, but just absolutely the blistering pace. In that 1st position right now, and I think that time's going to be very hard to beat, is Mr. Paul Wolf, number 1018, with a 257.
Yeah, I had predicted a sub 3 second, but I had said 2:59, so I'm already out by 2 seconds.
And you can go to the, find that same live time we have here in the Optima Batteries main stage is the live.ultra4racing.com for the live scoring, is live.ultra4racing.com for the live timing.
Yeah, and don't forget, while we're up here with this live stream, you've got the opportunity to jump on over into the chat on our feed here on YouTube. We're going to basically, because we're reading through these, if you've got questions, you can throw them up there. We'll answer them if we can. If you need to know something, we can find it out for you, or just have a question for what's going on here inside Hammertown. For all of you watching at home, don't forget our good man Fish Fishgistics Fish has been living inside that live stream, answering all the questions, which is great to have.
God bless Fish, man. He is in it. He lives and breathes all of this stuff. You know, every time, like if I'm in a race and I need to find out my qualifying time or my final time, I never go to the organization website. I go to Fish because I know he's going to have it posted. He somehow gets this information by osmosis, and he gets it up on Instagram or Facebook way faster than anybody else. So
he's on it.
Yep, Fish, we respect you and we salute you.
And we miss him.
We do. I do miss him. I hope his mouth is okay. He had I think his filling came out, or his wisdom tooth came out or something, and it sounded like it was really, really painful.
Yeah, and I'm just sort of scrolling through the chat here as we're sitting here looking at this. Couple questions that are popping up. What time is Power Hour? It's supposed to be at 3 o'clock. There is a chance that might get pushed a little bit, Miles, based on what's happening going on here, because we've got obviously a little bit of a delay.
Yeah, so we got a lot of we got some Shearer fans out there. Lots of Fish fans. Lots of Fish fans.
Everyone loves
everybody loves Fish.
So let's ask the crowd, if you're in the chat, who do you think's gonna, or do you think anybody can bump out Paul Wolf that 257?
Hey,
who's your guys' pick?
Let's do this, Miles. We always we do it with the announcers. If you're on the chat right now, I want to know who's going to win 4,400.
Oh,
King
win!
Of the Hammers.
We're passing qualifying. Huh?
No, I'm going into win. I want to
All
know
right.
who's going to win. I want to know who you think your overall winner is, and then who do you think is the person. I'll let you pick two. One is going to be your winner, and then the second one is going to be, hey, this person no one's talking about, but they're going to win.
Jack Childers says Shannon Campbell with a 251.
Oh, they're picking qualifying time, too.
Yeah.
Miles wants qualifier. I want who's the win.
Well, let's do both. There's a couple people saying Paul Wolf is going to stay on top. Oh, Eric Miller. Lauren Healy, Shannon Campbell, Eric Miller, Lauren Healy, JP Gomez, I like that. Casey Curry, he's already went. JP Gomez could do it. Jason Shearer, I think Jason Shearer has started, maybe not pole, but in the front row. I'm going to say 6 or 8 years in a row. I can't remember, but he started up front for a long time.
Yeah, and I think it's not even that, Miles. I think if you factor in the number of times he started on the front row, so whether pole or second, it's a lot. It's knocking on the door at 10 years.
Man, it's blowing up now. Chain,
It really is.
Cameron Steele, Bailey Cole. Well, Bailey Cole's
up.
already ran. Paul Horschel. I don't know if he's here yet, but he's close.
They're giving us the winners.
Oh, they're doing
Miles.
win now. Okay,
yeah,
you're
this
right.
is the winners.
Robbie Gordon. He may be driving a UFO. We're not quite sure yet.
Oh, I see a Kyle Cheney pop. Oh, here, Kyle Cheney / easily gonna win.
Somebody asked, is the premium for all races? Yes, if you buy the premium today, it's for the rest of the event. Aaron Smith, he's in that bomber. He always has a chance.
Everybody wants to know who won the unicycle race.
It wasn't me. It wasn't you.
I think the spectators won the unicycle race
Yeah,
because that was
exactly.
super fun.
Somebody says Gomez brothers. That's cheating because there's a 4 of them on that team.
Eric Miller, we've got Eric Miller. Someone thinks Fish is going to win. I mean, hey, Fish might win.
He's just going to win the internet. I don't know if he's going to win the race.
Fish does win the internet. Lauren Healy, Lauren Healy's one of my favorite drivers. He's just such a nice, easygoing guy, and he's always helpful. I saw him this year, him and Vaughn at Crandon, and we got to spend some time watching those short course guys go through at Crandon. It was really, really remarkable. I was glad that I got to hang out with him.
Oh,
Bailey Campbell, a vote for Bailey Campbell.
Yeah, Bailey Campbell, Bailey Cole, Levi Shirley. Well, we got some snacks up here,
Yeah,
huh?
Ann's coming in. This is like a giant Kit Kat.
All right.
Oh, I love it. Oh, is this a Canadian candy? This is Canadian chocolate, isn't it?
You're darn right that's Canadian candy.
Ooh.
That was just handed to me from the good people at True North Racing over there. This is probably the greatest candy bar in the world.
What's it called?
Coffee Crisp. So if you like coffee, this is the candy for you.
Yeah,
Okay,
coffee,
hang
a little bit of peanut butter, maybe some chocolate. I'd dig that. Is that part of Glennie Page's team, or who you guys with?
True North Racing.
The coffee comes in
True
kind of
North,
after the
perfect.
bite of chocolate.
That's amazing,
It's
isn't
pretty
it?
good. It's got a nice crunch to it. Ooh, no, coffee's really kicking in now. Yeah, it's got like a little bit of a spice to it. You know what? I approve.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, got some Rusty Blyler fans. Tom Ways always has a chance. He's been close multiple times. Waylon Campbell has been in the lead before. Robbie Gordon, Shannon Campbell, Cole Clark in that UTV.
It's so
seeing
great to
a
see
lot- I'm
everybody
seeing
here really getting into the chat. We've got a lot of people out there
It's going to be hard to keep up with that.
I know,
when they're
I
just
can't do
machine
it.
gun firing on us.
I love it. I love how everyone's in there just dropping.
Cody Addington. He's a man. I remember. I think it was 2012 in the little black Toyota that could race the EMC. And Dave Cole said, "You finished." Come race King of the Hammers. And he finished out of time, I believe, but he stepped from that Toyota into a solid axle 44 and then moved up into the original Red Dragon from Lauren Healy. And that car has got a lot of wins under its chassis.
Absolutely, yeah. But I'm seeing a lot of Randy Slauson. I'm seeing a lot of Shiras.
That third lap, like I've only heard a few hints. I'm excited to hear more about it tonight. But I think that plays in favor for some of the solid axle machines. I
think it plays in favor for a solid axle car. I think it plays into favor for a two-seat solid axle car or a two-seater car. No matter what.
Two-seat. I think navigation is going to be huge this year.
Especially
I really
since, like we talked about a little bit earlier, I talked about with Jim a little bit, and I think it's really going to come into play on race day. And it's the rule that we don't talk about a lot, but you cannot be assisted by another racer unless they've progressed further.
Yeah, you just see this that they just asked that in the comments.
Did they?
So
yeah.
So on the third lap, so basically what it's trying to say is the third lap is in the similar area as a second lap. So if you're broke down on your second lap, you can't hike to the third lap and help your teammate or whoever you want. Obviously, we love the sportsmanship of it, but we don't want another competitor that's broke down laps prior to move forward to help I don't know, it's just trying to keep a level playing field.
Which we have seen in the past, but we're not going to talk about that.
But it's also like entering a Class 1 buggy in the Baja 1000 so that you can help your Class 11.
Yeah.
Right? You know, that's
which actually happens.
Of course that happens. Absolutely that happens. Or you enter a vehicle because that's the parts car for your real vehicle, you know? So, of course, that stuff happens. So it's great that Dave is really trying to keep that at bay and really keep it as competitors helping competitors at that same level and keeping everybody on that even playing field, because like we said, this should be a race about drivers and about machines, not about your pit time or your qualifying time.
And your pre-run ability.
Your pre-run ability, yeah.
I think, and they're asking on here, when will we see that? When do the racers get the third lap? Well, the third lap tonight at the end of Power Hour.
Dave's going to show us.
Dave's going to come up here on the stage, right, and he's going to basically give us the rundown of the lap.
But they won't get the file
till
Friday night or Thursday night?
Noon Friday,
okay.
I heard. So, this will just be the rundown, which is very similar if you've watched the live show in the past that Miles has hosted before, where they basically give the race course out. It's a similar rundown, not giving you the GPS file, not giving you the track, not giving you where all the VCPs are. He's going to basically give you the 20,000-foot view of where you're going.
Right, but that gives you a lot of information. I mean, when you guys did the pre-show, I was watching it. I'm like, okay, what is the desert loop going to be? And as soon as I saw it going up over Emerson Ridge, I was like, Buddy is not doing that this year. Nope, 65 miles.
You're cut out. Huh?
Nope, not happening. So you are able to actually make some strategic decisions based off of even that really high bird's eye view.
Yeah, Power Hour is supposed to be at 3 p.m., but it is probably going to be pushed back since we're having to do a little track maintenance out there. And Bailey, yeah. Everybody is a fan of Bailey Campbell, a queen of the hammers. How cool would that be?
I would absolutely love, Bailey's always on my short list. I took her off my list this year because I feel like I'm jinxing her.
All right. So I remember I was in the production trailer, whatever that was, 5-6 years ago, when Bailey was leading the race and her water pump pulley fell off, and you could just see everybody. Nathan, you were there, and everybody just like, no!
Because Miles saying that she was leading the race is almost doing a disservice.
Because she was
running away with that race.
Running away with the race.
Because there was a traffic issue for everybody else, and somehow she was able to get ahead. She was a good half lap ahead of everybody, and it was unfortunate that happened to her. Yeah, but it would be great to see her win for sure, absolutely. And there's a lot of love in the comments coming down for the TMR guys as well. That's Tim and Mike Rogers. They're actually supposed to be our next qualifier off the line, so that's probably why there's so many of them in the chat right now. They're waiting for them to see. But yeah, Tim and Mike Rogers out of my neck of the woods back home in Ontario, Canada. They're just outside of the big Toronto, or TO as we like to call it. They got a bunch of people down here cheering on for them. But, yeah, it's good to see those boys down. They were down here last year, rookies.
Oh, yeah.
Took advantage of the rookie program.
And we see a lot of the Canadians run their chassis.
Yeah. And this year they came in. They're doing it right, in my opinion. You know, you see the guys who start to take this seriously. They look for, hey, I'm going to have a race runner and a pre-runner. They came down with a pre-runner that was the exact same as their race car. So they're able to go out there and pre-run in one of their chassis, just a little bit different setup, but they're able to pre-run the race car in a very similar car they're going to be racing in.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting day. And again, sorry for the delay. We are running a little behind schedule. Track maintenance, keep everything safe and sound. So I think we're going to try to get Caleb to pull up the live timing. Again, it's live.ultra4racing.com, and that is the live timing to see everybody's qualifying run today. And then we'll have split times the rest of the week.
That's going to be
Thursday,
exciting.
Friday, Saturday.
Yeah, because we've always sort of played with some unofficial split times. Now, Miles, you did mention, and this is something I can tell you about this because I know the TMR guys. You talked about guys running TMR chassis. Well, TMR now has, because the reason they run that TMR chassis is because TMR has always had that chassis setup where you can order your chassis. It's cut, it's not, it's bent. You put it together yourself. They have all the tabs on the brackets. Well, now they're going to have an IFS version.
Oh, they're going to step up their game a little bit. We've always kind of asked Eric Miller if he's going to do that also, and he hadn't said yes, he hadn't said no.
Yeah, so this will be a do-it-yourself IFS chassis that you can build yourself. All the parts will come laser cut, ready to rock, fixtures, jigs, everything. So you at home, if you don't want to write the big check for the big Triton Engineering, which it is a big check, you can, and you want to spend the time in the garage turning and burning with the hood down, they're going to have a do-it-yourself IFS chassis, which is pretty cool.
That's awesome. I do hear a car starting out on the short course, so hopefully that means we're getting closer.
And gentlemen, it has been swell, but the swelling's gone down. I'm going to give my mic over to the famous Jim Marsden to step in for me now. Thank you so much. I'm going to be around Hammertown all the rest of the day, and we're going to get ready for tomorrow. But thanks so much, Ian. Thanks so much, Miles. Have a great rest of your show.
Same to you, Emmy. All right, so just for everyone who's wondering, Emmy will be wandering around Hammertown now looking for a date. She said she was looking for a boyfriend out there, so she's on her way out. Leaving the booth right now.
And she's in the Lifted Miata.
Lifted
Miata. Cruising around.
Yep.
Well, Emmy, always a pleasure having you up here. Thanks for taking the reins, and it's been fun listening.
All right, and right now our good friend Jim Marsden is back. Oh, and he pulled the short straw and is going to be back on that Macintosh that he loves so much. He's going to be back on that Apple computer that he likes so much. Jim, I'm sorry, gentlemen. I'm sorry that you missed the coffee crisp, but I'm sure you've had one over in the UK before. But
my friend, you have to remember the empire was founded on tea and lost on coffee. So you can keep your coffee crisp.
Yeah, we'll take it all.
When they do a tea crisp, I'm all in.
A tea crisp.
So you basically left, and we haven't had any qualifying yet.
Yeah, I know.
So you didn't miss any of the action.
I rushed over to the VIP tent up there to have some lunch. Met some very, very lovely people. Lots of people over here from Portugal as well. So a big shout out to those. Yeah, Manuel Costa, Flavio and his team, and of course Bruno Nunes from Empower. And so great to see those guys here. In fact, we've got quite a few Europeans over here this year. We've got Shabs Piercy and his team over from TSR Racing. We've got the Crazy Germans, but you can't guess where they're from. And we've got Matthias Armand, who's also racing from France. So lots of Europeans enjoying themselves at Hammers 2025.
And it looks like we do have the timing, so it's right here. It's live.ultra4racing.com, and then you can go through the tabs. And in that 10th position, we have Cole Johnson with that 326. In that 9th position, we have Marcos Gomez with a 325. In that 8th position, we have Kenneth Goodall with a 324. And then almost an identical time is in that 7th spot is Guy Miller with a 324.
Yeah, in 6th is Dustin Robbins, and he's coming in with a 322. Then in 5th is Brendan Thompson in that awesome UFO with a 316.
Cole Clark behind that with a 315. Casey Curry follows that up with a 313. And then Philip McGilton with a 311. But our pole sitter right now is
none other than the man himself. Paul Wolf, and he throws it down with an incredible 257. Just look at that, gentlemen. That is 14 seconds faster than Philip McGilton.
That's incredible.
Well, and what's even crazier about that, Jim, I don't know if you heard, we had Paul up in here in the booth with us. He said there's still 5 seconds out there. He said that there's 5 seconds on that course to be picked up at some point in time on that course.
But if I was the pole setter, I'd be saying that as well. So all my competitors go out there really hard and make mistakes.
And make some huge mistakes.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly that.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, Lauren Healy will be qualifying during Power Hour later on this afternoon, but we are back to qualifying for the 4400 Race of Kings during the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers. He does take the Yokohama Y, presented by Ford Performance.
And I believe that is our TMR Customs boys right there.
So is that the 867, just trying to get a visual.
The color doesn't look right, but that could be my screen, Miles.
No, that's the 1444. Let me flip through my sheet here.
Yeah, I was going to say that it was a solid axle car. I thought maybe it was, that must be someone from, so 1444 is from our previous hour. That's Ignacio Arena.
Ignacio.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a Trent Fab car, it should be.
Yep, it is, yep. All right, so Ignacio making his way up through this section of this steep hill climb right here. We saw a little bit of action earlier with Kevin Yoder. You can see all the media crew out there getting some shots. They've obviously picked up that spot. It's the right spot to be for some action today.
And thanks again for your patience, everybody, but we are back to qualifying. There's Ignacio out there running strong in the 1444 Trent Fab machine.
And if you're just joining us, welcome. This is Johnson Valley, California, and we are here today for the Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance, and it's all about the big guns, the biggest and the greatest cars out there in 4400, qualifying for the Race of Kings. And we're just getting back to our qualifying right now. And if you've only just joined us, our top 5 at the moment is Brendan Thompson in 5th. In 4th is Cole Clark. In 3rd is Casey Curry. In 2nd it's Philip McGilton. But a staggering 13 seconds ahead of the field right now. It's a man on a charge, Mr. Paul Wolf.
He is one to beat right now, the number 1018, and he gets the number 1018 for his daughter's birthday, October of 2018. I love that. They always bring the family when they can. The Ultra 4 family here at King of the Hammers is like none other.
Exactly. Now, I'm just looking down our list of qualifiers that we've got coming up here, Miles, and it's absolutely staggering. As I say, I get my felt tip pen out and I start colouring in the ones that I like. And it is just, Matt, I haven't even bothered with Power Hour because they just all are
you just
incredible.
highlight the whole hour.
Exactly. But let's just have a look at some names that will really stand out for us. Casey Gilbert, Chase Capera, Paul Herschel, Christopher Branton, Cameron Steele, Andrew McLaughlin, Waylon Campbell, Levi Shirley, Matthew McGowan, Roger King, Kevin Porterfield, Cody Miller, A.K. Watley, Kevin Stearns, and Cody Addington.
And that's just to name a few of them.
Exactly, and that's not even before we get to Power Hour. And then we look down at Power Hour, and it is just a solid wall of talent. Carl Cheney, Tad Dowker, Chad Hunt, Dan Fresh, John Webb, Brett Harrell, Eric Miller, Shannon Campbell, Lauren Healy, Jason Shearer, Josh Byler, Randy Slauson, Raul Gomez, and of course last year's king, JP Gomez.
And Vaughn Gittin Jr. is going to be in the mix in there as well.
And one thing to remember, Ben filled us in, Paul Horschel is in our next hour's list, but they aren't even here yet. So and I say not even here, he said they're not even on the lake bed. They had an issue with the car, but they were working on getting it put back together and getting it out here. So he might not be in that qualifying in that next hour. But right now, we're watching Ignacio come up through that pinch rock and make their way down this section of the trail. This is the section where we saw our Paul Wolf just fly down. He
was smoking down that hill.
He touched that hill maybe 3 times coming down there.
Yeah,
it was pretty amazing to watch.
I was sitting in the Warren VIP with Greg Mulkey with Raceline. He's like, Paul Wolf is the fastest downhill driver I've ever seen. Just hands down. I was like, yeah, he just kind of skips through.
And this is from a man who knows about rock bouncing uphill racing.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, let's not forget, Paul Wolf was a rock bouncer. So Ignacio coming in and we coming round turn 19.
Look at that.
makes his retreat.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube, go to KOHUltimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds. We'll
Good
get
to
him
hear.
qualifying here in just a few, or this afternoon sometime.
I have to love Paul Herschel. Anybody who follows him on social media, and if you don't, you should, literally 3 weeks ago decided to cut the back off his car.
No.
The front and the
too.
back.
They made it into 3 pieces. Yeah, it was a 3-piece car 2 weeks ago.
Absolutely crazy.
All right, so there's Tim Rogers making his way up through our gates gate. You can see the little check up there as they make their way up through that section of rocks.
They made quick work through there.
Yeah, they're at a 242. Little off pace to be leaders, but certainly for their second hammers, doing very, very well.
Now, we've been talking about this earlier. This is a very off-camber section through here, but this is a section where you can find a lot of time, but you have to commit. You really have to lay it down. But I'm liking where the sun position is right now. And when we spoke to Waylon Campbell earlier, he was like, hey, buddy, I'm in that 1 p.m. section, and that makes me very happy
With
indeed.
the sun up high, but now we're a little behind schedule, so we'll try to keep everything flowing as quickly as we can. Do
you think that they're sitting down in race ops at the moment and they're giving them a little pep talk and saying, right, you think you're going to drive fast, but can you drive faster because we need to make up some time?
And don't wreck.
And don't wreck.
So Tim Rogers coming down around the Pinch Rock, heading towards Hammertown.
Yeah, big shout out to the guys at USAC as well. Liam McDonald down there and his team keeping us honest and making sure that this race is fair for everybody.
Got a lot of Canadian fans out there tuning in. Yeah, well, at home and here on site. I love it.
I was going to say, it sounds like we have most of Canada in front of us.
As Tim Rogers is making his way down. He'll drop out of the rocks here shortly and head towards the Ford Performance Short Course. And on deck next should be Brian Reed and Michael Mills with Monkey with a Knife, and Jason Shear's old 2-seat IFS Fishmouth car that has won King of the Hammers here before.
All right, as we watch the TMR crew come around through the big Talladega turn, back through the MBRP straight and over the MBRP tabletop. See them come in and land, and we'll see what kind of time they click off here. Looks like it's going to be right at probably around a 4:30.
So that puts them in 33rd position overall.
There we go. Lots of qualifying still happening as we catch up right now with a car that's already well on course.
Yep, and that is the number 416 of Brian Reed and Michael Mills out of Houston, Texas, with Monkey with a Knife and that Fishmouth Fab 2C IFS Bronco with an LS 427 Reed transmission, SCST case, Fox, BFG, Vision, Steinjager, and Howden. And they're just here to have some fun. They came from the road racing scene. They raced Miatas and stuff on the road, but they joined King of the Hammers, I'm going to say, probably 4 years ago, and just caught the bug, and they absolutely love it. They started off with a Brave Motorsports solid axle car that Bailey Cole is driving in this race, and then stepped into Shear's car just a couple years ago. And I was able to drive the Brave car once, and it was absolutely amazing. I said, so hey, when I'm driving the Shear, he's like, there's 2 people that can drive that car, and you're not on the list. I said, okay. But he said it's an absolutely amazing car. He can't believe that Shear sold it to him.
Yeah, that was a car that I didn't think Jason would let go, but yeah, I guess the decision was made to come with a new car. Yep, build a new car and come out and have some fun.
So they should be right around that 4-minute mark, it's looking like. So mid-pack, but a solid run.
That was interesting, again, talking to Tom Ways earlier, and when we were saying, Tom, how are you happy? And he was just like, that's exactly where I want to be. I don't actually want to be at the front of this pack. I want to let those guys stretch their legs out in front of me. And he said, there's going to be a window behind those front guys that you can sit in where you're going to get clear air and you can run your own race strategy.
Yeah, definitely be interesting to see where he likes to be in that 20th to 30th spot.
And Brian Reed makes it into the 31st position. Is that Casey Gilbert? It is.
Yes,
the number
it is.
618 of Casey Gilbert with Tranny Tom riding shotgun out of Fenton, Michigan with Gilbert Brothers Racing. And that Miller Pro chassis with a Mast Motorsports LS7, Tranny Tom Turbo 400, SCS, Nitto Tire, Threat Off-Road, Brannock, Big B, Nacho, Willwood, Rugged Radios, Ironman, and College Motorsports.
Gets a little offline.
He smokes that big rod.
Well, he had to save that roll, Miles. It was looking bad for a second, but he had to stand in the throttle to save that flop, and unfortunately to do it. And he was on a blistering pace coming over the top there. Think about the fact we just saw him stop, and he's still on the floor at 240. So he was on fire coming through. That was an incredibly good qualifying
This may be our
time.
fastest solid axle run so far today.
It's looking like it probably will be, and let's not forget, he just lost a few seconds there as Casey Gilbert comes in. But Casey is no stranger to drama in qualifying. We saw that big roll a couple of years ago. And look at this, he's outside of course once again.
He's
Casey
giving it all
everything.
he's got. And you can tell he did take the spare tire off, so trying to lighten it up, so he is definitely giving it all he's got.
Now Casey, of course, came from the 4800 Legends class, then pulled it on up. He was winning that and doing ever so well and decided to step up into 4400. I'm so pleased he did. Fantastic run from Casey Gilbert.
Place. That's
top
excellent.
10, 6th place. Nice run.
Now that's very interesting indeed. Now he is our highest placed solid axle car at the moment, but the interesting thing is he's definitely left time out there.
Well, he left a lot of time out there. He came to a dead stop at the top of that pinch rock.
Exactly. Let's not forget we still have Eric Miller and Randy Slauson in those solid axle machines, and of course Josh Byler as well. So can they give these IFS vehicles a bloody nose?
And on screen now is Chase Caprara with Trent Guthrie riding shotgun number 1481 out of Salinas, California with Rock Rage Racing. They're in an older Campbell 2-seat IFS, LS, Yokohama FTA, and Fox Shocks. He has won the AMC race before. This young man is definitely one to watch.
Yeah, very talented young man. We were looking forward to seeing his father Brian racing earlier today, but he's had to pull out due to having a bad back. And we saw Cody Young jumping into the bomber and taking his place and putting down a very solid time.
Yeah, this is a very good time coming through this pinch rock section. You can see how it's getting a little bit dug out on the backside of that. You can see how it's kicking those cars up. But yeah, this is fast right here, Jim. It's probably obviously not fast enough to unseat our pole sitter because you'd have to finish the race like right now.
Right now, exactly. Yeah. So that's not going to happen. That's a top 10 run for sure.
Yeah, but it's definitely a good run for sure.
This young man's got a bright future in our sport. They used to race with us quite a bit at Ultra 4, but they've had to pick up some work, and they're vegetable farmers. They've been extra busy, and at least they can still come out and play with us here at King of the Hammers. This Chase Caprara is in the Ford Performance short course. One more turn to go. Hit the MBRP tabletop, and we'll get a time for Chase Caprara.
Yeah, so he comes round onto the MBRP straight away, and he'll be coming over the MBRP tabletop and taking a time, and there it is as a 3:21. Very solid performance there from Chase.
That puts him in 7th position, just behind Casey Gilbert. And this is supposed to be Paul. It is not.
It's
Paul
not
Horsfall,
Paul.
so
No,
it
that
looks
is
like Aaron
a
Smith.
bomber car. So that is probably Pat Beckworth.
Okay.
Or Beckwith, I should say. Sorry,
is indeed
apologize.
Pat Beckworth.
Yep, and that's a bomber car. You can tell by the look of it from miles and miles away. They're easy to spot.
So it is Pat Beckworth with his son-in-law Luke riding shotgun out of Las Vegas, Nevada with Beckwith Racing in that bomber chassis with an LS3 Turbo 400 Atlas, BFG, Method, Adams Drive Shafts, Bunderson Racing, and Western States Contracting. His first Ultra 4 race was King of the Hammers 2017.
I was going to say 2027. Time traveler.
He's been racing with us for 8 years now.
Very good time as he makes the right-hand turn at the top of Short Bus and then heads over to go through our Gates Gate.
With a very solid run. That's right where the Ultra 1 started.
Yep.
Those guys were insane.
Yeah, I'm still in shock at what I actually witnessed there. As this Bomber Fab car belonging to Pat Beckworth makes his way across the top of the mountain and starts to thread his way back down through here.
If you're just tuning in, thank you. This is the Nitto Race of Kings qualifier for the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance.
And let's not forget, at 3 p.m. this afternoon, we will have the biggest, the meanest, the baddest off-road racers in 4400 lining up for Power Hour. And I cannot wait for that one, Miles.
Oh, it's going to be wild. can't wait. It's going to be a good one.
It's going to be a great afternoon of qualifying. It's going to be absolutely amazing. And the question that we all wanted to see, I think we got a left front flat here on this car.
It's kicking up some dust,
but I think he's lucky. I think he just lost it making that left.
Yeah, you can tell he's sliding down that hill just a little bit. So.
Yeah, so luckily he didn't have to make that entire cross-grain section with a left front flat, but it looked like right when he turned, it's when he lost the tire. So hopefully he'll come down this big drop. He should be okay. It'll definitely slow him down inside the short course, though.
Yeah, Pat Betworth is just going to get down into town now, get the car back into the pits and get it fixed and ready for the race on Saturday.
There's a big kicker at the bottom of that drop. We've been watching it grow and grow and grow.
Yeah,
and
I think kind of donkey kick out of there.
Yeah,
pretty,
we've seen three
rough.
or four cars hit that, and I think it's definitely favoring those who take an aggressive approach to that downhill section.
And tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. sharp, we'll kick off the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. And I hear somebody taking off. I believe it should be Patrick Peterson, as we see Pat Beckwith there in the Ford Performance Short Course.
All right, we're seeing Pat Beckwith come back around the Talladega turn, across the MBRP straightaway and over the MBRP tabletop. We're going to time in for them. Thankfully, that left front flat, they're currently 35th right now, so slowed them down a little bit, but not too much. So let's see who we got on screen right now. Miles is looking for a number. He's going to jump on that, but it should be Patrick Peterson.
Trying to get a visual. It sure looks like it could be him.
Putting up a lot of dust as he makes his way up through short bus, whoever it is.
Yeah, you can see how loose that climb has become right now. Look at the amount of dust and dirt that they're having to fling around off the back of that car. They're definitely making it work as they climb up through there.
Do you know what? I wonder if he's got a front axle problem.
They look like they're pulling, but it doesn't look.
I think he might have something broken in the front.
Yeah, I think it's only one tire pulling in the front. I think that's the issue.
That is definitely Patrick Peterson with Ken Alden riding shotgun out of Holman, Wisconsin with Bad Axe Racing in that Brian Maloney chassis with an LQ9 740 horsepower, a maximum 4L80E, NP205. Bad Axe Productions, Baja Designs, PRP, BFG, Raceline, Rugged, G-Force, Gearhead Coffee, and Warren. His first Ultra 4 race was at the Big House in Crandon, Wisconsin, 2019.
Man, I love me some good Gearhead Coffee, Miles.
Oh, yeah, that's some good stuff. As Patrick Peterson and his son comes racing with us every once in a while as well. They race the Champ Series up in the north. And look at Hammertown in the background. Absolutely beautiful.
All right, as we're watching Patrick Peterson make their way through this Squeeze Rock section, this will be, we were watching the front end. Jim was saying that there was a chance that the front end looked like it wasn't pulling equally, and I agree. So I think we're in a situation where we are watching him make his way through that section, which he has, which is good to see. Around that rock where we've seen a little bit of action earlier today.
All four tires are holding up, looking good. Patrick Peterson has been racing with us for quite some time. Always a pleasure seeing him out there on course as he heads towards the Ford Performance Short Course. And we got another special guest hopping in the booth with us, Mr. James Cantrell. How are you doing, buddy?
Pretty good, Miles. How's it going?
Oh, not bad. How is it having somebody else prep your car so you can come racing?
That's pretty nice. This car actually stayed out here all year and got worked on, and we prepped it when we showed up on the lake bed.
Nice. And then you made it about a minute or two and took a nap.
Yeah, I got a little tired.
What
I figured
happened?
I'd drive about 10 seconds and take a 30-second nap, so it's just a driver error. I came off the rocks.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
place in the 4500 Yukon Garage.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
My notes are incorrect then.
Could be. I could be wrong. Those are my notes.
These are your notes? We'll find out in a second.
Exactly. But we're on car. You just can't see the car.
So Joe Gatling goes in exactly in 35th position.
And with helmets on, you can't tell who's who.
I was trying to see if I could spy a number in there, Miles, but I did not.
Okay, it does say it is Jeff Watson. Okay, that was Jeff Watson, the number 1776, with Eric McRae out of Flagstaff, Arizona, with Gopher Broke Racing.
So James, we've been asking everybody we've had in the booth today, if you had to put your money on one person to qualify fastest today, who would it be?
Man, Paul threw down a heater.
He did. It's going to be tough to beat.
It's going to be
really
really tough to knock Paul off that pole position, but you can't count out Jason Shear.
He started up
Shear's-
front for the last 6-8 years. I don't remember.
He's had so many pole positions, I can't keep track. Can't
And when he
count.
loses it, he's usually second.
Yeah,
So he's still up front.
He's still up front, exactly.
Yeah.
He's the first loser.
Yeah, exactly. Which
Jason's
is
just an
fine.
animal. He's absolutely amazing driver. You got Lauren. It's
a
anybody's
stacked
shot.
field,
It's a
yeah.
stacked field. It's incredible how far this has progressed.
Yeah, the talent that we see on this track is absolutely remarkable as we watch Jeff Watson coming in. Look at that for an image over the MBRP tabletop. Comes in with a 4:01, so a very solid run indeed there.
Yeah, but that'll put him in 32nd spot as we jump back over. And now we're right past Gates Gate. We've already gone through
Man,
Gates Gate.
they're sitting early. We're trying to catch up some time here.
This looks, if this is, I can't get a timer up here, but this is a good run based on how fast he went through that top section, but I can't see.
That
how
is
it
Christopher Brandt.
There we go.
Kamikaze Chris Brandt with Ryan Webb riding shotgun out of Bossier City, Louisiana with Kryptonite Customs. In that 2C IFS Jimmy's 4x4 with an LSA 446, Turbo 400, SCS, Kryptonite Customs, Liquid Moly, Raceline, USP, and RE drive shafts.
Oh, look at this.
that,
It's a 2 minutes and 40.
into the short course.
Wow. This is very fast indeed. Now, Christopher Branton, he's a checkers or wreckers type of driver. We saw him the other year doing that massive tumble. Broke the internet as he came off round on the qualifying course near Chocolate Thunder.
And in Disney, Oklahoma, a couple years ago, he was our pole setter during qualifying.
He was indeed, and such a nice guy. Been working so
This
hard
is
on
second
this package.
place, I'm pretty sure.
I
Second
think
or
you might
third,
be
it's
right,
going to be
Miles.
close.
It's going to be top 3 for sure. It's going to be
Wow.
close to beginning a second.
It's
Definitely.
the MBRP tabletop
Second
at a
place, Miles, at
309.
309. Excellent. Yes, good
Great
stuff.
run for Chris Brandt.
Yeah, Christopher
This-
Branton really throwing it
It
down
looks
there.
like the Lamborghini, so is that
That's
Cameron
Cameron
Steele?
Cameron Steele right there
It
in the
sure is.
Lamborghini. Yeah, Cameron in a new car. Jordan Pellegrino's old car, the Lamborghini. Said he's been out here putting in some time in it. I was talking to him a little bit earlier in the week. He's been out here testing and tuning, shaking it down, getting used to the new car.
Yeah, Craig Allen just bought that car and said, hey, Cameron, let's do this thing. So it's Cameron Steele and Wayne Israelston, Mr. All-Tech himself, out of San Clemente, California, with Desert Assassins. And that Armada 2-seat IFS and IRS with 74 world portals. RHS tall block, 600 horsepower. To the wheels, it's got a Yokohama, Raceline, Fox, Monster, Baja HQ, and it's going to be interesting. I think Cameron Steele definitely has a chance to do some great things this weekend.
Yeah, he does. Now, this is the sister car to the car that he used to drive for Cody Wagner, so he's no stranger to this style of vehicle. Now, he was never the fastest of qualifier in Cody's car, but he used to always pop up around about end of lap 2, leading the race.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. This car is an absolute work of art, but there's almost like so much technology in it. They've had some issues, kind of like Paul Horschel. If his car holds together, it's hard to beat. These Armadas, if they can hold together, hard to beat. But they're so fancy, there's a lot of moving parts.
Well, when they first built the Lamborghini, Miles, there was a lot of really interesting prototype parts in it. They had a different portal setup, different differential setup, and I think a couple years ago they went through the whole car and kind of rebuilt it into what we consider now a more tried and true platform, because the portals have been tested in every class at this point. And so I think that they're now got it set up in a more reliable package.
I think he's got about a top 20 run or so, a little off pace, but still a great run for Cameron Steele as he enters the Ford Performance Short Course.
I think this is quite tactical. Cameron's not going to be too worried about his position. This car is superbly fast in the desert. And
he is a desert machine, so.
Yeah. So I think what we're going to see here is Cameron wanting to be mid-table. Don't forget, he's got Wayne from All-Tech with him. And Wayne's doesn't want to be out front. He's going to be saying, hey, buddy, just take it chill. We're going to be mid-table. It's where we want to be. Let all the guys go out in front, and we'll just pick them off.
Yeah, because on race day, they'll take off 2 at a time every 30 seconds. The race will be on adjusted time, so if you start in mid-pack, you start picking people off, you'll have adjusted time on your side.
He came across at 25th.
Is that Glenny Page? No, Bill McGibbon, sorry. One of the Canadians.
Oh, the Canadians are so loud. They love it. They're out of the snow down here in the south.
It's the sunshine going to their heads, you know.
So the 461 of Billy McGibbon out of Ontario, Canada, with McGibbon Racing in that Jimmy single seat IFS Green Dragon, LS 700 horsepower, maximum turbo 400, SCS J&A Hydrovac services, Mickey Thompson, Diddy's Big Block, TMR Customs, and Amsoil. And I remember when he debuted this car, he was qualifying in Kentucky and took a huge tumble. Glad he was okay and glad to see the car out here racing. And this car can do some great things as he just bounces through the Gates Gate.
Well, that's a fast time through that Gates Gate, Miles, coming through that at 145.
This is
a 3-minute run. We'll see.
Yeah. Oh, no, look at the pace through here. This is careless. This is careless.
This is checkers or wreckers right here. I like it.
That's a fast move through that cross grain section right there. That was incredibly quick.
And the videos do not do it justice how rough that ridge is.
And if you take a wrong bounce up there, you could take a tumble down the entire mountain.
And just how off camber it is. But look at this, coming through the pinch rock at 213. Let's see where he's at when he gets to the bottom of this hill. But
and there's Casey Gilbert's rock.
So right now he's at the very bottom, coming through at 226. This is going to be a good run. This could be top 5 for sure.
Yeah, Bill McGibbon here is absolutely on a tear. 240 is he coming on into the infield, heading towards turn 19. Miles, look at this.
And this could be close. We'll see as Bill McGibbon enters the Ford Performance Short Course with a 250 on the clock. So he's going to be second or third, I think. I don't think he's going to bump out Paul Wolf.
Yeah, no, this is looking like a
great run.
This is looking like a second place run for Bill McGibbon as he makes his way around the Talladega onto the MPRP straightway, and only the MPRP tabletop jump. Look at this.
And the Canadians are going wild right here in Hammertown as he checks up, which I'm glad he did.
There we go. Second place with a 307.
So on the front row for now is Billy McGibbon.
I think if you convert that to metric, he's in first. That's like 26 metric beers right there, eh? Hey, boys, you out for a rip, huh?
Especially with the current exchange rate, right?
Oh, yeah. The boys will be out for a rip tonight. They'll be smoking darts and throwing fists, I'll guarantee it, down in the pits.
Okie dokie, Andrew McLaughlin, crowd favourite out on course right now, and he's on the top of the ridge. He came through the gates around about the 2-minute mark, so a strong pace here from Andrew McLaughlin.
He's got Huck riding shotgun out of Mesa, Arizona with Let's Roll Off-Road Racing, and that Let's Roll Off-Road chassis with an LS406 stroker, Maximum Turbo 400, Atlas, Nacho, Yukon, Warn, Raceline, Maxxis, Moab, and ARB. His first Ultra 4 race was right here in King of the Hammers in 2009.
Famous for the breaking the rock with the
in
front
qualifying.
skid plate, qualifying,
Yes.
rolling it end over end,
And
then
kept
finishing.
going.
Yes. Famous for that.
The exploding rock.
Yep.
When was that? 2018?
And then
In the IFS car.
Yes, that was when he was in the IFS car. This one, I believe, is a solid axle car.
It is. He went back to a solid axle. He said, you know what? I've had an IFS car. That's not what's going to win me hammers. I'm going back to a solid axle car. That will get me the win.
And I think he kind of likes the simplicity also.
Yeah.
Because the prep work on an IFS compared to straight axle is a lot. Time and money. As he gets all sorts of slideways, but keeps her under control. And
He's
McLaughlin
using all of that Ford Performance short course. He's going to use every inch of that racetrack.
This will be a 335-ish. So that should put him, top 20, maybe 22.
So Andrew McLaughlin coming over the MBRP tabletop. He posts the time of 3:35.
That's 21st position. And that's a Campbell car.
That is
Campbell
indeed.
car.
That is Waylon Campbell out on course right now.
I was going to say, is it Wayland? Yeah, it should be.
So that's
Now.
the number 3 of Wayland Campbell out of Gilbert, Arizona with Campbell Racing in that single seat Campbell Enterprise machine with Grom Racing, Hughes, Turbo 400, Trailworthy, Nitto, Fox, Warren, and Motive Gear.
Okay, now check this out. We've just picked up with him, and he's already at the Pintrock. This is fast.
Wow.
This is
This
very
is a fast time
indeed.
for sure, yes.
So we've
just
seen
waiting
him
for a
lead
ticker.
this. We've seen him lead this race multiple times. This is going to be very close to Wolf, but I think it's just a few seconds off pace. So again, I think it's a top 3 run so far as Waylon Campbell is heading on into the Ford Performance Short Course.
Yeah, he's packing that moustache these days, looking very dapper when he's walking around town. But look at him, turning into turn 19, 252. As you say, he's not going to trouble Paul Wolf, but maybe he might be troubling Bill McGibbon. I think this is going to be a third place run, though. I think he's going to be slotting in between Bill McGibbon and Christopher Branson, but we will see.
We will find out shortly as he's heading into the MBRP tabletop.
Yeah, he gets rowdy as he comes around there. Going to be over the MBRP tabletop and post his time. And there it is. It's a 3:12.
Oh, 5th place, so further off than we thought. But yes, very, very good finish for Wayland. Come in, currently sitting in 5th.
Yeah, now that's changing absolutely everything. Let's have a quick rundown on our top 5. So in 5th position right now, it's Waylon Campbell with a 3:12. In 4th, it's Philip McGilton with a 3:11.
Jim, I'm going to interrupt you because I think that's your personal hero on screen right now.
That's Levi Shirley.
Yes, and I know you love to talk about Levi, so I didn't want you to miss this qualifying round.
No, that's okay. But I am going to finish this out. It's Christopher Branson with a 3:09 in 3rd. In 2nd place, it's Bill McGibbon with a 3:07. And in 1st place, right now, it's Paul Wolf with a 2:57. But look at Levi Shirley. He's at 2 minutes, and he's already nearly at the Pintrock.
So Levi Shirley and Corey Nasso out of Dodge City, Kansas with Lucky Dog Racing and Levi Shirley Racing. And that Off-Road Armory Eurofighter 2C IFS Layla with a proper tuned supercharged GM LT5, Zero Gravity 4L80E, SCST case, Yokohama, King, Brannick, Spider-Tracks, Baja Designs, and KDM Shock Technology. And he is flying.
That is a fast run coming down through that downhill section that we've watched. He's back onto the Desert 4 at 2:30.
I think you need to come out of the rocks at about 2:20 to give Paul a run.
If you're going to give Paul Wolf a run for your money, yes.
Top 5 for sure.
Yeah.
Now, Levi's been working with Josh West on this car. They put in a phenomenal amount of work, changing suspension geometries and working on the motor package to try and get it as powerful as possible. And this car rips.
And he's putting all the traction in those Yokohama tires.
So here he comes now, Levi Shirley making his way round the Talladega.
And to the MBRP straightaway, Levi Shirley going to be throwing down the horsepower and probably going to be about that 3:10 mark.
Yeah, this is a very, very strong time indeed. Levi Shirley with a
3rd
3:08.
position
Third
with a
spot for Levi.
3:08. What a great run.
All right, that is not
That's
who I expected.
Matthew McCown. I can see that Canyon cooler on the back.
Yep.
In that single seat Campbell car, I do believe. Out of Queen Creek, Arizona with MRM Racing in that Campbell single seat IFS machine with a 460 LSX, 650 horsepower, Turbo 400, Canyon Coolers, FK Warren, Factor 55, and Pennington Hitch.
So this was Waylon Campbell's old car. This was his old faithful, as he used to call it. He's just picking his way through the flags there. Oh, he won't be loved by the course workers for that one.
Did he clip the Gates gate, huh?
He gave the Gates gate a little rub, yes. Yes, absolutely did.
Gave it a quick kiss there as he makes his way back down towards the straightaway.
And if you're just joining us, this is the 2025 Race of Kings qualifier for the Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, presented by Ford Performance. All right, well, James, always a pleasure having you up here, buddy. Best of luck tomorrow during your race. I'll let you get back there and play with some cars.
Yeah, thanks, Miles. I appreciate it.
All right, all in good fun.
All right, so we're watching Matthew McCowan make his way through the pinch rock there at a 233. A little bit of action coming through on that far right line. He's eating up all of that downhill section.
I wonder what's in that cooler. Is that in case you break down and you have some frosty beverages out on course, or what?
It could be planning ahead, Miles. It could be, yeah.
What I'm loving about this is that earlier on, we were sitting there, if you were sub 3 minutes coming down there, we were getting really excited. We're now seeing them come down there at 240, 250, and we're like, yeah, that's average.
Yes, well, because now we got the fast people here, Jim.
Exactly.
We got all the heavy hitters in the sport coming out at this point. But yeah, I think Miles is right. I think for anyone to put a hurting on Paul Wolfe, they're going to have to be out of the bottom of that big sort of drop when they drop on the desert floor at 240 at the minimum.
Well, the one thing I do want to talk about is the other day, during the Can-Am's Championship 4900 qualifying, we saw Ronnie Anderson and Carl Cheney lay down 3:05 times. Only one vehicle in 4400 so far has beaten that, and that is Mr. Paul Wolfe with a 2:57.
And he beat it by 8 seconds, so a really good run by Paul Wolfe.
Now, is that Aaron Smith on screen?
No, that is
as Jonathan Dawes.
Oh, John Dawes, part of Team Indiana. The number 4417 out of Mooresville, Indiana, with Corey Day riding shotgun with Dirt Weapon Off-Road in that Trent Fab straight axle machine with an Eds Racing LS 418, Tranny Tom 4L80E, Atlas, Alltech Motorsports, KMC, Maxxis, Brannick Motorsports, and All Out Ironworks.
Yeah, he's looking good there as he's making his way up. A little bit off pace compared to some of our faster runners, but he's doing a great job. If you're only just joining us, welcome. This is Johnson Valley, California. We are here at the Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance. And today it's all about the Race of Kings qualifying. And we've got the big dogs. The 4400s are on course. And in 10th place right now, it's Casey Gilbert. In 9th, it's Brendan Thompson. In 8th is Cole Clark. In 7th is Casey Curry. In 6th is Waylon Campbell. In 5th is Philip McGilton.
In 4th is Chris Branton. In 3rd is Levi Shirley. In 2nd, it's Bill McGibbon.
And of course, the top dog right now is Mr. Paul Wolfe with an astonishing 2:57.
All right, joining us on stage right now is Zach. Zach's here. Zach.
Oh, we got to get his volume up a little bit.
We'll fix that. We'll get the.
There we go.
Dial me in, baby. Let's
All
go.
Right, so we got Zach Mertens, the Chop Lord. How's it going, buddy?
Oh man, it's going good, man. We're out here at Hammers. You know, this is like day 72. Feeling good, feeling dusty.
Yeah.
Could use a shower, but you know what?
So, is this your first time out here?
No, this is not.
Okay, it's not. Perfect.
First
Well,
time
what have you experienced so far this year?
Let's see. A lot of racing, a lot of dirt, some jumps, broke some stuff, had some fun. Yeah, but you know, hey, been out here sending it, man. It's been good.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
No,
you
it's
know
been
what?
great.
I went to Ultra 3 for the first time. Finally made it last night.
Yeah, I was out there. That was a good time.
It's a hell of a party.
Oh, it was a party.
But no burnout war out here, though, right?
No. Well, you know, we're in the dirt, so we've been trying to scumbag.
Oh, they're doing
people.
burnouts out there. I promise.
We've been scumbagging people into, you know, sending it a little bit for us, but yeah, no real burnouts on. Not a whole lot of asphalt out here, you know.
Oh yeah.
Now you guys are posted up out at Optima Oasis, right? Is that where you guys are hanging out?
I'm actually right over here.
Way
the
over
staff.
here.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
perfect.
Okay. Yes, good stuff.
So it's a quick walk to anywhere, right?
Exactly. You know.
I believe that's Aaron Smith on screen.
Oh, there we go. Good old Aaron is in there with
Ultra
Kevin,
4 Jones.
Ultra 4
Yeah.
Jones in the passenger seat. Yep, in the wrong seat.
So what are your thoughts on the rock racing out here so far?
It's wild. It looks like it blows your kidneys out.
It looks like, yeah, absolutely.
I feel like every person I've seen come off stage has just been like exhausted. It looks like it just beats the living heck out
And
of
it
you.
does. I mean, lots of people compare it to an 8-hour car crash.
8-hour plane crash, Miles.
Plane crash.
So you've got a Raptor. You've been out here playing around in the dirt a little bit, but have you been out in the rocks and anything?
I have not been out in the rocks in my personal vehicle because that thing is.
That's not for Raptors.
Yeah, that ain't. No. As many people want to believe it's a trophy truck, it ain't, and it definitely ain't a rock crawler.
Yeah.
No, I've been out in the rocks in a couple of rigs, and like a couple of years prior, got some rides in some Ultra 4s, and that was awesome.
Oh, they're insane, aren't they? What they can do. I mean, you come up on a rock or a G out, and you just tense up, and you're like, oh, that wasn't so bad. Or you do hit it, and it hurts.
Exactly. I feel like everything needs 1,000 horsepower and 40s plus, and be able to go up stuff that normally you'd take in like a mile an hour in a Jeep. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm in. Let's sign me up.
Hell yeah, man. But no, actually went out with Deegan yesterday.
Okay.
And
Can-Am, I assume?
we went out to Can-Am, yeah. Went full tilt through some whoops, like basically had it matted as hard as it would go. About 100 miles an hour like the whole time. And then we tried to get some action on Chocolate Thunder coming down, because we wanted to basically see if we could just smack
kind
it.
of send it.
Yeah. But with a little bit of traffic, people kept braking, so that kind of put the kibosh on that. You know what I mean? How are you guys enjoying it up here?
We're having a blast.
We're always loving it up here, Zach. This is what we live for.
Yeah, today's Race of Kings, the 4,400. This is where it all started. The biggest and baddest names of our sport are here, putting on a show, and Paul Wolf with a time of a 2:57, just absolutely smashing it out here.
And this is the time, Miles. I'm actually surprised Aaron's coming in with a 4:20. I thought he would put in a lot faster time than that in that bomber car. I know him and Kevin Jones have been out here doing their homework, trying to get a better time. But I'm actually shocked that they were out here. But Zach, I want to thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Great having you here on stage.
No worries. Appreciate you guys having me.
All right,
Y'all have some fun.
Hey, enjoy the rest of the week and have fun here in Hammertown.
Oh, hell yeah, I will.
All right, thanks, Zach.
All right, that's Chris Hicks, Miles. Chris Hicks heading up through Short Bus.
With Justin Wade riding shotgun out of Garysville, California with AdRack Racing in that Genrite Triton Engineering IFS machine with 74-wheel portals, a Grom Racing LS7, Turbo 400, Atlas, TubeWorks, Fox, BFG, Innovate Racing Wheels, 5x5 Communication, and AMSOIL.
All right, so as we see Chris Hicks come through that gate, come across the cross grain section, definitely moving a little bit slower, definitely slower than we saw Cameron Steele going through there. Cameron was on fire.
Well, not as on fire as Paul Wolf.
No, not as on fire as Paul Wolf, yes. But even then, Whalen was also incredibly faster there, too. Absolutely insane for sure. As we watch Chris Hicks make his way through that cross grain section where he's going to make this right-hand turn and it'll head on over to our pinch rock section.
And 23 seconds splits the top 10 from Paul Wolf up to Casey Gilbert. That's a pretty impressive for sure.
That's a big gap for sure, but I think it's going to get a lot smaller.
I think you're going to see that shrinking right down. I think we're going to see our top 10 with literally only 5 seconds between them by the end of the day.
I think they're starting to watch the lines. The course is falling apart, but also kind of clearing out. It's going to be pretty impressive. And who do we have here, Jim?
Okay, joining us on the stage right now, we have none other than Keith Beam. Keith, how you doing?
How you doing?
Now, if you don't know who Keith Beam is,
he builds some pretty sweet cars.
Exactly. He
Thanks,
is a twisted genius and runs Get Bent Fabrications. Now, Keith, talk to us about the cars that are out there on track, and particularly your cars that are out there on track at the moment.
Well, we've revamped Tom Ways' car pretty much through and through. SCI cars that are out here, we built in 2018. And then obviously Jason Shearer's new car.
Exactly. So we're talking about the Jason Shearer's old car. That you were part of that platform as well when it's Fishmouth Fab.
I converted that to the Ford Performance drivetrain.
Yeah. And then also, of course, we've got the SCS cars, which are basically almost carbon copies of the old Jason Shearer car, if I'm not mistaken.
As far as front-end geometry and whatnot, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then, of course, Tom Ways' new car,
Correct.
and then it goes on, it just moves on and on. The innovation in this sport is just astonishing, isn't it?
It really is. To be honest.
So, I mean, where do you think we're going to be going next with the innovation? We've got these amazing IFS cars and cars with IRS as well, so independent rear suspension. Is that the future?
Yeah, I believe IRS pushing portals a little more is going to be where me and Jay are kind of talking about.
Yeah, so the portal
going
systems.
lighter.
Well,
I think that's gonna be a
exactly.
big part of it.
I mean, so we're seeing the UTV packages coming up to the 44 packages. So we're going to see the 44 packages coming down towards those UTVs and then meeting in the middle somewhere.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
And I'm going to back us up just a moment. Chris Hicks just ran it. He was not in a Genrite car. He was in that Miller car. He just bought that from John Grounds. I kind of Forgot to update my cheat sheet here, so
I wondered who ended up with
John's
John's car.
back in
Okay,
action.
yep.
And speaking about in action, it is Rich Goldman with Jonathan Nelson riding shotgun out of Missoula, Montana with Trophy Wife Racing in a home-built bomber chassis with an LS408, 4L80E, Atlas, Rocky Performance, Nelson Dentistry, Mom's Racing, and Yukon and Optima batteries.
So, Keith, we're looking forward to Power Hour coming up. Obviously, you've got Jason Shearer sitting in there in one of your vehicles. Is he going to be the man to beat this afternoon?
I believe he's gonna take it easy like he did last year. I think, but
I think he's going to give Paul a run for his
take it easy.
You never know with
Jason.
Jason.
And just get second. Is that what you mean? Take it easy, just get second.
Just a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see how it shakes out.
Right.
We just saw Brian Reed take off in Shear's old car that you built.
Okay.
And, that thing's a work of art.
I can't take my buddy Dan Trout built that car originally.
That's right.
And,
you guys
we
kind of both
revamped it.
worked on it, right?
Yeah, me and Dan Trout live 15 minutes away from each other. So, and Joe Thompson. I mean, we're all just clicked up there up north.
That's crazy. Yep.
Yeah, there must be something in the water up there to have Dan Trout, yourself, Keith Beam, and Joe Thompson.
Yeah,
and
Joe's water's a little more potent because that dude's a genius.
I'll give you that. So Rich Golden will be right around a time of about a 4:30, so a solid run for him. For his second run here at King of the Hammers.
Indeed. Well, Keith, thank you so much for joining us up on stage, mate. Really exciting. And
I appreciate you guys having me
a little bit
up.
about those vehicles.
Right on.
All the best.
All right, well, we'll see how they perform later on today.
Thanks.
Thanks, Keith.
All right, I believe we have Roger King on course right now, Miles.
Oh, that's going to be a brand new car that they are debuting here at King of the Hammers, if I'm remembering right. So Roger King, the number 124, with Justin Cowart riding shotgun out of Sparta, Tennessee, with Team Robbie Bobby, with a partially committed Anditti's big block chassis, LS3, 4L80E, SCS, Brannick Motorsports, Raceline wheels, Mickey Thompson tires, rugged Giggle Pin winch.
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
Hey, look at that.
Well, look at that. What a sensible person is all I can say.
Look at that. Did you see the chest get bigger?
Oh,
there?
yeah.
Say it with your chest, Jim. Say it with your chest.
So Roger King, remember he was I'm going to say 2012-ish, the flat biller killer. Team Robbie Bobby's been racing those for quite some time. Yeah, I've got it in my notes. King of the Hammers 2012.
There we go. Yep.
So he's out there having fun. They showed up early and parked the night before it snowed, and they were in the wrong spot and got stuck. So they had to wait a couple days for it to come dry up a little bit. They had to get yanked out by that huge monster truck of a tow truck. But they got it moved over and everything, but they showed up late, and then it snowed that night and turned into a mess.
That is probably a phrase you never thought you'd say here at King of the Hammers, Miles. But night before it snowed.
Do you know what? Nothing surprises me at Hammers. When so many people contact me and say, "Oh yeah, I want to go to Hammers for the first time. What should I take?"
You should take flip-flops, shorts, Carhartt, rain gear, dust mask,
and now snowshoes, and
sunscreen,
some snow pants,
snowboard, whatever you want, sleds.
Okay, right. Roger's got to be.
He's taking the high line. And lots of beverages and lots of food.
Yep. All right, so as Roger King drops back down that section, he's obviously off pace from putting a hurt on any of our current race leaders. Now, next on my list, I don't know if this is right, Miles, but I've got Bailey Cole on here.
No, we've already had Bailey Cole.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. He jumped in earlier. Apologize.
Remember
Thank
he said,
Yep. I did. I remember that now. He races so many things, I forget. And they're all bright yellow at this point.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Speaking about Jegs, we got the Jegs General Store presented by AccuAir right over here by the Laser Nut Fire Pit. So if you forgot anything, come on in there, go race the Beam NG, buy some toothpaste, a t-shirt, or whatever you need. And Roxy's out there, speaking about t-shirts, selling everything. Cups, koozies, hats, hoodies, socks, and everything in between. They got coolers, too.
All right, Roger King back in through the MBRP, straight over the MBRP tabletop.
To be honest, Miles, I'm a little bit disappointed there. You missed an opportunity to say fuel can.
They don't. Roxy doesn't sell them. They sell them in the Jegs General Store, and they've got more than one.
All right, and that's
I did miss that. Sorry.
And that's James Mahoney heading out.
That's Faravanti's old car.
This is Faravanti Senior's old car. Great to see that on track. Lays it down, gets it back up again, and keeps on running.
He is pushing hard. So
little
James,
excitement there.
James Mahoney out of Colfax, California with Mahoney Racing and that Ferravani Get Bent Fab single seat IFS machine with an LS7 700 horsepower, Turbo 400 Atlas, Yokohama, PB Electric, WFO gear and axle, trimmer wheels, and Rossville painting. His first Ultra 4 race was the Fallon 250 back in 2016. He rides with Rick Lavezzo quite a bit, but then when he stepped into 4400, obviously he doesn't anymore.
Yeah, now that's a Fallon. You don't hear that very
Yeah,
often
it's
anymore,
been a
do you? But James Mahoney here doing a great job. Now, this vehicle actually went from Feravanti's over to the Gomez brothers
Yeah,
for some time. And
Darian,
Darian Gomez was driving this. Now, we haven't seen Darian on course yet. We know that he's got a problem, and they're trying to sort it out at the moment, and we're hoping that Darian will be able to qualify later today.
And Darian was telling me that his new car will be delivered out here. It's not quite done, so hopefully they can get one of those cars sorted out and get it out on course. And back to James Mahoney, I remember when this car came to the lake bed, it backed out of the trailer, and it was just the next level car. And it's been around for quite a while, and I'm going to say 6 or 8 years, and it's just an absolute work of art.
Oh, it's more than that, Miles. I think this car debuted in 2015.
Yeah, okay, 10 years old. I believe that for sure. So I remember being a little kid just geeking out over it.
I don't believe you've ever been a little kid, Miles.
Well,
you were
a little while
on this
ago.
planet exactly
I mean,
the way you look
I'll always
right
be
now.
a little kid compared to you, old man.
All right, as James Mahoney makes his way up through the pinch rock, we've seen lots of excitement up here today.
Oh, look at that
gets
big
a
check
little,
up there.
little bounce on there, gets a little out of shape, but sets up well for that left-hand line, right hand on our screen, and he heads on down through that big, long drop.
Yeah, I remember when this car was first launched and they wouldn't talk about how much horsepower the motor had. They'd just say lots.
All of it.
All of it, yes.
All the horse pressures.
Now, this is a good run from James Mahoney.
Yeah,
It
it's
was
gonna
only an
be-
hour or two ago that we'd have been sitting there looking at this being possibly a top 10 run, but
Yeah,
not anymore.
325-ish, I'm going to guess. So, yeah, top 10, maybe top 15. As he enters the Ford Performance Short Course, James Mahoney all over the throttle, throwing some roost.
Yeah, and we still have a lot of heavy hitters to come out here and throw down today. So we still have a lot of action coming to you as we get closer and closer to Power Hour at 3 p.m.
And we've almost caught up back to getting them back on course. So
I think we've actually have caught up
Yeah.
because what we, James Mahoney was supposed to schedule to leave the line at 2 o'clock, and we're just after 2, so that's good. And that is Kevin Porterfield. Recognize that Wide Open Designs chassis. Always easy to recognize an Adam Woodley car with all that rolled tubing all over it.
James Mahoney moves into 17th position.
Solid run there from James Mahoney. As we were saying only a short while ago, that would have been a top 10. But the quality of this field is just remarkable. We did miss it earlier. Matthew McCowan crossing the line in 15th position. So a very solid run for Matthew McCowan there in the old Waylon Campbell car.
On screen now is Kevin Porterfield with Brian McVeigh, number 4426 out of St. Clairsville, Ohio with Porterfield Motorsports and that Wide Open Designs 2-seat IFS with a Jeff Ginter race engine, 800 horsepower, Maximum Turbo 400, Atlas, Mickey Thompson, PRP, Baja Designs, RCV, Liberty Mountain Fab, Diddy's Big Block, and Radflow. He's been racing with us here at Ultra 4 USA since 2016.
And our highest placed solid axle car at the moment is Casey Gilbert, who's in 10th position with a 319.
All right, as we watch Kevin Porterfield make his way down those big drops at the top of that climb, he'll then make the cross-grain section, which he's going across right now. Take another left, drop down, and then get ready to turn up short bus, which we just saw our Ultra One unicycles drop off earlier, but you can just see how dug up this section of course is. Look at the amount of effort it's taking just to climb up this one section.
Yeah, it's pretty gnarly, but man, that wide open design car, I love the looks of him. Like you said, all the rolled tube. He started in the rock bouncer world, then jumped full force into Ultra 4 King of the Hammers for quite some time, and now he's just kind of busy in the shop. They've got a lot of cars they're pumping out right now.
If you want to see some of the most beautiful trail rigs that you will see on the planet, you just got to walk into Wide Open Designs on any day of the week.
I mean, it's a show car.
Yes, it's a $500,000 show car that happens to have 43-inch stickies on it, which is, I mean, what's wrong with that? Right?
Yeah, he goes through the Gates Gate at 2 minutes flat, so this is a top 10, top 20 run.
Very, very good time so far.
But also, look at the way he's covering the ground up here. He's leaving nothing out there whatsoever. He's giving it 110%.
What a great run by Brian McVeigh. As you can see Hammertown off in the distance as he heads to the Pinch Rock.
Yes, Kevin Porterfield making his way up through that section. He's just going through the Pinch Rock right here, where we just coming through here. And he's going to he's taking the left-hand line, right-hand our screen, and this is where we were talking earlier with Ben about how much time can we made up is on this downhill section. And it's going to need a lot of speed because there's that jump that we've seen. It seems to be the faster you go, the less chance that kicks the back end of the car.
You just kind of skip over
You're skipping over it, yeah.
Yeah, so Kevin Porterfield and Brian McVeigh heading into the Ford Performance Short Course.
All right, now he's going to come in here and he's going to make our turn 19, then head up to Talladega.
Yeah, so Kevin Porterfield coming around here now, looking very good indeed with a 3:07 as he's heading towards the Talladega. I reckon this is going to put him around about that sort of 3:20, 3:22.
A very solid run for Kevin Porterfield. Get that mid-pack start. We'll have right around 100 cars take off Saturday morning, 8 a.m. for the Race of Kings during the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, presented by Ford Performance. And here's another young man of Justin Wicks and Eric Wicks riding shotgun, number 792 out of Beckworth, California, with Wicks Family Racing and Rufus Racing. If you follow along the Ultra 4 USA, I helped chase for this car, and we did a live show during Vegas to Reno. A lot of fun was had during that trip. This is Bomber number 6 with a Maruzi LSX 454, 750 horsepower, a Maximum 4L80E, Atlas, Bora wheels, Maxxis, Warn, Factor 55, high desert surface prep, and more flat. His first Ultra 4 race was the San Felipe back in 2021.
Yeah, and just based on how he came out of that short course and is making quick work of his rocks, this is a very good run. As Jim's been saying, we've been keeping track of our fastest solid axle versus IFS car. I think that there's a good chance that we're now looking at a very, very good time out of this Bomber Fab car. All right, he's making that little stair step section, dropping back down onto the desert floor. Now he's made that left, and he's going to head on up into this other cross grain section. Lots of little gotcha rocks in here we've seen earlier.
So Justin Wicks making his way up, having some fun in the Bomber chassis.
All right, this is where we watched everyone come in here, make this hard right-hand turn, head up short bus with this loose, grainy rock section here.
Okay, just to let you know, Kevin Porterfield, we're not showing a time for him. Apparently he didn't have a transponder, so they've manually timed him, and they'll be putting that time into the scoring system. So if you're waiting for a time for Kevin Porterfield, sit tight, we will get it to you shortly.
We got backups for backups, that's for sure. We haven't seen too many rollovers today. We saw quite a few the last couple days, but today I can only think of 3 or 4.
And it's interesting, the spot where we're seeing them, we saw the one, the classic Mel Wade rollover at the bottom.
But he landed on his wheels and kept
to
rocking
drive
and
through.
rolling.
Yeah,
I love
the
it.
pinch rock seems to be the spot that's going to get you if you hit that wrong. And it seems to be, it's almost like an issue that causes the issue, right? I think what you get in there with a flat tire or a problem with the car, that's what causes the rollover, not
and then you
necessarily
take a back
the obstacle.
bounce or whatnot. Yeah. Or you're pushing a little bit too hard. But Warren and Factor 55 have hooked up all of our volunteers that are out there doing recovery. So a huge shout out to them for helping everything run smoothly out on course for qualifying. And then obviously during the big races, which starts tomorrow with the UTVs, Wednesday's the Everman Challenge, and then Saturday is the Race of Kings.
All right, as we're watching Justin Wicks come down through this section, he'll drop down in onto the desert floor and then head back into Hammertown in that Bomber Fab car.
And just like you were saying earlier, Ian, he kind of jumped over that little donkey kick. So if you hit that just right, you can kind of skip over that hole.
Yeah. And if we watch Paul Wolf, he just jumped over the whole downhill section.
he skipped down it.
He skipped it, yep. Which is kind of funny because that's what Ben said you'd have to do. When we were talking with Ben earlier, he said to come down that downhill section fast, you have to come down it just basically just kissing the top of all the little ledges on the way down and not even drive it.
As he's in the Ford Performance Short Course, Justin Wicks, one more turn to go as he hits the MBRP straightaway, and we'll get a time for him here very shortly. And up next, maybe Cody Miller.
Sounds like a Cody
Yep,
Miller.
that was a Can-Am. I heard it take off.
Yeah, I heard that Can-Am UTV leave the lines. That would be Cody Miller leaving the line.
Now, this is going to be very interesting indeed. We saw Hunter Miller out on course earlier. Now, I like this. They've got different livery for each brother.
That's
We can
smart
actually
this year.
identify them
Yes.
this time.
As
So,
he smokes over the Yukon launch, Cody Miller with Cody Taylor riding shotgun out of Greenville, Texas with Miller Brothers Racing. And that CT Raceworks Can-Am Maverick R with Maxxis Tire, Raceline Wheels, UTV Race Shop, Elka, and Monkey with a Knife.
now, let's talk about this because this is very important indeed. When the Maverick R first came out, it was only available with a 35-inch tyre, and there was no option to fit a 37-inch tyre. My word, look at this pace. This is remarkable.
This is fast.
And we
This is
saw
absolutely fast, Jim.
So
we saw Hunter Miller going up earlier, and I believe he was in two-wheel drive. Not sure what was going on.
Exactly that.
So with
But-
four-wheel drives hooking, he's going to be putting down a good time.
Yeah, so City Works have put this car together. They've modified. Oh, that was a big hit there as he comes on through this down section. But they've modified these vehicles to be able to accept those 37-inch tyres. They've built the roll cages from 2-inch material, which is a class rule in 4400. And now these guys are out here, and they're trying to be the first UTVs to win this 4400 class.
Yeah, they're making quick work of the bottom half of this course as they're digging their way around and heading up through Short Bus.
And you think about the power to weight ratio, it's remarkable. What blows my mind with this though, Ian, is the fact it's only a few short years ago that we were struggling with 33-inch tyres to actually keep the transmissions together. And here we are right now with these vehicles running 37-inch tyres and running huge horsepower.
And let's talk about that. This is a UTV in the Unlimited race. You have to have a 37-inch tire, a 2-inch roll cage,
correct,
and a full custom chassis, and has to meet a certain weight requirement.
Quick work through that gate up there and now across the section, and this is very fast
he went
time.
through about a 152 or so.
Yep.
So this is going to be a top 5 run if he can keep it together.
Now, this is where the UTVs really come into their own because they
they're
have such a
nimble.
low center of gravity, and that low center of gravity means they can be very nimble across these side slopes. And although the video doesn't show it, this is a very, very side slope heavy part of the course. Very off camber as he makes his way to the pinch rock. He looks slightly offline there.
Yeah, I think he adjusted for it though.
Oh, he's going to hit that. No, okay,
Nope,
he was able to dance
get
around it.
Yep.
Now, as I say, he was offline there, just completely through him, and that's bled a few seconds.
So you can add about 35 seconds or so to his time right now. So it looks like a 3:15 or so, which is still could be a top 10.
Yeah, 3:15 at the moment would put him into around about 8th position, where Cole Clark is currently sitting in another UTV.
And obviously we're just speculating right now. We'll see when the timer hits as he enters the Ford Performance Short Course in that Can-Am Maverick R.
Yeah, so he goes around turn 19, making his way towards Talladega. Cody Miller, the second of the Miller brothers on course today. It's a good solid time here. Looks like it's probably going to be something around about the 3:20 mark.
As he hits the MBRP tabletop, we'll get a time for him of a 3:17.
Good time, ends up in 18th place.
Oh, 10th place.
10th place, sorry.
Wrong Miller.
Yep, sorry.
And up next is A.K. Watley, who got 13th position in his rookie debut last year with Tom Liu riding shotgun out of Winchester, Virginia with Chaos Motorsports, and Warren Racing in that Triton Engineering 2-seat IFS Bronco with a Jeff Ginter race engine, Ford Performance D3, 800 horsepower, Turbo 400, Atlas RCV with 74 wheel portals, Chaos Fab, Warren Racing, Factor 55, Nitto, Funhaver, RTR.
makes his retreat.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube, go to KOHUltimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
So AK Whatley here currently running around about the 2 minutes 30. I'm guessing he's down around about 30 seconds on where he'd want to be if he wants to be troubling our top 10.
You can see that pinch rock is getting to be a little bit more dug out on the backside.
Yeah, I wonder if that's going to be a problem for our Power Hour guys later on today. But that's what we love about off-roading, is the course is constantly evolving, it's constantly changing. Certain parts will be getting easier, certain parts will be getting more difficult. As AK Whatley makes his way into the short course. Still a solid time at the moment. I'm guessing it's going to be somewhere around about that 3:25 mark, something.
A very, very solid run. Again, to enter your first King of the Hammers race in a 4400 class and be in 13th position. I mean, obviously he can drive, but that just goes to show you what kind of car that actually is. Very, very impressive from the Chaos Motorsports crew.
Yeah, he's coming around the big Talladega turn, headed to the MBRP straight, and then over the MBRP tabletop.
And AK Whatley goes into 24th position with a 3:30.
I'm sure Mario will be in the pits, super, super excited for that. Oh, here comes your guy, Kevin Stearns.
Yeah, and speaking of old Lauren cars, there's another one.
Where'd this one come from?
No, this is
That's Lauren's old car. Yes, it is.
I think he built this one new. It's similar to
Oh,
Lauren's
sorry.
car.
No, the pre-runner is Lauren's old car.
Okay, I'll believe that.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, sorry, yes.
No, this was a custom-built car.
So this was a custom-built car that this year he switched over to portals on the front end for the first time. Before it was a non-portal car. They changed the front end up and went with portals in the front to come out here. And then his co-driver, Stephen Watson from Off-Road Designs, he went and bought the exact same car to work as a pre-runner. So that's their pre-runner out there, and then this car is their race car.
And that is Kevin Stearns and Stephen Watson out of Southern Utah with Seat Time Syndicate and that Triton Engineering 2C IFS chassis called Gina with a Mast Motorsports LS 800 horsepower, SCST case, Seat Time Syndicate, Nitto, Fox, Fuel Lab, FK, Rigid, and our new official paint of King of the Hammers, Seymour Paints.
Yeah, now Kevin Stearns, he came up through the Everyman Challenge program, was very successful in that, decided he wanted to put his big boots on and get on into 4400. So he got together with Igor from Triton Designs and they built this car, and it's very special indeed. Now, they had some problems at first with the driveline and trying to get everything soaked up, and then last year he came out to King of the Hammers and he absolutely smashed it, throwing down some amazing pace and showing that he really is a power to be reckoned with here in 4400. And Ian, he's your choice for Dark Horse.
That's my Dark Horse winner right there. That's the one I think is going to come out of, if we have someone who's going to come out of nowhere and win it, I'm going to go with Kevin Stearns, just because of the homework that him and Stephen Watson have been putting in out here with the two cars.
Why can't it be Andrew McLaughlin? What do you have against him?
It could be Andrew McLaughlin. I mean, he's right here with us in the booth. I feel bad saying that now that he's sitting right beside me. Andrew, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, good, man. Just got off the qualifying course. Great course. I definitely wish I was an IFS car again, but
Yeah.
you know, same time,
We were
I put
talking
that
about
straight
that.
axle through the paces. So my goal is to run a smooth one. But no, I'm down with Kevin Stearns too. He's that dude's a bad dude.
But now you say that you wish you had an IFS car in the qualifying course, but now that you're going to go out on race day and you have a solid axle car with this lap of mystery, number 3, which would you rather be in there?
Lap of mystery, I like it.
I think I'm in the right. I think I'm riding the right horse for this one.
I think you
really
are too.
do.
Yeah.
The only variable that's got me is we got to do 100 and some miles before we even hit a rock trail.
There's a little bit of rocks, but not too
Not
tough.
real rock trails.
Aftershock, I think, is 104 from
Okay,
the homework
all right,
I've
all
done. That's, but at the same time, usually we run 70, 80, and then we got a desert kicker. So it's not out of the norm, but it's a good, fast desert course. I mean, I clipped through yesterday with that leading arm car, and it took everything I gave it. I mean, I was through there pretty quick.
And you're in the Let's Roll off-road car, right?
Yes, sir.
'Cause you've had a Bomber, you've had a Tribe 16, you've had a few, but...
Ish.
Yeah.
So the car I'm running right now is El Rey. That's a Jimmy's car again.
Oh,
so
are back
I've been
to the
doing a
Jimmy.
lot.
Okay.
I've been doing a lot
You
with
just
Jimmy's.
rebuilt it.
Ish. So my 4800 car, Jose Grijalva,
Okay.
now has my original 4400
Okay,
car.
that's
that
where
we,
it is.
Yeah,
That's
we put
what
it
I
down to
got
48. Yeah,
mixed up on.
and that dude's a bad dude. You guys gotta watch out for him. But that's my horse in the race.
And you guys raced that down at the Noro 1000,
We
right?
did. Yeah, we put it through the paces that we first race that he's ever been in was Hammers last year. He struggled. He pushed.
Okay,
real
let's
hard.
just cut back here because we've got Kevin Stearns coming down the MBRP straightaway, and he's just got one more MBRP tabletop to go, and Kevin Stearns is going to be posting a 3:24, so a solid run there from Kevin Stearns, and that should put him in somewhere around about 15th position.
Yeah, between 15 and 19.
All right, and
So a
next
solid
on
run
line
there.
should be
18th position.
Should be Cody Addington next on line.
Addington's going to get down.
Definitely a crowd favorite here for sure. The number 888 of Cody Addington out of Forest Hill, California, with ADD Racing and that Jimmy's Orange Dragon chassis with a single-seat IFS Schofield Performance LSX 441.
Oh! Checking up on the Yukon launch there.
Wonder what he did there. That's not good.
Well, at least it's still on its wheels and it's
Yeah.
still going, Miles. So I think he did okay.
Yeah, I wonder if that's faster than taking
There's
the Yokohama
no way that's
split
faster.
around. No,
There's no way. I'm
he
thinking that
definitely,
maybe it was there may have been an engine issue and he bailed
But
out
at least
early.
he checked out
At least
before he just
bailed out
lawn
early.
darted.
Yeah.
Okay, well, this is the original Red Dragon that used to be raced by Lauren Healy. This car has won absolutely everything
Except
for
King
of the Hammers. And it was that car, we'd watch it on the tracker just stretching off into the distance in the desert, and then all of a sudden it would come to a stop, and we were like, oh, not again. But since Cody Addington's had it, he's had some success, he's had some blues, and he's had some woos, but my word, we love seeing Cody out here. Let's not forget, his first ever race was in 2013 out here.
2012, if I'm not
No,
mistaken.
13, same year as me.
Nope,
And then
time to fight.
in the Toyota that could, and then he was actually, do you remember, he actually did so well.
He
that
raced the 4400 as well in
yeah,
that
Dave
stock
Cole.
Toyota.
Yeah, Dave Cole put him into the 4400 in that Toyota.
And Cody Addington is sporting the Nitto Tires, Vision, King, Laser Nut, Power Steering Solutions, Willwood, PCI, Custom Splice, Yukon, and WFO Gear and Axle.
All right, Andrew. So we're asking everybody that come up here, what are you going to do? Any homework for lap 3? Are you just going to take what Dave gives you and just plan to show up on race day and have some fun, or where's your head at with the marvelous mystery lap?
I'm just going to take what he gives me.
Yeah, just
Yep.
gonna throw it in the
Yep.
throw it in the GPS and.
Yep. That's it. Just put it in the GPS. Yeah, I know this area pretty well. I come out here, from time to time recreationally. We're out of Phoenix, so we're close. And, it's going to be something awesome, and I'm looking forward to it. We'll see what happens. I'm going to be doing my homework, right? I'm going to be studying at night, kind of going through it all in my head, and maybe pull some maps out and things like that. But past that, let's get it on, man.
And now the
I like it. Let's get it on.
All right, and now the qualifying's done. Car's still good. Anything you want to do to that, or is it just going to rest until race day?
She's going to rest, right? We don't have the capabilities to do a full teardown like some of these guys, but we're going to definitely go through everything, double check everything. If there's any question or leak or something, we'll address it. But we're going to do the best we can and get that thing in the fight for Saturday.
And then you're going to be, I assume, pitting for Grijalva, right? On the Yokohama Everyman Challenge?
Yeah. I've put myself as team manager for that program. I promoted myself. And no, we got a good team. We got a couple more guys coming out right now, and they've done a great job. And we're gonna get him around first, right? That's our priority right now. My main guys are gonna be on my car. We got a good crew on his. So yeah,
Perfect.
we're gonna have a good couple days.
All right, Andrew. Well, thanks for stopping by the booth, my friend. Appreciate seeing you. Always good seeing you, and good luck on race day.
Yeah, best of luck the rest of the week, buddy.
Hell yeah. Thanks,
Good
guys.
luck, Andrew.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. As we
keep
watch
up.
Cody Addington making his way round turn 19. Now he's lost a bit of speed there. He had really good pace going. And on just that second part of the uphill, just seemed to bleed a few seconds away. Looks like he's going to be somewhere around about the 3 minutes 40, something like
Yeah,
that.
3:35-ish or so. So that'll be a solid run, but that'll put him back in 25th, 30th maybe, and it's a 29th. So a 3:34 for Cody Addington in 29th position thus far. But Power Hour is just around the corner, and it's going to be exciting.
It's going to be wild. It's going to be on, and Cody Addington goes into 29th, just one place ahead of Andrew McLaughlin. So here we are in Johnson Valley, California. It is the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance, and this is the 4400 class Race of Kings qualifying. Next off the line is Edwin Abt,
with Grant Forrester riding shotgun out of Santa Maria, California, with Abt Motorsports and that Fishmouth Fab 2-seat solid axle machine that used to be owned by Mike Boo and Cody Addington. And that he's got a stroked LS3, 740 horsepower, Reed Turbo 400, Nitto, Yukon, Nacho lights, flexed out motors, and Warn Racing. He's been racing with us since the Stampede back in 2015.
Okay, let's just have a quick look at our top 10 right now. In 10th position is Cody Miller. In 9th is Brendan Thompson. In 8th is Cole Clark.
In 7th is Casey Curry. In 6th is Waylon Campbell. In 5th is Philip McGilton.
In 4th is Christopher Branson. In 3rd is Levi Shirley. In 2nd is Bill McGibbon out of Canada.
But our pole setter thus far with the fastest time of the week is Mr. Paul Wolf with a 2:57.
Yeah, absolutely astonishing stuff. And a shout out to Casey Gilbert, who's in 11th position at the moment and is our highest placed solid axle car.
All right, as we're watching Edwin make his way across the top of this cross-grain section, heading over into this drop right here. This is where we've seen our race leaders make up a lot of time coming down through here.
As he smashes a rock right there, you can just see it exploding.
He's just clearing the course for the Power Hour, guys. That's all.
Yeah,
it
there
is.
we go. Just got the sweeper on front,
Yeah,
just
it's
brushing
got
everything off.
Push it out of the way. These guys
Kent
don't need
Foltz
that.
helping everybody out yesterday, smashing some rocks off course.
Yeah, now to be fair, that's usually our guest special job, isn't it? I mean, Andrew, you are the expert at clearing rocks off the qualifying course.
What year was that? That's got to be 2015, 2017, something like that, when you smashed the rock, flipped over, and then hit the gas and kept rolling.
Yeah, that was.
There we go.
That was maybe 18.
All right,
I don't know.
good guess. Yeah,
that's what I reckon.
I don't know. I've been here way too long. But yeah, no, we were coming down that section, and I was aiming for a flag, and all of a sudden my guys called me on the radio before it took off. Said that flag's not there no more, man. I was like, oh
so you
no.
decided to let's roll off road?
Yeah.
Is that where the name come from?
That's definitely a joke around our town, but yeah. So I ended up going off that thing, nosed it, G'd the front out, front flipped it, landed. Well, I also wadded my steering wheel in half, right?
Oh.
So I'm sitting there trying to straighten my steering wheel. Meanwhile, my co-driver's telling me to slow down. I'm like, I can't. I got no brakes.
Uh-oh.
So
just
that was
keep
that
on
year we had
keeping
to
on.
drop off that double hopper that Lauren just has that epic photo of, and I'm like, well, I got no brakes, might as well go. Well, to slow down, I decided to hit a 30-ton rock or whatever it was.
It was a big sucker, that's for sure.
Now, just look at this imagery here. This drone angle really does show you the severity of the top of this trail.
Of the off angle?
Yeah, and also how narrow it is.
Yeah, it's a tricky spot up there for sure as we're watching Edwin make his way through the top of this.
Yeah, it's very off camber on the top up there as Edwin Ab coming down. And look at Hammertown. I love that view. I bet you there's 50,000 people here, and there's still more to come.
There is indeed. Let's not forget that after today, we still have 3 days of racing. Tomorrow, it'll be all about the 4900 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Then on Friday,
it is the Yokohama Everyman Challenge.
And then on Saturday, it's time for the big race. It is the 4400 Race of Kings.
All part of the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, presented by Ford Performance.
All right, Edwin is back on the desert floor, making his way back into the short course. Not a blistering time for him, but we'll be getting
a solid
there shortly.
run.
Yeah, good run. Yep.
He got engaged on stage last year during King of the
remember
Hammers.
that. Yep.
That was a fun little thing we did last year.
So Edwin out making his way up round. He'll be coming around the Talladega any moment now. He's not going to be worrying our Top Guns, but he is going to be finishing and completing his qualifying run here in the 4400 Race of Kings. at this year's King of the Hammers.
It's been a lot of fun today for qualifying. And again, we just want to give another big shout out to Caleb behind the scenes that's flipping all the screens for us. It's his birthday, so if you probably won't see him because he's busy working. But again, Caleb, thanks for everything you do for us with Take It Live, and happy birthday, my buddy. Hopefully we'll catch up tonight for a couple beverages. What do you think?
Now, the people at home can't hear what he's saying in our headphones.
But he said yes. So off the line next is Kirk and Russell Jensen, number 4401, out of Salt Lake City, Utah, with ORI Strut Factory Racing in a Jimmy's 4x4 seat IFS with ORI design front end, with a 74-wheel Portal, CBM 447, 675 horsepower, Turbo 400, Atlas, ORI struts, Jensen Brothers Racing, Epic 4x4 Quest, Maxxis, and Warn. Their first Ultra 4 race was Nationals 2021. And this is actually your old car, isn't it?
This is my old car. Yeah, I wanted the best seat in the house to watch them go, and I'm rooting for them. And yep, they're looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, I guess I said try, but it was a Jimmy's car, right?
That was a Jimmy's car. Yeah.
Yep. You had that thing for quite some time.
That was my baby for a while.
So are you excited or sad to see it out there running?
I'm very excited for these guys.
Yeah,
they've done the improvements that the car needed, and it was great. It treated me right. So
I'll never forget the first time you introduced me to this car when you had it, and I believe you had the big ADS shocks on it. Is that correct? Were they ADS shocks you had on there?
Yeah. So
it was. And you said to me, there were huge things on the back. You said to me, Jim, there's over a gallon of oil in each of these. And I was like, wow.
Yeah, I love the desert, right? So I travel around and race. We're down in Mexico. We're all over. So we really like that mixed martial arts of what we do. So I like putting an Ultra 4 car against other classes in the dirt world. And so I built that car big to take the big desert stuff.
But, yeah, it's all good. Bro, Andrew, we're going to say goodbye once again. We've got to get some other guests in here. Thank you so much. And good luck good luck for the race. So it's Kirk Jensen now making his way up short bus. And look at this. You can see the depth of the ruts here, Ian, as he makes his way through. Some of those ruts have got to be over a yard deep. Did you see what I did there?
I was proud of you for that,
Yeah.
Jim. That's a meter for those of you who don't know what that is. That was good. Good job.
he's getting better.
He did a yard there. It probably hurt him hard.
So last night he was probably thousands of yards behind us.
Yes, thousands
on this course, right?
It's fair to say I'm not good at computer games.
So I can. It's fair to say that I have beat you at King of the Hammers.
Yes, you have.
Okay.
I am not going to deny it.
All right, so we're watching Kirk Jensen make his way through this cross section right here.
Yeah, it's a very solid run by the Jensen brothers. Oh, we got another special guest, Shreddy. He's been out here racing all
Blake's
the desert
here.
stuff. He raced a UTV, won Class 11, had the old T1 out there. How you doing, Blake?
Good, dude. Just surviving, man. Feeling a little crusty, but it's all good. It's part of Hammers.
You had a busy weekend over the desert weekend, but now you're kind of in chill mode, right? After last night's Ultra 3, obviously.
Oh, yeah, dude. We've been just watching these guys hammer through these rocks. I mean, I got so much respect for these guys, and they're on another level. I mean, the Class 11, everybody says they're violent. They're not like these rocks, man. These rocks.
They're still violent, but not quite as bad as this.
Yeah, dude. And I co-drove with the Hall brothers a few years in a row, and it was a huge eye-opener to how gnarly these guys really are.
Yeah, no, it's pretty wild.
So the question is, are we going to get you in?
That's what I was just going to say. When are we going to see you in a Ultra 4 style rig?
Maybe if I sold everything and bought one of these, you know?
Well, no,
you would just have to sell one bug.
Yeah, let's keep everything and just find somebody to team up with. How about that?
I'm all in.
All right, perfect.
Well,
you heard it here.
Yeah, that's the best
If you're looking for a driver.
So we've got Kirk Jensen who's just making his way around course now.
So Blake, you've been out here in Hammertown. What have you seen that you like so far?
I mean, since I've been here, I've been thrashing. So the last couple of days have been nice to kind of relax. I mean, there's so much always going on with, stuff at the 40, the Ultra 3 racing and whatnot.
Oh, it's busy out here, isn't it?
Yeah, rides with Polaris and stuff like tonight, which will be awesome.
Just got to cut in there. Kirk Jensen just crossing the line with a 3:58, so a solid run there for Kirk Jensen. Blake, please continue.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't really say if last night seeing everyone race three-wheelers, and I brought my Village Idiot that I've had since I've been 9 was pretty rad.
That's awesome. That is good. So you've been out here. Let's talk about Class 11. I mean, are you getting tired of winning Class 11 yet? You going to stop racing that now that you kind of won them all, or are you just going to keep going in that game?
I mean, I think it's so raw and so real and so fun and basic, and to see what that class has kind of transpired into and how many people are building cars and the competition, it's been getting harder and harder to win these things. So we spent a lot of time out here jetting our carburetor to be as perfect as it can get. And people think that we have the secret sauce, and we don't. We have the same package that a lot of other racers are running out here, the Sletton Engineering engine, 1600 low comp. We just spend the time to come with as sharp of a knife as we can.
Well, we got a special thing we're going to kick off with before Power Hour kicks off, so I'm going to sneak out of here. Mitch Guthrie Jr. is going to show us one of his Ford Performance trucks, so I'm going to go check that out real quick, and I'll be joining you in the booth here shortly, my friend.
Okay, I
so
look
Blake,
forward to
Ian, Jim, always good to see you.
All right,
That's
Miles,
the thing
we'll be
with
back
King
in
of
a
the
second.
Hammers. There's always something different just happening right round the corner, and I love these little surprises. Now, Blake, we see you racing in so many different races, and you know I love what you're doing with Nitro Cross and all of that. We're taking the battle bugs, as they call them, and taking Class 11 to the world outside. But yeah. Is there any chance? I mean, we've obviously got Jaws, you know, which is your battle bug for getting out there and the trophy racing. Are we ever going to see you do a Beetle to come and race King of the Hammers?
Kevin, who designed the TT Bug, my partner out of the shop, he's actually, me and him have about 80% of a chassis done on SolidWorks. It's not IFS, it is solid axle, just to try and keep it simplified and maybe the cost down a little bit. Will we change that? Maybe, but until the pockets get a little filled up, right now racing stuff's expensive, and I like to play a lot. And if I'm only going to race it a couple times a year, maybe we can invest that into other things. But if somebody's got a car and they want to see me wheel that thing,
I can
I'm
solve
down.
it all right now, Blake. I got it. It's going to be super simple. Here's what we're going to do, all right?
It's that easy?
Yeah, it's that easy. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a Chevy Tracker, all right? We're going to put a VW bug body on it. We're going to put you in the stock class. That's where you're going to go. That's where you're going to shine, and it's going to be wonderful. I'm telling you. You like that raw Class 11? You jump in that stock class life. It'll be great. I think we'll do that. That'll be great.
I'm down. Those trackers get down. I actually had one in my high school career and blew the airbags out and just, completely disrespected that thing. They are pretty capable, and I think a bug body would fit pretty well on one
I think
of those.
the wheelbase would be, we both are bug guys. We have our lives in the bugs. I've still got my 74, so I think, or you know what? We could shake it up. Maybe do like a Type 181 on there, a little thing body, something look a little different, But yeah,
Okay.
I think stock class, Blake. I think that's where you come in the door, because that's not going to hurt the. That's basically the fuel bill for the T1, for the big
True.
truck. Yeah, you'd be in and out of there with that for sure.
I do have a shell over there sitting at the Slow Ride garage booth, because you guys saw that they did the parts car to give out to the top 11 drivers, and since the Eisenhowers at Crandon rolled my other car that they've been driving and racing, I figured I'd get a backup shelf to maybe pretty that thing up, but might have to stick it on a tracker.
There we go.
Yeah.
That would be the way to do it. That would be perfect. All right. So we got a little bit of a break in the action until Power Hour kicks off. I know Miles is out there talking to some folks about some Ford Performance stuff, but I think we'll let Blake jump on out of the booth here. Blake, it was great talking to you. Thank you so much for stopping by.
My
Always
pleasure.
good talking to you. Have fun in Hammertown, man. And Jim, while we wait for Miles, let's just do a little recap of what we've seen so far today and what's going to happen. It's going good. We still
This
have
is
Power
Johnson.
Hour.
Let's do this whole thing. So this is Johnson Valley, California, and we are out here for the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance. And today is all about the qualifying for the 4400 Race of Kings. We've got the big dogs out there, and let's just have a quick run down through our top 10. So in 10th position at the moment, it is Cody Miller. In 9th is Brendan Thompson. In 8th is Cole Clark. In 7th is Casey Curry.
6th, we got Waylon Campbell, Philip McGilton in front of him, Chris Branton at 309, Levi Shirley 308, 2nd, Bill McGibbon, and our current pole sitter is
Mr. Paul Wolf, the only man to go sub 3 minutes today with a blistering 2:57, and currently sitting there at an unbelievable 11 seconds ahead of the second place, Bill McGibbon. And Canada's going wild at the moment, Ian, because Bill McGibbon's out from the Canadas. Oh, Canadas? What's the Canadas?
Well, Canada's is America's attic. It's where you keep the things you always forget about that you really want, like 9 million barrels of oil and a whole bunch of stuff that you really need. But that's what you do in your attic. You keep that stuff that you forget about.
Indeed it is. But we've got a new special guest in the booth with us right now.
Special guest all day long.
Indeed. This one's very special indeed. It's Sarah Price, back from Dakar. How are we doing?
Good. I'm, really excited to be out here at King of the Hammers. This is the roots of all the racing out here in North America. So, it's good to be out here, see everyone sending it out there. It's a wild course this year.
It is indeed. Now, I've been following your story at Dakar, and I'm sure thousands of other people have as well. There were moments of yay and moments of Talk us through what was going on.
Yeah, this Dakar was a tough one to begin with. We had a kind of a tough run the first 2 days, but it was kind of the ultimate comeback story. We ended up coming back halfway through and winning 3 stages in the new Can-Am Maverick R, and so that's kind of what Can-Am is, or not Can-Am, but Dakar is. It's a tough race. It really is a true testament of what you got, and sometimes it doesn't go as planned, and sometimes they want to test you out there, and you're really put to it. So that was our Dakar, but we made the most out of it, that's for sure, and it was quite the journey.
Indeed. So when are we going to see you back out here racing again?
Yeah, the last 2 years I haven't been out here racing. I did the desert race last year, but yeah, it's Dakar takes up so much capacity, but I want to be out here.
When you say capacity, you mean like all your money?
All my money, all my time, all my focus needs to go to it. This is the toughest race in the world for a reason, and this is the toughest race in America, so bet.
Let's just describe Dakar. So, of course, when people come racing here, they're racing King of the Hammers. It's a one-day plane crash, car crash, call it what you want, but it takes, a long time to prepare for it. But Dakar is 14 days of racing, isn't it?
It's 14 days of racing, 12 stages, and, approximately 6,000 miles at times. It's a wild race, to say the least, and it's nothing short for the week. But this is the toughest race, I would say, a day race in the world, King of the Hammers. And then you have the toughest race in the world, which is Dakar, 15 days.
Yeah, now, I'm sure you're really enjoying this qualifying, but we've got Power Hour just round the corner. And I'm going to put you on the spot right now. Who is going to be our pole setter? We've got Paul Wolf sitting there with a 2:57 right now. Do you think anyone can beat him? And if so, who do you think that might be?
I have to say, I have to go with my Can-Am teammates. I see Kyle Cheney right there just getting ready to go out for Power Hour, and it's impressive. They made those cars in the 4400s, and it's insane. You have the Miller brothers also, and that's super exciting. It's something different, and I know the rest of them do not want to see them beat them. And so you kind of have to cheer for the underdogs here. We want to see it happen. So yeah, I'm cheering for Kyle Cheney and the Miller brothers.
Yeah, now, so many of us have been following your journey, whether it be in sort of like big desert trucks from motorbikes all the way through to UTVs, etc. It'd be great to see you racing out here again next year. Is there any chance of that happening?
100%. I think we need to build a rock car and come back out here. It's due, so I'm ready. I'm ready to hit the rocks again, and hopefully next year you'll see me back.
Fantastic. Well, Sarah Price, it's always an absolute pleasure to see you here. Keep doing what Sarah Price does. We love it, and we look forward to speaking to you very soon.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Sarah. Great to have you here. All right, so as we get ready, we're waiting for Power Hour to kick off here in Johnson Valley. Miles stepped out of the booth to catch up with the Ford Performance guys down on the Ford Performance short course. He's going to, I think they're going to take, speaking of Dakar, I think they're taking the Dakar truck and ripping around the short course, if I'm not mistaken. But
really?
Miles that's what I've been told.
Now, you're not telling me that we've been left up here while Miles goes out and has the fun chunk.
I don't know if he actually gets to ride in it or if he just gets to watch it. I think, I've been hearing Pam gets to ride in it.
So Mrs. Pam Hall gets to go out in there.
There you go. That's better. I'm never a good passenger in anything, so it's probably for the best.
Yeah, so we're like the night watchman. We'll just hold the fort here while they go out and do the fun and stuff. Yeah.
That's right, but don't forget, at 3 o'clock or shortly after, we had a little bit of a delay, but we will be setting up for Power Hour, where we have some of
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled and reach your destination quicker with King's new Mercedes Sprinter 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sprinter kit today.
Curry Enterprises has over 60 years of off-road knowledge. From the harsh deserts of Baja to the extreme rocks of King of the Hammers to the Jeeps we drive every day, Curry has the right axle set up to fit your needs. Curry Enterprises, passion for performance.
pursuit of off-pavement exploration, confidence is everything. That's why we've built onX Off-Road as the ultimate tool to discover trails and navigate off-grid. Everything from guided trail maps to comprehensive offline accessibility and custom trip building. Ensure you're always on the right path. Join the community that trusts onX Off-Road to plan, share, and fuel their adventures. Because when it comes to off-roading, there's only one app built for you.
Every race is a test of performance. When the stakes are high, racers rely on proven products. If AMSOIL products are engineered for this kind of punishment, you can trust them in your garage. Shop by vehicle to find everything you need for your ride. Get the protection you demand and performance you deserve with fast, free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
He definitely wants to see that thing on the box for sure.
Yeah, then we got John Webb lining up. Now, John Webb is a crowd favourite. He's the man who has the speakers across the front.
Love the speakers, yeah.
You think they're lights, they're actually speakers, and he brings the party to Hammertown.
Absolutely. Then Brett Harrell after him, and Eric Miller in another Miller Motorsports car. And then this is also one to watch. You know, Shannon Campbell in this new car. He's carrying a co-driver, and he kind of came out this year with, you know, a heavy hitter co-driver. Came out here with the idea that I'm stacking the deck. I want that win. I want to be four-time king.
Yeah, he's changing the recipe of what he wants to do. Now, we saw Kenneth Goodall out on course in basically a sister car to Shannon's car, and he looked very fast indeed. let's put Shannon Campbell into one of those, stick a helmet on him and see what happens.
Exactly, and then come race day, you add into there an amazing co-driver who's able to do the homework and get it done. As a matter of fact, here we go. This is Darian Gomez. I think it's Darian, is it not?
Yeah, it looks like Darian Gomez to me.
Yep. We said he was going to jump in before Power Hour started, so now let's get an eye on this. So Darian Gomez has left Hammertown and gone up through the Bronco Arch.
Now, Darian's been racing for us for many years, started off in UTV. Then he moved over into the old Feravanti car before stepping up into one of these Joe Thompson UFOs, made so famous by his uncles and his father. So Darian Gomez is the son of two-time king Raul Gomez, and he is no slouch behind the wheel.
No, and they're always fun to watch, the Gomez family out here racing. They always have a good time on track, and when one of them wins, you know it. It's a party.
Yeah, it's a party that you don't want to miss as well. So Darian Gomez is already down the launch pad. Nice solid time here, Ian.
Yeah, he's definitely putting on a show. I think this is going to be sort of a sneak peek as to what we can expect to see for Power Hour with Darian. Ben was saying that they've been working on this car. I believe they had an issue with it, and they were trying to get it sorted out. That's why he missed his qualifying spot earlier today. But now he's been able to get the car together, obviously, and he's taken off before Power Hour, and he's going to knock in this qualifying run.
Yeah, he's just getting off course a little bit there. This is coming up the bottom of Short Bus. Now, just look at the depth of the ruts here. This course is really changing. Every single car moving rocks.
Yeah, really loose, silty climb. Definitely need a lot of horsepower to get up there. And then at the top, they make that right-hand turn that they've never done before. This section of the qualifying course, all new. He's going to head up through this Gates Gate. Good time, but not, I don't think he's going to be getting Paul Wolf nervous at all and come through there at a 157.
Yeah, he's about 10 seconds off of Paul Wolf's pace at the moment, which leaves you thinking to yourself, where did Paul find 10 seconds?
I think he found it in that drop-off section where he went down and almost at that 45-degree angle. Sets him up really good for the turn. That way you don't have to check up as much and make a hard right turn. Kind of leads you into it. But yeah, Darian is definitely making quick work of this cross-section. We've seen our fast cars do exactly what he just did. Stay high for half and then kind of drop down low for the left, because I think it sets you up better for this pinch rock.
Yeah, and it's also interesting. You start to see the shadows forming on the far side of the mountain there as Darian comes through the pinch rock, takes the suicide line round the back, two wheels off the ground.
Tags a tire on that big rock, which is one thing you're going to have to watch for with these wide cars out here. That rock is, there's not a lot of space in there, and there's that kicker that we've been watching, but he's off the mountain at a 245-ish, and he's coming back into town.
Yeah, this is looking likely to be something at around about that sort of 330 mark.
All right, so Darian's coming around turn 19, and then he'll be hitting up our big Talladega turn through the MBRP straightaway over the MBRP tabletop.
Yeah, Darian's got a really good time going on here. Looking very good indeed. I'm guessing he's going to be somewhere around about that 325 mark.
Yeah, should land him about mid-pack on race day, which you never know. It's 21st. So 326.
And I'm just looking down my list here, and I've got 5 vehicles on the 324.
Yeah, but I hear Miles is down in the short course, and we'll be doing this. All right, Miles, what do you got for us?
Yeah, thanks, guys. It's really cool. We have Mitch Guthrie Jr. here. You just raced this very similar car in Dakar. It's kind of your test car, but it's really cool to see it out here.
Yeah, it's amazing. We do all this international racing, and we're overseas, and no one gets to see these things. So for Ford to bring it out here and have everyone be able to see it, it's amazing. It's such a different vehicle from what we're used to, but it's really cool. Everyone should go check it out in the booth. It'd be cool for everyone to see it go around the track a little bit.
Yeah, I've spent the last couple minutes just crawling over it. It's a lot different than what we're used to over here in the States. Kind of give us a 10-cent tour on what this car actually is.
Yeah, it's the Ford Raptor by Ford Performance and M Sport. It's got the Coyote V8, which is amazing. Compared to all the other cars out there at Dakar, this is the best sounding one for sure. So it's an amazing vehicle. full custom, lots of carbon. It's totally different. We have a windshield, we have air conditioning inside, so totally different from what we're used to, but for what we're doing, it's perfect.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it, and it sounds like you're going to take it out for a rip before we kick off Power Hour. You're going to take Pam with you. It should be a lot of fun, but it's so cool to have you here once again running King of the Hammers with us. You've won this race before. You've been over at Dakar having some fun, and now seeing this Ford Performance car out here, it's going to be a pretty cool thing.
Yeah, excited to give it a rip out here, and we're going for that win tomorrow. Keep an eye on us.
All right, well, good luck, buddy. And Pam, are you excited to ride with Mitch Guthrie Jr. on the short course?
Oh, yeah, I'm so stoked for this. I was asked this morning if I wanted to do this, and how can you say no to ride with a professional like Mitch, you know, running in Dakar as many times as he had, and going out there in this awesome T1.
It's a spaceship.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm super stoked for it. I've never been in the car with him, so this is going to be fun. It's going to be a great experience.
Well, I think you're in good hands, so go out there and rip it up before Power Hour. Mitch, always a pleasure. Have some fun. Good luck tomorrow, buddy.
Thanks a lot, guys.
All right, you go out there, give us a little rip, so I'll send it back up to the Optima Batteries main booth, and I want to watch this thing as well, so I'll see you guys here in just a second.
All right, so as you can see on screen right now, we saw Mrs. Pam Hall climb into that Ford Performance. Now, Jim, this is kind of your cup of tea right here. We're talking about some Dakar stuff, so we're over on the other side of the pond. You're more familiar with this than so. Let's as we're getting, fill us in here. For anyone at home who's watching, is like, Dakar, what the heck is that? Why do the vehicles look so weird? Why do they have those strange bodies? What's going on here, Jim? Fill me in.
This is Rally Raid. Okay, so what this is basically these guys are running at the Dakar Rally. It's a 14-day race covering anything up to and over between 5,000 and 6,000 miles. They're going to be using road books to do their navigation, and they're going to have long transition stages between before and after the actual race stages themselves. So these vehicles are specially designed for that. They have huge fuel capacity, incredibly powerful, but they have limitations. So it's not like 4400 where anything goes as long as you meet safety regs. They have suspension travel rules, they have tyre size rules, they have engine power rules, and so you have to work inside of these rules to create the best package that you can that can be competitive. Now, what Ford Performance have done is they've gone, do you know what? We really fancy a bit of Dakar, and so what they've done is taken their Raptor program, taken it to Dakar, and it's been hugely successful. And what excites me right now is seeing Mitch Guthrie Jr. getting into one of these vehicles. And is this the future of Ford Motorsport we're watching here? Is this the future for Mitch Guthrie Jr.? Can't wait to see where this goes.
It could very well be, but what I'm going to do right now, Jim, now that you've got me all educated on that, I'm going to step out, hand over my headset to our good friend Miles, because I know that you and Miles have just been itching your arms and scratching your necks waiting for Power Hour to start, so I'm going to get out of the way and let you guys call the rest of the race, and we'll see you guys live tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Ian. Always a pleasure to have you in the booth. Very excited to have you in the booth tomorrow for the 4900 Can-Am UTV Championships. But right now, we're just getting ready to see this Ford Raptor Dakar Wonder Car going off round our short course. And joining me back in the booth is none other than the legend himself, the voice of KOH, is Mr. Miles Hasselquist.
We've been waiting all week for this exact time. I'm excited to see Guthrie to go out there and take a rip on the Ford Performance short course, but I just walked through the field of Power Hour and gave everybody a thumbs up, and it was all smiles from everybody. There's a few running co-drivers, a few not running co-drivers. It's going to be interesting to see how it all shakes out. But man, if you have anything to do it right now, because Power Hour is going to be starting off soon, and these are the biggest and baddest names in the sport. I can't wait to get this party started.
Yeah, but right now, something very special. I think this is a first at King of the Hammers, having a Dakar vehicle on our race course.
And just getting an update from my buddy Mitchell that Paul Horschel is not qualifying today. They're still tweaking on the car a little bit, so they're still going to try to win this race from the back of the pack. So here we go. We're going to watch Mitch Guthrie Jr. and Pam Hall out there on the Ford Performance Short Course. We'll see if he hits this gap jump or he takes the Yokohama split, and he does. He plays it safe. He's going to go around and under the over-under jump.
Yeah, so when they gave him the keys to this $1 million plus car, they probably just said to him, bring it back in one place, please, Mitch.
I asked him if this was very similar to the car he raced in Dakar. He said, yes, it's basically their test vehicle, but it's very same principle. And just the minute I had to kind of drool over it, it's a very impressive machine, and very successful over in Dakar. Really cool to see him over there and having fun with us here at King of the Hammers.
But isn't it fantastic to see these OEMs getting on board with off-road motorsport? We used to see it back in the 80s and in the early 90s in desert racing, but all of a sudden we're seeing these power play people coming back into dirt sports, and I love that. Absolutely fantastic to see.
As he's heading out, I doubt he's going to do the full qualifying course. But if he does, I'll be interested to see how it holds up. But look at that thing fly through the desert.
I think we'd be sweeping bits of Raptor bodywork off the course if that was to happen.
So yeah, he bypassed the rock section. So now that's where you drop off the rocks into the Ford Performance Short Course. So Mitch Guthrie Jr. going to hit the MBRP tabletop. And maybe we'll get Pam in here to give her a quick little chat to see how her ride with Guthrie Jr. was, who's won this race in the UTV more than one time.
Yeah, he has indeed. Smooth as silk as he makes his way round this course.
Oh, and he's going to go for another hot lap. I like it. We still got time. Let's have some fun with it, right?
Absolutely. And I'm going to put a massive shout out to all of those watching from around the world, whether it be in Australia, New Zealand, or in Europe. So many watch parties.
Down in Baja, we saw that as well.
Yeah, my great friend Helder De Rocha, who was co-driving for me. Oh, hello. Where's Mitch Guthrie going?
Oh.
He's off out into the desert section. This is where these
he went
cars
around
come
the
alive.
Bronco Arch. He skipped the rocks. But it's just cool to see a Dakar vehicle out here from Factory Ford Performance having some fun, and it will be on display here in Hammertown. So if you're coming the rest of the week, go check that car out. It's an absolute spaceship.
It is indeed. And so a massive hello to all of those who are having watch parties right now and getting ready for Power Hour.
There's a few people in the chat saying, hit the gap. I'd love to see it. Oh, MBRP's tuned in. They want to see the gap jump too. I wonder if I can't get Pam on comms right now, but it's cool to see it out here having some fun.
Yeah, and Pam is having the great time there, sat next to this incredible champion. And the future is very bright for American motorsport right now, with so many talented young men and women making their way through the ranks.
And if you're just tuning in, Mitch Guthrie Jr. is taking his Dakar Ford Performance vehicle out on course, and we are getting ready for Power Hour for the Race of Kings, all part of the Optima Battery King of the Hammers, presented by Ford Performance. Power Hour will be kicking off here very, very soon. Looks like Chris just got the All Access and that premium YouTube, and you can too for just $25 for the rest of the event. You'll skip the commercials, you get the behind the scene, all the multi-view cameras. It's definitely worth its money.
So here we are, it's Johnson Valley, California. The sun is shining, the skies are blue. We've got a light breeze here, and we are getting ready for action here at the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance. And right now it is all about the 4400 class. It's all about the Race of Kings. And what do we got, Miles?
And we got the biggest and baddest names in our sport trying to bump off Paul Wolfe with that 257. Up first is going to be Vaughn Gittin Jr. with RTR Off-Road Team.
Well, let's just quickly have a look at our current top 10. In 10th position, it's Cody Miller with a 317.
In 9th, it's Brendan Thompson with a 316.
Then it's Cole Clark with a 315.
In 7th, Casey Curry with a 313.
Then it's Waylon Campbell with a 312.
Philip McGilton with a 311.
Then it's Christopher Branton in 4th position with a 309.
In 3rd place, Levi Shirley with a 308.
Then in 2nd place, it's Bill McGibbon with a 307.
And the fastest man of the entire week thus far is the number 1018 of Paul Wolfe with that 257.
Yeah, the only man to go sub 3 minutes at the moment. But let's see we've got none other than the drift legend that is Vaughn Gittin Jr. lining up. Now, I want to go back through the history, and you're a tactician on the historical facts. I think Vaughn is the most consistent driver we've had in Hammers history, always in the top 10.
He's fairly new to our sport for the last 5 or 6 years, I think. But yeah, he's finished up there multiple times, so he definitely has.
Has he ever failed to finish a King of the Hammers?
That's a good question.
That's one for them. We're going to have to check that
yeah.
out. But he's a Mr. Consistent, and he's in a brand new Triton Engineering RTR Fab vehicle.
Yeah, we saw Lauren Healy out pre-running in this thing, I'm going to say a month and a half ago out here, right here at the Hammers with a brand new car, and he put an absolute beating on it as the number 25 of Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Jeremy Dickinson riding shotgun out of Concord, North Carolina with RTR Off-Road Team in a Triton Engineering mid-engine 2-seat IFS Bronco with a Ford Performance 460 D3 Jeff Ginter Racing engine with 780 horsepower, a Gearworks Turbo 400, Atlas, Ford Performance, Optima batteries, RTR vehicles, Nitto, Rigid Monster, and Pennzoil.
Yeah, now Vaughn, he is such a talented driver, and he's going to be giving absolutely everything out here during our Power Hour session. Has he got what it takes to unseat Paul Wolfe at the top of this field?
We'll see what this Monster Energy athlete can do behind this machine. This thing is fairly new, but it's already well built. It's an amazing thing. It's a great looking car. So Vaughn Gittin Jr. out here on his qualifying course with a great run to start out Power Hour for the Race of Kings.
Now,
well, Pam, how much fun did you have out there with Mitch Guthrie Jr.?
Oh my gosh, you guys. I mean, we sit up here all day long and talk about that short course, but being out there just now with Mitch in that T1, you know, the Raptor from Dakar, a similar vehicle from Dakar, was so amazing to be out there in that car with him. He is by far this amazing driver that...
Why didn't you guys hit the gap jump? That's what everybody wanted to see.
I tried to get him to, but we were just playing it safe, you know, all that good jazz. I did try to get him to do the gap jump, but he wanted to do the turns, and it goes to show why that car, it handles amazing out there.
So that's a T1 Plus, not a T1, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah.
It's roughly a little bit under 400 horsepower. But he was out there, obviously, in Dakar and was in 5th position.
And look at this, Vaughn Gittin Jr. through the gates gate, about a 145, so this is a blistering top 5 pace. We'll see what happens, but Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Jeremy Dickinson with RTR Off-Road Team are doing some great things on this just over 1 mile qualifier. Oh man, this is what we've been waiting for all day long, Jim.
It is indeed. It's absolutely fantastic. That's what we live for. It is these moments in time, because 4400 racing is the greatest racing in the world. It's so good, though, to see Mitch Guthrie Jr. here with that Ford Performance Raptor. I love that car, and I love Dakar, but for me, nothing is better than King of the Hammers. And we're watching Vaughn Gittin Jr. now. He's coming out, down, off of the rocks, and he is not even at the 2:45 mark as he makes his way down towards turn 19.
This is going to be really close to Paul Wolfe's time. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens. Vaughn Gittin Jr., the Drift King, getting slideways in the Ford Performance short course. Gets off course a little bit. That's going to cost him a couple seconds, but he is giving it all he's got.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be traveling Paul Wolfe at the moment, but he is looking likely that he might move into 2nd position.
Yeah, right now at 3 minutes, so that definitely could have possibly cost him in that number 1 spot. But Vaughn Gittin Jr. doing an amazing job.
So he hits the MBRP tabletop with a 3:04, comfortable 2nd position for Vaughn Gittin Jr.
Yeah, what a fantastic run, and what a great start to our Power Hour here in Hammertown. And next off the line, it is the man himself, the 4-time king from the 4900 Can-Am UTV Championships. This is none other than Kyle Cheney.
Number 191 out of Pawtuska, Ohio, with Team Momentum Racing in that Can-Am Maverick car with 250 horsepower. Amsoil, CT Raceworks, Fox, and Maxxis. He has won the UTV race the last 4 years in a row. This guy is going to put on a clinic.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right, guys. I'm going to let you guys get back to the business here for Power Hour. I'm going to be watching
nerding out.
from afar.
I'm sorry, Pam.
No, it's exactly what you guys are supposed to be doing, but it was great to go out there with Mitch Guthrie Jr. and do a little bit of that qualifying course to see what these guys are actually going through. But you guys have fun, and I'll see you later on.
All right, Pam. Well, I'm a little jealous. I'm not going to lie. That looked like a good ride with Mitch Guthrie Jr. as we see Kyle Cheney, our 4-time King of the Hammers champion in the UTV class, but he's racing a purpose-built UTV in the 4400 class. He has to have 37-inch tires, has to have a 2-inch roll cage, and meet a weight requirement. And Kyle Cheney, he came in physical first last year, but he missed a couple trails and got docked some, but he's definitely one to reckon with, Jim.
Yeah, he is indeed. Now, he took a very interesting line coming down off that launch there, took the left-hand line. Most of the vehicles we've been seeing either cutting across or dropping down off of that right hand. Now, he doesn't take the hero line as he makes his way up and around the corner to come onto short bus, and I'm just watching the clock here. He's certainly not carrying the pace that we saw Vaughn getting Jr. earlier, but it's still a very fast start.
And I missed Darian Gomez. What kind of time did he get? Do we know? Oh, it looks like 22nd. Okay, I was running back and forth at that time, so a pretty solid run. And I think he was in his brand new car. I couldn't quite tell.
Yeah, I'm not sure the difference between the old car and the new car at the moment.
And Kyle Cheney with a 148 through the Gates gate. So this is a top 5 run. We'll see how it comes as he comes off this super off camber on top of short bus.
Look at this, Miles. Look at this. Absolutely no quarter given to this course. He is straight lining all of this on the top, and I cannot tell you how rough this is. What a drive from Kyle Cheney.
He had a 3:05 in the UTV car, which is a different race car than this one. We'll see if he can beat his own time and see where he stacks up against the rest of the field here for the 4400 Race of Kings for the 2025 Optima Battery King of the Hammers, presented by Ford Performance.
Yeah, and it's a controlled crash landing as he makes his way down the back of the mountain.
Just completely bouncing down there. He is on a mission trying to prove why he deserves to be up top with the big dogs.
Now, 2:57 is the time to be. I don't think Kyle Cheney is. Actually, I say that this is going to be very close
it's
indeed.
Be close.
I think he's actually going to nail his same time that he got in his other UTV, which was a 3:05.
And Kyle Cheney in the Ford Performance short course, giving it all he's got. He's going to be off Paul Wolf's time, but it's definitely going to be, I think, in the mix for a top 3 time. We'll find out here very, very shortly with that Can-Am Maverick R and those 37-inch tires.
Yeah, so he crosses the line, and it looks like it's going to be a 3:05. He's matched his time from the 4900 Can-Am UTV qualifying session.
How crazy is that to be in 2 separate cars and get almost identical times, pushing him into that 3rd position behind Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Paul Wolf. So our first 2 in Power Hour have been 2nd, 3rd. How awesome is this?
Absolutely. It's all change at the top during Power Hour. And we've got our next runner and rider out there right now, and that is Tad Dowker in the Trent Fab car.
Tad Dowker and Chris Paiva out of Elk Rapids, Michigan, with North Shore Raceworks in that Trent Fab solid axle machine, Bambi, with an FTA 501 billet block with 1,000 horsepower. Fox, Raceline, Mickey Thompson, Baja Designs, and Warren. His first Ultra 4 race was King of the Hammers 2019 when he bought this car from Mr. Dave Cole.
Yeah, Tad Dowker really laying this down here.
And now we have a little bit of on-car, thanks to Starstream and George Hamill. This is just absolutely... I remember when drones came to the scene, and that was a game changer. And now we have the Starlink, Starstream. It just keeps getting better and better with Hammer King Productions.
It does indeed. A massive thank you to our production team who bring us these incredible images from what is the middle of a desert.
Right here in Johnson Valley, California. Absolutely beautiful out here. The weather has been interesting the last couple of weeks. Oh, he lost a left rear tire. The whole wheel fell off, so a hub or something, not sure what happened. Tough break for Tad Dowker. What a bummer. And they know it right away. Was it lug nuts? Was it a hub? Was it an axle? We're just guessing. Tough break for Tad Dowker. He'll take a rear start on Saturday for the Race of Kings.
He will indeed. So 3 wheels on my wagon. You can't park there, sir.
We'll see if we can get him a little bit further off course and keep this Power Hour rocking and rolling. Looks like he's off course enough. Well, unless he wants to get roosted. There we go. He's pulling a little bit further. That way he doesn't get roosted too bad from our next competitor, who should be Dan Fresh, driving the Cody Wagner machine with Laser Nut.
Yeah, now that's the machine that we normally see Cameron Steele driving, but Cameron Steele's moved over into another, well, in fact, the sister car to the Unicorn.
Nope, it is going to be Chad Hunt up next, it looks like.
It is.
Oh, I did get ahead of myself on my list.
So Chad Hunt is driving the Miller Motorsports frame, solid axle car.
Fresh off winning the Ultra 4 USA Nationals, and they're in Oklahoma, had a great run there. And this is his first time ever running in Power Hour. He's excited, he's nervous, and we'll see what he can do. He just switched over to the Mickey Thompson 42-inch tire, and he said it's a world of difference.
Yeah, he said it's unbelievable. He said he didn't think they were actually going to work on the car at first, but they were incredible.
And I am getting confirmation from Goodby that Darian's car is the brand new.
Slowly makes his retreat.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube, go to KOHUltimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
We just make it work. So I'm pumped, though. It's unbelievable what this thing can do. This 4400 Bronco in the desert, in the rocks, whatever Dave decides to throw at us, it's ready. So
it's going to be a fun one, yeah. And the RTR off-road team, you and Lauren, it's really cool to see. And I think it only makes sense to have two identical cars for simplicity for the mechanic, simplicity for spare parts, and just keeping it rocking and rolling.
Yeah, all of it. It just makes it easier, especially in those pinches. When things go wrong, the guys know exactly what they got, what car they're on, and just make the magic. So very grateful for what we've got going on the RTR team, and having fun and bringing the vibes.
And what are you thinking? Are you going to stay in that second position, or is somebody going to bump you out?
If I'm honest, I hope I get bumped out.
Okay.
I would like to start on 4th, 5th row. I actually went a little bit hotter than I had planned. But it's nice to have a little corrected time in this race.
Oh, for sure.
Being up front with all these lunatics behind you is not my strategy. So
plays a little bit of mind games with you. Absolutely. And remember, our current King of the Hammer champion, JP Gomez, started from 99th position just a year ago and won this race.
Yeah, and that was amazing to witness, and that's the benefit of corrected time.
Absolutely, and we've got Chad Hunt now coming on down into turn 19. He's already at 3:02, looking likely to be somewhere around about that 3:30 mark. Where will that put him, Miles?
Probably roughly top 20. We'll see. It's a very solid run for Chad and Rick Murray in that Miller Motorsports machine as he hits the Talladega in the Ford Performance Short Course.
Yes, at any moment now we're going to see him crossing over the MBRP tabletop jump, and we will have a time for Chad Hunt.
Looks like it's going to be a 3:24. Which puts him in 20th position. Very solid for Chad Hunt.
Yeah, that's a good place to be starting. Vaughn, it's always a pleasure to have you up here on stage, mate. Good luck during the race on Saturday, and we look forward to seeing you out there.
Thank you, my man. Appreciate you guys,
All
and
right.
have fun, everybody. Much love.
Well, good luck, Vaughn. And Jeremy, it's always a pleasure to have you up here in the booth. And off the line next is the number 48. Well, getting ready to tag off. There he goes, the green flag. The number 48 of Dan Fresh and Mike Johnson out of California with Dan Fresh Racing, and in that Laser Nut Matt Taylor redesigned car. It's got 74 wheel portals, front and rear. Dugan's Race Engine, Raceline Wheels, BFG, Fox, Live Valves, and Baja Design. So this is the car usually piloted by Cameron Steele, but Cody Wagner with Laser Nut put in Dan Fresh this year and Mike Johnson.
Yeah, now this is very interesting. Dan Fresh, of course, is no stranger to King of the Hammers. He's won here in 4,500. He's won here in 4,800, but he's never won here in 4,400. Is this the car that can help him finally get to that championship? Can he win Hammers this year, Miles?
And Cameron Steele, who usually drives his car, is currently in 41st position in a very similar car. So we'll see what kind of time Dan Fresh can put up for a little bit of bragging rights going on there. But yeah, Dan Fresh is a veteran in the desert and has been racing with us here at King of the Hammers and Ultra 4 for quite some time. Mike Johnson is a local here for King of the Hammers, so he's got a great co-dog in there. Usually has Mike Kim, but right now it's Mike Johnson in that co-dog seat. It's going to be very interesting to see what that Laser Nut machine can do.
Yeah, it's a very interesting car, this. IRS, IRS and IFS, and also the Portal axles. Now, we've seen this vehicle in the past leading this race on multiple occasions with Cameron Steele, but there's always some small part that fails them, always something that causes them come to a grinding halt.
So we'll see how Dan Fresh can go. Right now, he's got a pretty solid time. We want to be through the Gates gate about a $1:45 to $1:50 to try to push on to Paul Wolf. So we're going to be about 10-15 seconds off the lead pace right now.
Yeah, absolutely, Miles, as he makes his way out towards the Gates gate. He's still a solid time here. He's going to be coming through here still just around about the 2-minute mark. This is going to put him into the top 30.
We're looking at the YouTube feed. Who do you guys think is going to get the pole position during Power Hour? Is Paul Wolf going to be able to keep it, or is somebody else going to bump him off?
Yeah, let's have a quick look now at our current top 5. In 5th position, it is Levi Shirley. In 4th position is Bill McGibbon. In 3rd
is Kyle Chaney, and in 2nd is Vaughn Gittin Jr.
And the man at the moment is none other than Mr. Paul Wolf, who is currently the only man to go under 3 minutes.
Got some Shearer fans out there on the YouTubes thinking he'll do all right. We'll see him here in just a little bit.
See a puff of smoke there as he makes his way down. Dan Fresh looking good. He's around about 15 seconds off of lead pace, I would have said, at this point.
I'm going to say it's going to be about a 3:25 or so, so that'll put him, 15th-ish. We'll see how it shakes out as he heads into the Ford Performance Short Course. So Dan Fresh with a very, very solid run in that Laser Nut machine. Again, a huge shout out to Cody Wagner with Laser Nut. They sponsor all of our beautiful trophies, and then obviously the fire pit right here in front of the Optima battery booth. It's been a great focal point of this event thus far. So one more turn to go for Dan Fresh before he hits the MBRP tabletop.
So Dan Fresh is going to be crossing the line any moment now, and he comes in with a 3:28. And a 3:28 is going to put him in 26th position. So a solid run there from Dan Fresh. And next off the line
is definitely a crowd favorite, and I hope I hear the speakers over the engine. Getting 3rd place last year is John Webb and Connor riding shotgun out of Concord, California, and the crowd loves it. With Hammerheads Racing and that Fishmouth Fab 2C IFS LS7, Reed Turbo 400, Atlas, Dirty Life Wheels, Poly Performance, Synergy, Drifts by Perry, and Cliff of Diablo. Remember, this car burnt down before the race last year. They were able to get it all put together and get on the podium in 3rd spot. John Webb has it going on, and he's always here to party.
He is indeed, and I love it when he's here in Hammertown. It's one of those crowd favorites. Every time you say John Webb, the crowd goes absolutely mental.
Yeah, John Webb fans are in the house. And I was down there getting all set up for my Mitch Guthrie Jr. interview, and I heard something pulling up. I'm like, who? Oh, John Webb's here. All right. The party has started.
Yeah, he brings the party to Hammertown, all right. But let's see what he can do here out on this course.
And for some of you that don't know, that light bar on top, those aren't lights. Those are speakers. He doesn't anticipate to be running in the dark. He's here to have fun. And that's him and Jason Shearer team up pretty closely. So that's a lot of Shearer's old parts that go into that car.
Yeah, so John Webb here putting together a really solid pace. I'm guessing he's going to be in that sort of 20th, 30th position at this kind of pace at the moment. But it's solid as he makes his way around.
And even on the YouTube, we got quite a few John Webb fans.
Well, I'm just looking down my list as we watch John Webb making his round his course. We've still got Brett Harrell to run, and then we are into the Kings. Eric Miller, Shannon Campbell, Lauren Healy, Jason Shearer, Josh Byler, Randy Slauson, Raul Gomez, and of course our current King, JP Gomez, will be taken to course here in Power Hour in Hammertown.
I mean, you just going through that list, it's just the best of the best. This is going to be a fun afternoon. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in for qualifying for the Race of Kings, all part of the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, presented by Ford Performance. And John Webb is through the Gates Gate right around that 2:15 mark, it looks like it's going to be.
Now this is interesting because this line is changing all the time on this part, through the Gates Gate. Lots of the teams now just absolutely attacking the rocks head on, and you can see the shadows lengthening on the top of the mountain, Miles.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful out there. And we also have Kirk Edwards watching from New Jersey. Zach's tuning in back home, fresh off of surgery. Hope you're doing well, buddy. As John Webb is working his way back towards Hammertown. He'll be hitting that pinch rock here in just a moment. This is going to be, I'm going to say, a top 30 run. He's definitely not having a blistering pace, but again, on race day, adjusted time can absolutely be in your favor. We were talking to Tom Ways earlier, and he doesn't want to start up front.
No, there's a lot of people who'll be playing tactical. We saw last year JP Gomez started from the back and lifted the scepter at the end of the day. He was crowned king here in Hammertown.
And I'm usually pretty good with my stats, but if somebody can keep me honest in the YouTube chat, how many years in a row has Jason Shear started first or second?
I believe it's all of them.
it's a lot of them.
But we'll have to check that out as John Webb is now making his way into the short course. He's round turn 19. He's just got the Talladega and then the MBRP straightaway and the MBRP tabletop. And John Webb will be back in town, and we'll be on to our next vehicle, which I believe will be Brett Harrell. Now, Brett Harrell, of course, racing in one of the Paul Herschel obstacle machines. Look at that. Over the line goes John Webb in a 3:47. And that is going to put him in, just looking there, in 43rd position. So a solid run for John Webb. And for people sitting at home going, well, he didn't qualify very well, did he? Just wait and see where John Webb is at the end of this race. I'll guarantee you he will be at the pointy end for sure. And now off the line, it is Brett Harrell, 3rd place last year. This amazing Paul Herschel built obstacle machine. And he brings all the horsepower to this party.
So Brett Harrell and Nick Priest riding shotgun out of Almsville, Oregon with team change order in that Paul Herschel built 2-seat IFS machine. Danzio LS7 with 750 horsepower, a Gearworks Turbo with 400, a Wiseman T-Case, Nitto, Fox, Rigid, Brett Schmidt Trucking, and L&L Ornamental.
And we saw his son Brent qualifying yesterday. And he finished in 3rd position.
He got 2nd position last year, Brett Harrell.
Was he 2nd?
Yeah, he got 2nd. John Webb, who we just saw, got 3rd.
Oh, of course,
so,
yeah. Do
Brett
apologize.
Harrell got 2nd position here at the 2024 King of the Hammers, so he's back for redemption for sure.
And the amazing thing about that was that one part he was actually on his roof.
Yeah, he did roll over, you're right. And this is definitely a big car, so it loves the desert. It can eat up the rocks. This is definitely a King of the Hammers specific built car by Paul Herschel that Brett Harrell is piloting as we speak.
And one of the big stories already at King of the Hammers this year is that Paul Herschel will not be qualifying.
Yeah, that's he'll have a rear start with roughly 100 entries this year for the Race of Kings. It's looking...
So Brett Harrell making his way around the course here. Solid time.
Oh, blows that corner a little bit, clips a rock. It's definitely getting loose and blown out right there.
Yeah, no, this... Oh, now he took the higher line
Oh,
there.
that's where it was.
Now, we were talking about this line earlier. People who got pre-running earlier today were taking that line and it was burnt in. But what's been happening is all day everyone's been taking the lower line. So if you go to take that higher line now, there is a rut formed. And it's very difficult to drive it indeed. But he's doing a good pace here. Look at this, Miles. He's going to be arriving at Gates Gate at just around the 150 mark.
Okay, 155. This is could be a top 5 run for Brett Harrell. We'll see how it all shakes out. He's got a new co-driver. He usually has Justin Marquardt, but The doctor told him he probably shouldn't get in the car anymore, so now he's got his buddy Nick Preece in there, and he's going to be pushing strong. We'll see how it shakes out.
Yeah, so Brett Howell coming over the top of the mountain right now. And just look at the shadows lengthening. But the sun is behind them, that will be helping. Makes his way down towards the pinch rock. A little bit off of pole pace, that's for sure, but he could still poke it into the top 10 from this position.
And there he goes. We'll see if he takes the right line or he does. Well, what's he going to do? He's undecided there for a second, but he does take the right, which is the quicker line. It's just more off camber.
As Ben would say, choosing his own adventure.
We'll see.
Now, if you are just joining us, welcome to Johnson Valley, California. This is the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance. And right now, we are in the middle of Power Hour, and that is Brett Howell qualifying for the Race of Kings.
And up next, we'll have our previous...
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
First place in the 4500 Yukon Garage.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
to slideways as he hits the MBRP straightaway. What kind of time is Eric Miller going to get? It looks like a 3:22 or so.
Yeah, it is a 3:22.
So that puts him in 15th position, 2 spots behind his friend Casey Gilbert. So he's got a little bragging rights.
Yeah, so Eric Miller there, 2-time king, making his way off the track. And next, this is a man who needs no introduction. It is 3-time king Shannon Campbell.
With Chris Ray riding shotgun out of Pine Top, Arizona with the Coupe Racing and Fabrication. And that 2-seat IFS Campbell chassis with a Klein 540 big block with 850 horsepower. A Hughes Turbo 400, a Phenom T-Case, 72-gallon fuel cell, Monster Energy, Nitto tires, Vision wheels, ADS shocks, Holly Warren, and Motive gear, along with Brannick Motorsports as he makes it through the Bronco Arch.
Yeah, this is a new car to Shannon, and what a car this is. That big block motor really delivering the horsepower. Now we saw the sister car to this with Kenneth Goodall out on track earlier today. So what has Shannon got? Can he pick his way through these mountains and get ahead of Paul Wolfe?
And Ken Goodall currently sitting in that 20th position in basically that identical car that they both debuted last year right here at King of the Hammers. As 3-time King of the Hammers champion and off-road motorsports Hall of Famer Shannon Campbell with Chris Ray riding shotgun, trying to make some things happen. I'm excited that he stepped into a 2-seater last year.
And you can see him working really hard. Shannon is also a Nitto athlete as he makes his way around on this course. And he's keeping it very smooth at the moment, Miles.
I think this is going to be a very solid run by Shannon Campbell as he makes his way up and through. And you can tell the shadows are starting to sneak in there a little bit, so that'll play a little bit of trickery on some of these guys.
And Shannon Campbell was the first person to run IFS here at King of the Hammers.
I remember that when it first showed up to the lake bed. What year was that, 2011?
9.
9, okay.
9? I think it was 9.
Man, what a cool car that was, and to see the technology where it's came from then to now is absolutely amazing. And to see it transform into the desert trucks as well, because now the big dogs are running all-wheel drive, kind of taking information from King of the Hammers and Ultra 4.
Okay, now let's look at this time. He's coming through the Gates Gate.
Come on, Shannon. 155.
Keep her rolling.
So this is a top 10 run, I do believe. We'll see if he can pick it up a little bit and keep the car in forward momentum action. And that's a pretty good shot to show you how off-camber it actually is right there as the left rear kind of dances down the hill.
Yeah, it's a big car as he makes his way through this. And we were talking about this earlier. How many cars are going to be able to beat the time that we saw thrown down by the UTVs the other day during qualifying?
And Kyle Cheney in his Can-Am is currently sitting in that 3rd position, which is very, very impressive. But I think he's going to have his hands cut out, his work cut out for him. His hands will be full on race day because this is going to be a very tough and technical race on Saturday for the Race of Kings.
It is, and it's Shannon Campbell, 3-time king, making his way down towards the short course. Comes in there around about a 2:45, and that's looking like a top 10 pace, Miles.
Yeah, it should be about a 3:15 up to 3:20, we'll see. So I'm going to say, 10 to 15 top run, which will be very, very nice setting, because we will take off Saturday morning, 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 2 at a time every 30 seconds. And this race will be on adjusted time.
And this car is a car built for King of the Hammers. It has a secret weapon. It is carrying 70+ gallons of fuel, which means that he can change and actually refuel at the remote pits rather than having to dance here for fueling.
So he hits the MBRP tabletop and looks like should be a 3:21. So that puts him in 14th position. Shannon Campbell in 14th position with a 3:21. Up next, another 2-time king is Lauren Healy.
Now we've just seen Lauren Healy's teammate Vaughn Gittin Jr. throw down a 3:04 in his almost identical vehicle. So what can Lauren do?
So Lauren Healy and Jesse Amex, number 67, out of Farmington, New Mexico, with RTR Off-Road Team in that Triton Engineering mid-engine 2-seat IFS Ford Performance Bronco. with Optima Batteries, RTR Vehicles, Nitto, Rigid, Monster, Pennzoil, Fox, and VP Racing Fuels. We'll see what two-time King of the Hammers champion Lauren Healy can do. He is always fast. I think we're going to see good things right here, Jim.
Oh, we are. Let's not forget Lauren broke the internet a couple of years ago during qualifying with his massive leap down the waterfall. And when we were talking to him the other day, we said, have you got any surprises for us, Lauren? He kind of just smiled and disappeared out of the room, so I'm looking forward to this one. Where's he going to find some time? Has he got something for Paul Wolfe and that incredible 257 we saw set earlier today?
And looking at the back of the car, it does look like they took the spare tire out of there, so that's a little strategery. I mean, I saw Von Gittin had Jeremy Dickinson with him. I did not see Lauren was a little too far away. I don't know if he's got his co-driver in there or not.
This looks like a very good pace indeed as he
Okay,
picks
he
his
does.
way
He's
through
got
the trails.
Jesse in there with him.
Now
And
there's
look
the
at
turn
just
up
blowing
short
out
bus.
these corners, Jim. This course is getting rough as he takes a hard hit on one of those rocks. Hopefully
He
that
did
right
indeed,
front's okay.
but that bled a few seconds. But just look at the time, Miles.
Man, if he could, yeah, he's Lauren Healy's on a really good spot to be a top contender right now. And he is just all over the throttle, putting that Ford Performance to the ground.
He is indeed. This is really strong stuff.
Oh, man, he
needs
is
a
all
good run
over.
through here.
So he's
He
through at
just checks.
a $1:42. This could be our fastest pace thus far through halfway through this qualifier. Can he keep it together and knock off Paul Wolfe's time of a 2:57?
Yeah, this is very tidy. Looking very good here from Lauren. Two-time king, of course. Won his first title in a solid axle car. Won his second title in an IFS car.
He needs to come out of the bottom of the rocks right here, heading towards the short course, right around that 2:30 mark. So it's going to be really close as he heads through the pinch rock. Is he going to take that right line? Yes, he does. Now he's just going to bonsai down this hill. This is going to be close. This could be neck and neck with Paul Wolfe's time of a 2:57. He is out of the rocks, heading towards the Ford Performance short course. And he's got
This
some
is where
fans
it's
out
at,
there.
ladies and gentlemen. Get on your
I
feet.
see
Lauren
his son
Healy is
out there
heading towards
getting
town.
excited.
As he makes his way towards turn 19, it's all about Lauren Healy. Has he got what it takes here?
As he drifts through the Ford Performance short course, Lauren Healy giving it all he's got, trying to beat out Paul Wolfe's time. It's going to be close. I think he could do it. It's going to be down to the wire.
Yeah, this is absolutely down to the wire. Lauren Healy coming on round the final Talladega.
If he
The
can't-
seconds are ticking away. Has Lauren got what it takes to be able to sitting on pole? The clock ticks by. It's a 2:58.
Oh.
Lauren Healy moves into second position, just in front of Vaughn Gittin Jr.
Less than 1 second splits Paul Wolfe and Lauren Healy, and that'll be a fun one to watch if it sticks, because they have a great relationship. I can't wait to see them take off the line.
Okay, here comes probably the most successful qualifier here in Hammers history.
None other than Jason Shear and Jason Berger, number 76 out of Danville, California, with Rage fourth in that Get Fit Bab IFS Ford Bronco with 74 weld portals, a Dugan's Ford Performance engine, 842 horsepower, Fox Live Valve KOH Adinch Bronco, Ford Method race wheels, and BFG. Can he start on the front row once again? He's going to have to beat out Paul Wolfe or Lauren Healy. He's got what it takes. Does he want it?
Absolutely. This is possibly the fastest qualifier we have ever seen in Hammers history. Jason Shearer brings something to every single party he goes to. His wheels are off the ground as he commits. What line's he going to take here, Miles?
Oh, he's going to take that early line. Yep, he's going to dive down early. And they've been pre-running. They've been out here doing they're checking everything out. And Jason Shearer has got what it's take. He is a 3-time king and one of 2 back-to-back King of the Hammers. Him and Raul Gomez are the only 2 that have ever won this race back-to-back in the 4,400 class.
Picking his way through, looking very smooth now. It looked like he lost a little bit of time on the launch earlier.
I think he's looking pretty good right there.
Let's see how that translates as he turns on to short bus.
And look how loose and dug out it is. The ruts are getting filled in with that shade, but Jason Shearer, what did Lauren just come through? A 142, right? So this is going to be really close.
Yeah, no, he's around about 8 seconds off Lauren's pace at the moment. As he makes his way up through here. Now, Lauren did lose a couple of seconds as he came through the Gates Gate.
So only 3 seconds behind Lauren Healy. So he's right there for a top 3-4 for sure. And he does have what it takes. Oh, he pulls off course. Something happened. Is that overheating?
No. He's pulling off course. I think he's got problems there. He took a massive hit as he came through the Gates gate.
Oh, tough break for crowd favorite Jason Shear. This will be very interesting seeing him start from the back of the pack. Tough break for Jason Shear. I hate to see that for anybody, but especially Jason Shear. That's not characteristic for sure. Could have popped the left front tire, it looks like. But I'm going to say it's more than a tire if he pulls off course, because he would have kept moving. We see Berger hopping out to evaluate the situation, but he is definitely far enough off course, and Jason Shear's getting out.
Yeah, absolutely. It looked to me like he had a steering issue there. There was no steering input after he hit that rock.
Except for straight down the mountain.
Yeah, exactly.
What an absolute heartbreaker for Jason Shear. But hey, our current king, JP Gomez, won from the back of the pack just 1 year ago. So that'll be a good story during race day.
Just think about this. I'm just going to put this out there. Jason Shearer and Paul Herschel starting at the back of the pack.
I would be nervous for a lot of people because they will be absolutely pushing. We'll see how the dust is on race day. It'll be interesting for sure. I do think they're far enough off course that we can send the next car, but we'll let race ops make that call.
Yeah, tough luck there for Jason Shearer. This is Johnson Valley, California. This is the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance. And this is Power Hour for the 44 qualifying for the Race of Kings. Race of Kings, of course, takes place on Saturday. But before that, tomorrow, what have we got, Miles?
Tomorrow's the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, kicking off at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. They will take off 2 at a time every 30 seconds. Every race for the rest of the week will be on adjusted time. And then Friday, what do we got, Jim?
We've got the Everyman Challenge. We're going to be seeing 3 classes going head-to-head in the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. We're going to have the 4800 Brannick Motorsports class. We're going to have the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle, and the 4600 Curry Enterprises classes.
You nailed it, my friend. And then on Saturday will be the Race of Kings as Josh Blyler takes off with Jared Erdman riding shotgun out of Klingerstown, Pennsylvania with Big B Motorsports. In that Miller Motorsports chassis with a Mapco LS7, 700 horsepower, a Gearworks Turbo 400, SCS, TK, Spider Tracks, Nitto, B Manufacturing, Gilbert Brothers Racing, Miller Motorsports, and Rancho Shocks.
Yeah, and they've been playing with some prototype Spider Tracks axles. I don't know if they have those fitted or not for this race. But we're talking about technology, and Spider Tracks is one of those companies that are really stepping up in the solid axle technology, that is for sure. As we watch Josh Blyler making his way up onto the mountain through the first rock sections.
They were one of the first teams to arrive here on the lake bed, and I went over there earlier a week or 2 ago. It kind of blends all together, and was chatting with him, and Josh Blyler said he wants to go 1 and 2 with his dad, and if they're in the mix, he's going to pull over and let the happy pappy take the win. That's obviously a picture perfect dream. We'll see how it shakes out on race day, but I just love how enthusiastic they are running those orange flags on top of those Miller Motorsports cars.
Yeah, and Josh Blyler's got a really good pace going here. This is another one of the solid axle Miller Motorsports cars. What can he do? He'll be looking for a strong qualifying position so that he can take on those IFS cars in the desert. And this is looking very good, Miles, as he makes his way up through Short Bus. I'd suggest he's probably around about 8 or 9 seconds of qualifying
10, yeah.
full pace.
So he needs to be there right now to be on streak with Paul Wolf and Lauren Healy. So yeah, he's about 10 seconds off pace, but that's okay. That still puts him top 10. And remember, the race is on adjusted time. So Josh Blyler and Jared Erdman with Big B Motorsports, who has won King of the Hammers before. What year was that? 21?
It must be, yeah. No, 22.
2020.
2020.
Yep.
Oh, yes, of course, it was just before the COVID, wasn't it?
So Josh Blyler heading down, getting ready to hit the pinch rock.
And do you remember it, Miles? He was coming down back door and he actually rolled on the first waterfall.
I've given him probably enough hard times as you running out of gas. Yeah, when he won, he tipped
but there was
over.
a big difference. He won King of the Hammers. I didn't.
Yep.
As Josh Blyler makes his way down the hill, he is around about sort of 10 seconds off of Paul Wolf's pace right now. but this is still looking very strong.
Yeah, less than 1 second split Paul Wolf and Lauren Healy. Paul Wolf with a 2:57.746. You can see all this at ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com.
So Josh Byler making his way round turn 19. Heading out towards the Talladega. As clock ticks over the 3-minute mark, this does look like it's going to be somewhere around that sort of 3:25.
And here he goes towards the MBRP tabletop. Josh Byler should get about a 3:22 or so.
So Josh Byler, just waiting for him to just show up there.
3:21, so that should put him in 15th position, just in front of Shannon Campbell.
So a solid run there from Josh Byler. And next off the line, it will be Randy Slawson, 3-time king, of course, in the Bomber chassis. Let's see what Randy can do here.
So Randy Slawson and Dustin Emick, number 4448, out of Gardnerville, Nevada, with Bomber Fabrication, and that Bomber Fab solid axle machine with a CBM LS3, 600 horsepower, Maximum 4L80E, Atlas, Pella Motorsports, Horizon Underground, BFG Trailrader, and Bomber Fabrication. A 3-time king, winning in 2013, 15, and 21. So he wins on odd years. Guess what 25 is?
It's an odd year.
It's an odd one, we'll see.
Is it going to be a Slawson year as we watch him making his way up through? Now these cars are one of the lightest of the 4400 cars, weighing in at less than 4,000 pounds. They really are goats around these trails. Now, this frame was first designed by Randy and his cousin in his garage.
2007, right?
Exactly.
It's crazy.
And he was saying to us the other day, he's still amazed that they're still competitive. And he takes that alternate line off to the side.
He did build a new car called the Bomber Reload for Craig Ford, and Craig let me know yesterday that he doesn't feel comfortable in the car, so Mike Slawson is going to hop in and drive for Craig Ford on race day. And I don't think I saw him qualify today. I could have missed it.
No, I have to say I didn't see that as we watch Randy picking his way around the course. And as we watch Randy going round, let's go through our top 10. So in 10th position, it's Casey Curry. In 9th, it's Waylon Campbell. In 8th, it's Philip McGilton. In 7th, it's Christopher Branton.
In 7th is Levi Shirley. In 5th is Bill McGibbon. In 4th is Kyle Cheney. In 3rd is Vaughn Gittin Jr. In 2nd is Lauren Healy.
But right now it's still all about Paul Wolf. We saw him earlier today throwing down an astonishing time of 2:57. The only man who's got close to him so far is Lauren Healy with a 2:58.
This is going to be a top 10, top 15 run as he comes through the Gates Gate at a minute 55. So still very, very solid. And again, we've talked about this strategy. I think if you're leading this race physically on the 3rd lap, it's going to be very tricky because there's going to be no tire tracks. There's going to be no lines burned in. So I think if you can get in there that 10th to 20th position, you have adjusted time on your side, and you'll see some tire tracks on that 3rd track.
And at the end of Power Hour today, none other than Dave Cole is going to be joining us in the booth to tell us all about that mystery lap 3.
I'm excited for that for sure, as Randy Slawson making his way through the Pinch Rock as we speak. He should make quick work out of that. He'll take that right line, I'm sure. No, takes the left line, kind of zigzags around. And he is bombing down the mountain.
I'm liking that one. I'm putting that one in my back pocket, Miles, as we watch Randy Slawson making his way onto the Hammertown short course.
As Randy Slawson is coming into the Ford Performance short course. 2 more turns to go. We'll see what kind of time he can throw down against the rest of the field. Again, I think he's going to be 10 to 15 if I had to guess.
Absolutely. But the thing that always amazes me when you see Randy Slawson is he comes alive in these rock trails in Hammertown. The pace he runs in these rocks is absolutely remarkable.
Yeah, he took me for a run one time, and I was like, that's got to be race pace, right? He's like, oh, it's about 80%, so pretty close. And I was absolutely blown away as Randy Slawson hits the MBRP tabletop, and we'll get a time of a 3:21. So that should put him in 15th position for Randy Slawson. So Shannon Campbell gets bumped back. Josh Byler gets bumped back.
Now, I've got an interesting piece of news. Casey Gilbert's got a really big smile on his face right now because Casey Gilbert is the highest placed solid axle car in 14th position. So a fantastic run there from Casey. Now, next off the line, it is none other than two-time king, Raul Gomez. Only one of two kings that has gone back-to-back. What's he got for us?
Out of Lotus, California, with Gomez Brothers Racing in that 2022 UFO single-seat Barella engine, ATO Turbo 400, UFO SCS T-Case, Mountain Enterprise, King Shocks, Nitto Tires, Baja Designs, and Raceline Wheels. So two-time King of the Hammers champ, Raul Gomez, is out on course trying to take that throne away from his brother, JP Gomez, who is up next, our current King of the Hammers champion.
Absolutely, Raul, one of three Gomez brothers racing out here. JP Gomez, as you just said, our current champion, and of course Marquez Gomez, who we saw qualifying earlier today. They are all driving Joe Thompson UFO built machines.
These things are absolute rocket ships. We'll see how they play out. But again, we're talking about navigation and possible winching. So is the single seater going to be a disadvantage? We'll have to find out. But Raul, and he can definitely do his thing out there.
Yeah, now last year we saw Raul roll his car and he had problems. He just could not get it back on his wheels again. And that's when having that co-driver with you makes such a difference. But then upstep JP Gomez said, I don't need a co-driver. I've got this, bro. Took it to the finish and lifted that scepter.
From 99th position to first place was JP Gomez. And we're seeing on screen Raul Gomez, who had a little bit of hiccup last year during the race, but still got 11th position last year.
He did indeed. Never surrender is the attitude. As Raul Gomez makes his way up the hill, he's around about 10 seconds off pace right now. And won't be bothering Paul Wolf, that's for sure. But it's still looking like a very solid run here from Raul Gomez.
Raul Gomez won King of the Hammers in 2022, backing it up in 23 as well. And he is hungry to be another third-time king. Are we going to have a new king? Are we going to have a fourth king? Or are we going to have a third? Man, it's going to be interesting.
We have so many incredibly fast vehicles here, so many talented teams, so many people that could. And we all do not know anything about this mystery third lap yet.
The mystery lap. The blue lap. It's going to be fun to see how it all transpires.
We also have VCPs and RCPs this year, controlling the vehicles and making sure they don't step out of the canyons.
So a VCP is in the desert, it's 150 feet wide, but an RCP is in the rocks and it's only a 50-foot wide circle, and some of those are put off track, so you have to stay in the rocks and you can't take some of these bypass trails. So we're doing our best to make this the hardest one-day race in the world right here for the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, presented by Ford Performance.
Okay, here we go. Raul Gomez, two-time king, making his way round turn 19. The front of that UFO car dips. He lays down the skinny pedal, puts that big engine to work as he powers round, making for the Talladega.
This will be about a 315 or so this will be a top 10, I'd have to guess. As Raul Gomez comes into Hammertown, hitting the MBRP straightaway, and we'll get a time for him very, very soon.
So Randy Slawson putting in a solid time there with a 3:17.
That puts him in 13th position. That's a very solid start on race day for Raul Gomez. And last but not least, our current King of the Hammers champion is JP Gomez.
Here we go. Get ready for this, ladies and gentlemen. This is Power Hour, and this is our current king, JP Gomez, lining up on the start line. He gets the green flag and he hits the course. Let's do this, Miles.
Out of Cameron Park, California, with Gomez Brothers racing in a UFO single-seat Barella engine, ATO Turbo 400, UFO T-Case, Mountain F Enterprise, King Shocks, Nitto Tires, Baja Designs, and Raceline Wheels. Our current King of the Hammers champion that won from the back of the pack last year hopes to have a little bit better of a qualifier than he did last year because he took a tumble as he came down back door. This year's a little bit simpler. It's still not an easy course, but our current king is out on course as we speak, JP Gomez.
Yeah, JP Gomez doing a great job so far. And he did that epic jump off the back door last year. Unfortunately, caught a tire and just pushed him over onto his side. And we all thought that was the end of his race. But he said, hold my beer, I've got this.
And it was a party on Saturday evening last year for sure. I just remember how excited he was. He just kept yelling from the back of the pack. He won King of the Hammers, and you get an excited Gomez. It makes for an interesting show. That is an absolute fact. Some of the biggest and best laughs in our sport, and they are just some of the great backbone of what Ultra 4 and King of the Hammers is.
So we've got 4 Gomez's racing this year. We've got JP Gomez, Raul Gomez, Marcus Gomez, and of course Darian Gomez, who we just saw on the qualifying course in his brand new car. So it is always going to be a Gomez party here at King of the Hammers as we watch JP Gomez powering up short bus. So here we go, Miles. Our current king, JP Gomez, heading up towards the Gates Gate.
So here he goes through the Gates Gate at 1:51. So we're a little off pace, but still a top 10 run for sure. JP Gomez looking good on this 1 mile qualifier, getting everything set up for the 4400 Race of Kings.
Yeah, JP Gomez picking his way down through these mountain trails. All off camber, lots of rocks that can poke out and bite you. And he's making his way towards the pinch rock. It's a solid time here from JP Gomez.
What can he do? Our current King of the Hammers champion, JP, is here, and he is trying to make some moves as he comes down. He's going to dodge right and come on down the rock section and then head towards Hammertown.
So JP Gomez, this is a solid time, Miles, as he makes his way down and into the short course.
I'm going to say this is going to be about a 3:10 or so that should be top 5, possibly top 10. We'll see how it all shakes out, but JP Gomez, and this is Power Hour. What a great, great afternoon of qualifying. It's been a great day of qualifying, but this is why we're here. This is what we get excited about, Jim.
It is indeed. We love Ultra 4 racing. We love 4400. And JP Gomez, right now, our current king, making his way around the Talladega and heading for the line.
So JP Gomez getting ready to hit the MBRB tabletop with it looks like a 313, a 312 it is. So that puts him in 10th position. So let's
Yeah, in 19th is 3-time king Shannon Campbell.
In 18th spot, Josh Blyler.
And in 17th is another 3-time king. It's Randy Slauson.
In 16th position is Casey Gilbert,
who's also our highest placed solid axle car. Then in 15th it is Cody Miller.
In 14th, 2-time king Raul Gomez.
And in 13th, it's the brother of Joe Thompson. It's Brendan Thompson.
In 12th position is Cole.
To championship-winning vehicles, Eibach has you covered. Race, lift, lower, high-performance suspension for all. Eibach, the #1 choice of champions. Proudly made in the USA, engineered to win.
King of the Hammers champ Lauren Healy sitting in that 2nd position.
But your fastest qualifier here at the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance at the Race of Kings, is Paul Wolf with a blistering 2:57. What a run from Paul Wolf.
And that time he left just before high noon, so that time stood for 4 hours. What a great run by Paul Wolf. He is hungry, and we heard him say it's checkers or wreckers. He's not here to finish King of the Hammers. He's here to win, and he is going to be drag racing Lauren Healy Saturday morning at 8 a.m. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, I can't wait either. This race is really being set up, but I'm seeing someone pretty cool walking into the booth right now.
We've got Mr. Dave Cole hopping into the booth with us after a great Power Hour. What'd you think of that, Dave?
I thought that was pretty awesome.
It was fun to watch, man. What a good show. And Paul Wolf just put on a great show that his time stood strong for over 4 hours.
Where is Paul at? I thought he was going to join us. The pole position guy should be up here.
He was up here earlier. But yeah, Paul, if you're around, come on up.
Yeah, it'd be great to see him. What a great day of qualifying. This is what we live for, isn't it, Dave? To see these guys coming out here, 4,400 just brings the party to the town.
It's amazing to see how consistent they were. I mean, Paul and Lauren both breaking down below 3 minutes.
It's incredible.
Special, but I mean, you had 40 cars all within 10 seconds. It's pretty impressive.
It's impressive. And then speaking about that, Kyle Cheney ran a 305 for his UTV race and a 305 for his 4400 race. You talk about consistency. Whew.
Yeah, that's amazing.
You're pushing as hard as you can, and you're consistently leaving it there. That's pretty impressive.
You can't go any further or any faster, I guess.
They'll find a way. They always do.
Yep, it's an amazing what these guys and gals can do out there, and we're getting everything set up for tomorrow's Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, and then straight into the Yokohama Everyman Challenge, and then Saturday, the Race of Kings.
Yes, sir. I think Ben's going to come up here in a little bit with some lap 3 trails, and we're going to show some people.
I'm excited.
Yes, I will take a water. Thank you, Corey. Yeah, and then we got at 5 o'clock, we're doing a podcast up here with Matt Farah, and then at 7 o'clock we have a driver's meeting, so it's going to be a lot going on around.
Nice,
for the next 2 hours.
busy.
Yeah.
What have you been up to today?
Watching best race car drivers in the world do awesome stuff.
You can't get any better, can you?
No, it's the best.
Yeah. Well, thanks for everything you've done for the entire industry, the entire sport. I've been along for the ride for quite a while, and it just keeps getting bigger and better. So thanks, Dave.
It's the people that are here that make it awesome.
100%.
And who would have believed that 10 days ago, when we had 3 inches of snow here in Hammertown, that we'd have the perfect race conditions? It's just been amazing.
And
I mean, it would be awesome as soon as the snow. That's the perfect. We needed that. It was so dusty.
It was bad.
It would have been horrific. Hey, I want to take a minute here real quick.
Let's hear it.
While we're waiting to talk more about racing stuff, we've had 2 arrests in a week.
That's it. That's impressive.
Everyone's behaving themselves. Keep behaving themselves. Keep looking after each other, and making it a great event. We are doing. That's the thing we're doing. That's awesome.
And there's a lot of people here already.
A lot of people, and they're all doing it well, and they're doing it with respect and accountability, and it's awesome.
And we had Tate in here earlier with the Gambler 500, and he was doing his daily cleanups up at Chocolate Thunder, and he said he was impressed on how much trash there isn't up there. There's definitely some, but it seems like lots of people are kind of self-policing and keeping Johnson Valley as clean as we can.
Yes, sir. Proud. That's probably the thing I'm most proud of through the whole event. I mean, watching the racers do their thing is amazing, but watching the way the culture handles this whole place and goes home and as proud of it is the best.
Yeah, and like you said before, you're here to throw a party and some racing breaks out, and there's a lot of people out here that I only get to see once a year, and it's just one of my favorite. I love once Christmas gets through, I can't wait for Hammers.
So what are we doing here? What do we got?
Well, I think we're waiting on you to show us the course, or we're waiting on Ben?
We're waiting on Vinyl. I don't know if the smart stuff. Ben has the smart stuff. Here it comes.
Oh, here comes Ben Napier. All right. I see he's got a laptop in hand.
Hey, Chris Ray, why don't you come up here and say hi real quick?
He just rode with Shannon Campbell, and they got what'd they get, a 15th, I think? Shannon Campbell was 19th position, so a very solid run for Shannon Campbell. So while we get Chris Ray in here in the Optima Battery studio, we'll also get Ben Napier locked in here. Hey, Chris, we're going to kick you over to the other side. We need some fancy plugger-inner things to get this laptop figured out.
I'm really glad you're here, Miles. Without you, technically, we'd be ruined.
No, that's why Nathan's here. Caleb and Chris are
Congratulations,
at the compound.
Lauren. Hell of a time, man. Hell of a time.
I can't wait to see you and Paul drag race off the line. Who's going to get the hole shot? Oh, you're going to give it to Paul, huh? All
Who's
right.
going to get the cornhole shot?
Only one way to find out, huh?
Whoever got off the line second.
So what's up, Dave?
Well, what do you think, Chris?
I'm freaking having a fun event, man. I love coming out here every single year. It just gets better and better, and you're finding new ways to entertain us and the crowd. I can't wait to see a surprise lap 3, especially because of me, being the wrong seat filler.
Yep.
And God, I can't even count the number of years that I got to ride with you, just sitting in the wrong seat and learning from you, and being able to drive, just look at the trail and go, okay, what did Dave do, and what would Dave think in this moment? And it really helps me get through those rocks when I haven't been on them in a while.
Well, there's going to be a lot of effort out there for you guys. I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys pull off.
Yeah.
So, Ben, we got a course.
So Ben Napier, our event director, is hopping in over there with Dave Cole, and we're going to run through some things. How's it going, Ben?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's been a great afternoon of qualifying.
I agree. Thank you very much, Ben, for all your efforts.
We may still have 2 late qualifiers. We're keeping the course open for them for another couple of minutes just to see if they can get their cars fixed. I know Paul Horschel and Mike Slauson are madly wrenching down in the pits.
Paul Horschel did tell me, or Mitchell Sweat said he's not going to make it. They had some
so
issues,
Paul is out. I heard that Mike Slauson was coming through the pits just dealing with some traffic. If we can get him up here, we're going to run him and give him a fair chance to qualify. We'll see how we go.
And that'll be in Craig Ford's car, and that brand new bomber chassis. It'd be fun to see how they can play out there. Now let's bring up Ben's laptop. That's what everybody's here excited to see.
Hey, while we're waiting on that, Dave, I just got a text from Bob Toy. He said, say hi to Dave for me.
Excellent. Tell Andy I said hello. I'll say hello, Andy. Andy and we're live on Ben's computer. So
we got the red, white, and blue lap.
You still got red and white up there right now.
So we've got the red and the white.
Go ahead and zoom back out, Ben, and go and pull off to where Emerson Ridge is at. So the first lap 3 turnoff will be when you come up on Emerson Ridge. You're going to turn right on the top of Emerson Ridge and drop down like we used to go to Hell to Pay. You can we'll pull it up there, Ben. It's where the 90 right is. There's a 90 left that drops into Wash. The 90 right from there around to the mine hasn't been driven before. It hasn't been marked. It hasn't been walked.
Yeah,
I've
zero
looked at it.
people have been in it, right?
I know it's not. There's no death cliffs. It's just going to be navigation across about 1.5 miles of that valley. And when you get across to the other side, where that VCP, RCP, whatever that number is,
151,
153.
So it's basically go from 151 to 152 and then to 153, right? It's just
Correct.
chase the VCPs. There's multiple lines. Figure it out.
Yep. And
Let's
so
make a
154
trail.
is the hard spot on Hell to Pay. We braking axles coming downhill there. Hell to Pay is, I mean, it's a good trail, but the challenge will be if you go back up between 151 and 153, that hasn't been driven.
No tire tracks at all, huh?
None.
That's awesome.
I mean, there might be now, but
Yeah. Well, there might be tonight.
No. And then you're going to go around. You're going to go up through Aftershock on your lap 3. And you're going to go back up to pit 2, go off on the off ramp again, go around. You do not go down Boulder Dash. Excuse me, you go down Bigfoot. You go down Bigfoot instead of Big Johnson.
Okay.
And there are RCPs in the 2 waterfalls, so that you can't do the side skirt on the hill. 155
Nice.
and 156. Drop in. But all this is still drivable. There isn't, except for Hell to Pay going that one obstacle. There isn't. It's not a hard obstacle trail. It's more of a gets you out of what you've known and on autopilot trail.
So what do you think? The person that's leading lap 3, what kind of chances do they have to win the race?
None.
None. Okay.
Bet.
They just.
It's going to be tough.
Well, I mean, last year there was 8. Every person that led the race lost.
Yep.
Every single person that led the race lost. 8 different people led the last lap.
And they kept dropping.
I can't imagine one person's going to go all the way straight through on this year, but you know what they do? They're the champ.
Yeah, they'll earn it for sure this year.
Down Bigfoot, up Clawhammer. When you get to the middle of Claw, you're going to turn right up and go full of hate. And every rock waterfall on full of hate is an RCP.
Nice. So that's going to be a tough trail right there, isn't it?
It is a very tough trail. Yep. 159, I believe, is the pinch. You can get to that VCP. You don't have to get through the rocks to get there. You just have to get to the VCP. This goes back to everything we talked about pre-meeting. It's the RCPs are what matter. You can't get to them without actually driving in the rocks, and you have to go through them to get up the trail.
I love it. So a lap 2 competitor cannot help somebody on lap 3.
Well, there's no lap 2 competitors there. That's
Gotcha.
lap 3.
Yep.
And that's a misnomer. Ben will talk about that later, but we're not trying to make rules we can't enforce. And if you're on lap 2 and there's a lap 3 guy there, you can certainly help him. You can't be broken at RCP 51 and walk over to RCP 159 and start winching people.
We'll be clearing that up at the drivers' meeting at 7 o'clock tonight.
All right.
Cool.
Go over, come back up further. Down. Okay, so you come up, you go down Block with Tortuga, come through the front straightaway. You go back up. When you go up Winner's Choice, you do not come down Wrecking Ball and over to Jack. You go across Bender Alley.
Jack North.
And up the top of Jack, and you skip all of Jack on lap 3.
All right. Which is probably a good thing for bottlenecks then, right?
Yes.
I
Yeah.
like it.
There's a bottleneck. If there's a bottleneck, there might be a bottleneck at the 60th person. But that's what happens.
Yep.
Down up through Sledge, and when you get to the top of the second canyon of Sledge, you drop into Bloody Mary. And Bloody Mary has never been driven by anybody out there. Lauren, Vaughn, you guys ever drive Bloody Mary?
Never heard of it. Perfect.
It's big.
Down Bloody Mary is all the way down to RCP 163 is like a free fall of waterfalls and sand dunes. And when you get to the bottom of 163, you turn up and go. I believe that trail's called Whiskey on the Rocks. Whiskey on the Rocks.
Yep. Whiskey on the Rocks. That one is.
I didn't drive it ever until I drove it to market. It is a trail that gets used here by rock crawlers, and it's legit. And it has, you don't need RCPs in it because
you have to go up that way.
You have to go up it. When you get to the top, you go on Fisher. When you go across Fisher, you turn, and instead of going down Minivan, right before you get to where the towers are at. First of all, this isn't meant to be a trick. This is telling everybody. RCP 164 hasn't been touched by a race car in a long time. That's the old path on Fisher.
Yep.
My main reason to do it is because there's now a burned-in line. You can actually see it. It goes there now instead of even down here. It's just not
where you want to put them. I like it. Let's keep this course tough.
So you'll pull down and go back up. Just keeps you honest. When you drop into what do we call that? We call that Uptown. You drop into Uptown, and it is pretty easy through there. We put an RCP in a couple of the rock canyon rock spots instead of the bypasses, but it's nothing tricky. You get back up, you go down through the lower part of Uptown.
I thought that was fishing line or something. You said something about last year. It was fishing hole or something like that.
Down fishing hole.
Yeah,
down.
Slowly makes his retreat.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube, go to KOHUltimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
I love it. It's gonna be interesting.
Again, lap 2's a lap harder than lap 3. I've been trying to say that for a while.
And when can
All
they
the
pick?
UTVs, they said they wanted 3 laps. They didn't want 3 laps. They just wanted lap 3. So they get lap 3 on lap 2, and then lap 2 is lap 3.
Awesome.
Right.
And when can they pick up this GPS
12
from
o'clock
PCI?
PCI, I think tomorrow. Is that the time?
Friday. When they're doing tech.
Yep.
Friday at noon. All right.
So
But
that's
you
it.
gave
It's
them
not-
a rundown.
I wasn't trying to hose anybody. I'm just trying to give you guys a challenge.
Yep.
So
And tomorrow we start racing, so you can't be out there during the day to go check it out.
Yes, sir.
Can they go check it out at night?
At the drivers' meeting, you guys said you had trail cams and it was no pre-running.
That's right.
All right, perfect.
I'm looking forward to it. One of the things that I love about King of the Hammers is having to pick a trail and pick a line on the fly, because even though we go pre-run some of this stuff, and you can pre-run it 5, 6, 7 times, one car goes through it wrong and moves a rock 10 feet to the right, completely changes the line. So if you don't have the ability to look at that and make that on-the-fly decision, then you got it. It's one of the funnest challenges of this event. For me, anyways.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Hey, Lauren, you come up here and give us your thoughts on the course real quick.
Thank you guys for having me up here. Thank you, Shannon. Shout out to my wife if she's watching. I love you. Thank you for watching the daughters.
All right, Chris. Best
Miles,
of luck.
thank you.
Yep.
Dave.
Thank you, Chris.
Shannon.
we'll get Lauren up here, who's going to take off in that front row right next to Paul Wolf.
From the track to the trail, from your everyday cars and trucks to championship-winning vehicles, Eibach has you covered. Race, lift, lower, high-performance suspension for all. Eibach, the #1 choice of champions. Proudly made in the USA, engineered to win.
I mean, the top 20 guys are doing things and girls are doing things I just couldn't imagine. So to come up with a course that's hard enough to give you a worthy challenge has been probably the most fun. So
yeah, and
thank
you come out here during the year and just go wheeling to find these new places, and that's what you love the most about it. And you slice it together, and I dig it.
It's cool.
So just to clarify, I cannot take my little rear steer crawler out there and go see the new trail. Like that is the rule. I just want to make sure we're all saying this loud outside.
We're saying that loud and clear, and I do have the cameras out there.
Okay, that's the games we're playing. I want to play by the same rules everybody else is playing for, and I like a set rules of what we're doing, and I won't go out there.
We'll recover that at the drivers' meeting at 7 o'clock tonight, Lauren, so we'll make it very
I got like 2 hours, so.
So you might get about a third of the way up one of the trails.
I only heard it officially before the drivers' meeting, and then.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it hasn't been announced yet, so you can get me a 7, Ben.
No, we just said it.
Okay. All right. No, cool stuff. I'm excited. The qualifying is always the most stressful point of the week for me, because you can make or break your whole week in there, and I always like to push to try to be close to the front.
And you sure did. You're starting side by side with Paul Wolf, and that's going to be a drag race.
We've had some good
history.
battles over the last. You can say there's history there, so we might as well do it again. And my boy Vaughn, right behind me on my bumper, he says he's following me to the finish line. I just told him I'm gonna pit maneuver you if I show you every line through the rocks and you follow me to the finish line.
So
and I can hear him out there laughing.
Yep.
Based on this, do you think I'm just being a jerk when I say that the leader going into the lap 3 is going to have some significant challenges to lead, like a Dakar? Like you've seen Dakar, when the guys that go out that are busting trail, they very rarely win their stage. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No. I see that perspective. I plan on being in front though, so I'm going to
so you're going to take that challenge on, huh?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I want to get to the rocks first. That's always my goal. I don't like anybody else affecting my race other than me, and so I'm going to try to get to the rocks first and try to be here first.
What do you think?
You've done it before. Let's see it again, man.
Right.
It's rad.
Right.
Awesome.
And
what do you think
you were
about
running in the mix last year too?
Right. I mean, yeah, we've had some problems.
Have you changed anything with your cars this year? I know I've heard about you guys like getting 2 cars that are similar, but are they the same as last year's cars? You have new cars? What's the deal?
So I built that new car last year. Jeff Wagner bought my fully independent car, which I really, really liked. It was just a little bit too complicated. I never really had many problems with it, but this was just try to tone down the spaceship just a little bit. And once we had that car, done from Triton, and the team, everybody put it together. Once I got out here and drove it, I'm like, no, this is the car to win KOH. And I'm like, Vaughn, we got to get you out of that front engine car. It's all give and take with Ultra 4 cars. You give up visibility, you give up traction, you give what's the best. And to me, the mid-engine rear fuel cell, it works so good in the desert. I actually got to take Igor from Triton for his first ride in my truck today, and he got out and he's like, this thing's crazy. It's like a trophy truck. He was just hadn't had a real ride in one yet. Yep. And so I wanted to get to that point. I wanted to give Vaughn that huge advantage. That he actually got to race it a little bit last year, raced my car after we sold his, and started building an identical twin. And for the team's sake, like we talked about, spare parts, engines, transmissions, all that stuff being identical, every nut and bolt identical, it just makes our lives easier.
It'll make you much more efficient. Yeah, that'll make you guys much more efficient as a race team. That's awesome.
Yep. So the big cool stuff is the Fox Live valve is just a game changer in the rocks, and I'm not talking too much about it, why it's so much better, but it is unreal.
So across that side hill up on that ridge, It was just stiffened up the left side, and you just walked.
And it knew I didn't have to stiffen it up. It knows.
That's
it knows
crazy.
what the angle of my car is. It's got shock position sensors, just like a Raptor does. And it knows what I'm doing, right? Vaughn's like, shut up. But it does. It's holding me up on that side, so I didn't care. It didn't want to try to roll over on me.
It didn't feel bad.
No,
right?
and when you're jumping off stuff like the jump of death we did that year, it knew I was in jump mode, and it saved my butt because any other car I might have wrecked. Like, it's very cool technology.
I remember the first time I drove a Turbo S Polaris instead of a Turbo.
Yeah.
I just felt that technology in that, and they're very basic compared to what you're obviously running on that. And
right.
To put that into an Ultra 4 car and have that really thinking and running like it is, it's amazing what they've done with that.
It is. It's cool stuff. It really is. So. But
Well, do you have any more questions? You can be the questions for the questions out there.
No, I think I like it. I was actually in your mind a little bit while we were pre-running. So we already ran up full of hate. Luckily, that wasn't off limits yet because I'm like watching through, and I'm like, oh, this comes back, loops right around. Yep, we're going full hate. And it was fun, but I also went up sledge, and you're like, quit running sledge, you boneheads. I saw you doing something different. So it was fun, like playing this head game. And we ran a bunch of trails this weekend that maybe we wouldn't typically run, but it was fun wheeling. And my favorite part of coming out here is getting to come pre-run the rocks and have fun. And we interact with all the trail wheelers that are all high-fiving us and breaking their junk. And like it's a good time.
The coolest vibe ever, isn't it?
That's
It
what
just
it's
really
all
is.
about.
Yep.
What do you think about the fact that we've got 60 miles of desert or 65 miles of desert in every lap this year?
Oh, we didn't cover that.
Reorganizing.
So we were talking about that. Lap 3, you go back out for the desert just
Yes,
like
sir.
normal. So all
Yes,
3
sir.
laps. So
Absolutely.
So we were trying to do some math if you would have us go back out to the desert for lap 3. So all right, cool.
Yep.
I dig it.
Well, you get a speed differentiate when your car's wounded and you're doing 40 in the desert. Your
Yeah.
car's not wounded and you're doing 90 in the desert.
Yep.
The entire race could change in the last 30 miles.
Yeah.
You can run somebody down if their car's hurt. So.
I mean, yeah, no, it's cool. We've been
I love
asking
the
for more
smile.
desert and more rocks. Let's do it. So what's that put the overall mileage to? Is it like 225, 250, something like that?
240-ish, I think, is the
240?
exact number.
Right.
243,
Right.
something weird in there.
Cool.
Because
It's gonna be fun.
the rock laps are more like 80 miles long as opposed to 65.
Yeah.
Okay.
So for the record, when I saw all your RCPs going up full of hay, I couldn't make most of the waterfalls in there. So I'm going to winch like 4 times in there.
Oh, boy.
No,
You're
I-
planning on winching
Well,
already.
I mean, I'm going to try to play a little bit of jump in, jump out, like get to where I got to get to get the RCPs. But it's a new strategy that your mind's got to. And you've been in the car for 8 hours at that point, and trying to figure out like how to focus and do that is. We drove the bypass, didn't want to beat on the trucks too bad in there, like just seeing what you were doing. So I pulled into the waterfalls a little bit. I'm like, I'm not breaking the truck right now, trying to drive this. So.
But to me, that's the decision that you need to have clarity during the race to make. I'm not driving this. It doesn't make a difference that I'm in second place, 20 seconds behind the leader.
Right.
I'm not driving this. I have to winch this. And by doing that, you save yourself 30 minutes instead of.
Or ended your race because you're
Ended your
done.
race, yep.
Exactly.
So luckily you got Jesse riding with you.
Yep.
I think,
We've been practicing. We've been out with our worn winches, dragging cars through some stuff. I mean, I had a winch a couple times on lap 2 already. So, I mean, I don't think you messed around on that. I think
There's
it's
a
gonna be
legit
pretty
amount of
real,
rocks
too.
on lap 2.
Lap 2 feels like a lap 3 the last couple of years to me.
That was my
that was
goal.
what I was doing.
That's my goal. Right on. Well, thank you as always for coming out. Thank you for the effort that you and your entire team put forth and the way you push our culture out to the mainstream. I mean, you guys have a lot of effort in that, and I'm very thankful. And this entire ride's been pretty crazy. So, thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Vaughn. All you guys, Fun Hammers are RTR. What's RTR now, right?
It is RTR. Fun Hour's not going away. It's just more of a lifestyle brand, and we're just putting the whole motorsports under one umbrella.
It makes
Sounds
sense.
wonderful.
To me.
Yep.
Alrighty.
And congrats on starting up front once again, buddy.
Yep, it'll be fun. Thanks, guys. Appreciate your time.
Yep, always a pleasure.
Thanks, Lauren.
All right, Dave, Ben, you got anything else, or?
Someone tell me what happened to Jason Shear.
I'm gonna guess steering, but I don't know.
I did hear it was a steering rack.
I think that that's going to be a massive thing. JP
Okay, broke the steering on the jump. It sounds like so.
broke the steering on the jump. Okay.
But then made it all the way up to the Gates.
That's
Cave,
impressive. That's very
So.
impressive.
All right. Well, Jim's got some info for us, for once.
Hi, welcome back. I'm back in here again. Right, just been speaking to Jason to find out the intel, and he reckons that what happened is he went off a jump, blew the steering ram. He's running a different ram to what he'd be running in the race, and he's just blown the seals out the side of the ram.
Oh, tough break.
So yeah, no steering, but he will be back and with us on race day.
And that's going to be interesting to have Jason Shear, Paul Horschel from the back of the pack.
And Anthony Yout, don't forget.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because there's some big names coming from the back, so the adjusted time is going to be, it's going to be interesting, just like last year with JP Gomez.
Yeah, you and me are going to be busy, mate.
Oh, boy. I can't wait.
So I believe we're going to take a break. We're going to go 5 o'clock. We're going to repurpose this as a podcast stage with Matt Farah and Burning Tire Podcast. And I believe Vaughn's going to be up here talking with those guys. And then 7 o'clock we have a driver's meeting.
7 o'clock for the driver's meeting. Please don't miss it. There will be a roll call.
All right. Well, again, thanks everybody for tuning in. This was the Race of Kings qualifying. Tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Tune in the morning, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
From the track to the trail, from your everyday cars and trucks to championship-winning vehicles, Eibach has you covered. Race, lift, lower, high-performance suspension for all. Eibach, the #1 choice of champions. Proudly made in the USA, engineered to win.
Of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
First place in the 4500 Yukon.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
pursuit of off-pavement exploration, confidence is everything. That's why we've built onX Off-Road as the ultimate tool to discover trails and navigate off-grid. Everything from guided trail maps to comprehensive offline accessibility and custom trip building. Ensure you're always on the right path. Join the community that trusts onX Off-Road to plan, share, and fuel their adventures. Because when it comes to off-roading, there's only one app built for you.
Every race is a test of performance. When the stakes are high, racers rely on proven products. If AMSOIL products are engineered for this kind of punishment, you can trust them in your garage. Shop by vehicle to find everything you need for your ride. Get the protection you demand and performance you deserve with fast, free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
When a fire breaks out, seconds count. Employees follow their training and grab the nearest extinguisher. You know the drill. It's pull, aim, squeeze, sweep, and everything's under control. But what if it isn't? What if your extinguisher doesn't discharge? Then what do? Standard extinguishers are constantly pressurized. If they lose that pressure for any reason, they're absolutely useless. And because they're not designed to withstand physical damage, you have a failure just waiting to happen. We purpose-built the Russo Eliminator to overcome the problems you can encounter with typical extinguishers. First, the Russo Eliminator is not under pressure until you pull the puncture lever and break the CO2 cartridge seal. This cartridge-based design is used in extinguishers specifically for high-hazard placements like mining and chemical processing plants. It's a preferred technology because its reliability is higher than stored pressure technology. Second, we put it through rigorous tests to make sure it can take a beating without being damaged. We've dropped it, smashed it, even run over it with a truck. This is one tough product, specially engineered to give you peace of mind. We've also incorporated other advancements. Our integrated nozzle, valve assembly, and improved discharge pattern give you superior fire knockdown. The proprietary polymeric materials we use offer maximum resistance to the elements, making corrosion no longer an issue. So over the Eliminator's lifespan, you can count on peak performance. Russo features self-service technology, meaning you can perform your own inspections with no need for contracted monthly or yearly third-party service. We offer free online training on our website. The Fire Eliminator fits most standard extinguisher cabinets. Installation is easy with multiple hardware options and a unique bracket that keeps it from being knocked off the wall. Innovative, tough, and reliable, and comes with an 8-year limited warranty against defects in material or workmanship. The Eliminator presents a major advancement in dry chemical extinguisher technology, and it's clearly your best choice for ease of use and all-around fire protection. For the safety of your employees and your workplace, don't settle for anything less. Be prepared. Be protected. Russo.
To the trail, from your everyday cars and trucks to championship-winning vehicles, Eibach has you covered. Race, lift, lower, high-performance suspension for all. Eibach, the #1 choice of champions. Proudly made in the USA, engineered to win.
Proven in some of the world's most rugged environments, the all-new Warn Xeon XD and XP line of vehicle recovery winches have arrived, redesigned from the ground up. Warn Xeon XD and XP represent the ultimate in performance and durability on the market today. You'll have the confidence to go farther, and most of all, go prepared.